Testing. Are we live? Wait for it. There it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before opening. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you subscribe. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. If you ever miss anything, we're going to recap all of it and we go over all of the plays. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the end of the second week of the year, or at least the Friday Junior. But today should be interesting. We already got a couple of earnings. Earnings season has kicked off. Delta Airlines, they did good. I guess good and bad, but mainly good. They're up right now. You also got TSM. They are up. We get the banks tomorrow. Today, we're going to get LAEL BRAINARD in about 30 minutes here, or about 30 minutes after the bell, hour from where we're at right now, but it should be pretty interesting. We're going to see how that plays out, and then other than that, it is the digestion from yesterday. We already did get some data. Producer prices came in a little bit hot there, but we'll see how it plays out for the rest of the day and just how we interpret it. Again, we had a lot of activity overseas yesterday, and what we got with the States today's a little bit mixed bag, so we're going to see what happens, but it's going to be exciting. So I hope you're ready. Good morning. I hope you have awoken. Jake from State Farm. What's up, baby? Good morning. Oh. Yes. Wake up, baby. How are you? How are you living, man? What's up, Cavish? Good morning. Wesley O'Neill. Good morning, baby. Are you living good, Oscar? Good morning. Mr. Malone. Good morning. Oh, there it is. Are you guys waking up now? Oh, yeah, that horn is in drive. Tell him. Tell him, Cavish. What's up, baby? What's up, Jay? What's up, Lori? What's up, Marcella? Oh, Marcella up in the morning, baby. Let's go, Marcella. Woo, keep it lit, baby. Keep it lit. It's time. Oh, wow. Bright and early. What's up, Brenda? What's up, Mr. Godoy? What's up, Eric? What's up, Evan? What's up, Iman? Oh, what's up, Sean? Woo. Oh, Moses. Oh, Vonda. Oh, Alex, capture it, baby. What's up, Jamie? Be great. Unicorn, D. Crowder, and G. You got Jason. You got Rodney. Oh, man, you got the last tiger. What's up, Matt? You living good? How y'all feeling? Y'all feeling good? Are you ready for this Friday, Junior? Are you feeling excited? Does it feel blessed? I hope it does, baby. Let's drive. Let's go, Christian. What's up, Irish? Good morning. What's up, Buddha Panda? Good morning. I like that, Buddha Panda. Oh, Lionel, Evan. Oh, I already said what's up, Evan. Evan's like, good morning. You ready to go? I got Alexander Ray ready to go too, baby. Wow. Y'all feeling good? I love it. Whew. Okay, shake it off. It's going to be a good one. Again, we're going to get to listen to some congressional stuff, so we should have some fun. We got some post-earnings. We got some pre-earnings as well. Oh, man, we love earnings. You know that? You know it's going to go crazy today? Oh, dude, don't tell me that. You know how I feel. You know, if I have a nice, if market going to go crazy today, oh, man. I think it's crazy every day, man. It's crazy every day. So I hope you guys are ready. I hope you are locked in. I hope you're feeling blessed, and let's get to it. But, excuse me. Goldman, their commodity desk had the strongest performance in a decade as revenue shot past $2.2 billion in the final months of 2021. The FOMC looks more comfortable with 4 rate hikes this year. Philadelphia Chief Patrick Harker expects to complete tapering by March. Then we could probably expect a rate hike at 25 basis points. We could very well continue to raise rates throughout the year. San Francisco's Mary Daly sees one in March too, though she didn't say how many more. James Bullard also says 4 moves are in the cards. He's the biggest hawk. Futures were mixed, and European shares fell, and the latest U.S. inflation figures were digested. Treasuries were steady, while the dollar underperformed all of its G10 peers. Oil held an advance on signs of tighter supply. Copper led base metals lower. Bitcoin edged higher as the debate about whether cryptocurrency can hedge against rising consumer prices has returned. Oil may soon hit $100 and even $200 in the next 5 years on a lack of exploration and investment. Commodities trader Doug King said, "We believe the structural supply-side commodity inflation that most will not have ever seen." He said only OPEC will react to price metrics, and they undershoot every month. His merchant commodity fund rose a record 74% last year, as an investor letter shows. Corporate news here. Boeing 737 MAX may resume commercial flights in China this month, people familiar said. Evergrande avoided a default on a public onshore bond, obtaining investor backing to delay an early repayment. Blackstone sweetened its offer to buy Crown Resorts to $6.5 billion. TPG and one investor raised $1 billion in 2022's first big U.S. IPO, pricing within a mark range. TSMC beat on profit and unveiled plans to spend as much as $44 billion, expanding in 2022. LG Energy is set to price its IPO at $10 billion tomorrow. South Korea's largest on record. Delta warned Omicron will contribute a first quarter loss, but won't derail its expectations to remain profitable for the rest of the year. BlackRock already cut low fees on two fixed income ETFs with similar moves by State Street. They cut the fees on iShares MBS ETF to 0.04 from 0.06, and then the 0 to 5 year TIPS ETF to 0.03 from 0.02. Nice, BlackRock. Okay. Initial jobless claims unexpectedly rose to the highest since mid-November. Claims rose to 230,000 last week from 207, suggesting that the recent surge in COVID may be leading to dismissals. Producer price inflation slowed after last month's figure was revised higher. It was 9.7 from December from a record 9.8. Index rose 0.2 month on month. 5 bars are looking to sell U.S. high yield credit today. Sell the dollar, says a growing chorus of investors. It reached a peak. K2 Asset Management recommends dumping the greenback for Asian emerging bonds and European stocks. Brandywine Global Investment Management is buying commodity-linked currencies, and Bleakley Advisory Group favors gold and silver. The dollar has clearly rolled over, said Bleakley CIO Peter Bukvar. Oh, Luis, 16 months, baby. Good morning. Hey, hi. How are you? Okay, good. Europe's key election class this year will see Emmanuel Macron running for a second term in April, challenged by the far right, the far left, and a mainstream conservative. Politics, Chuck Schumer will try to break a logjam on 2 Democrat-drafted voting right bills and begin debate on Senate floor this week. Nancy Pelosi said the House will vote on the legislation today. House is near an agreement on the stalled China competitiveness bill. A person familiar said the Senate will vote on Ted Cruz's Nord Stream 2 sanctions. The administration opposes them. An influx of ships into Shanghai has delayed sailing schedules for container ships by about a week, which may ripple outward to backlog gateways in the U.S. and Europe. Faced with delays at nearby Ningbo, where some trucking services were suspended because of COVID, ships are making a beeline for Shanghai, increasing congestion at the world's biggest container port. I think you got 300. So you know how we talk about our ships like off the coast? I think there's about 350 at the ports of China that are just chilling. We don't see it. They're not allowed to post pictures. Anyways, 10 a.m. Brainard nomination hearing in Senate. 11 a.m. you're going to get a 4-week and 8-week bill auction. At 12 p.m. Fed Barkin is going to speak, and then at 1 p.m. Fed Evans is going to speak, and then you got another 30-year bond auction at 1 p.m. And then Argentina's CPI at 2, and then Dallas Fed hosts town hall on finding its next head. I don't know. I sound a little weird, man. I sound like a sci-fi video game. What are they saying? Anyways. America. House panel is investigating the January 6th riot, asked Republican Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy to answer questions about his communication with Donald Trump and others before there was a mob that stormed Congress. McCarthy is the third GOP lawmaker to get an interview request. He said he won't cooperate. The Fed's standing repo facility is more likely to see usage when liquidity is less abundant than it is today, or in the case of money market stress, which can happen unexpectedly, according to a post on New York Fed's Liberty Street Economics blog. Europe debt market breaking record with $107 billion in sale. Crypto come down. The POV's effort to launch a digital currency faced a blow from a panel of UK lawmakers who said officials gave no convincing reason it needed. The group, including former Governor Mervyn King, raised concerns it may threaten the stability of the banking system and inject the central bank into debates on privacy. Some big Chinese banks have become more selective about funding real estate projects by local government financing vehicles on concern that some are taking too much risk. People familiar said at least 5 state-run banks impose restrictions on loans to weaker LGVFs and to state-owned firms seeking to buy land and develop new products. Australian PM Scott Morrison stumbled into a losing fight with Novak Djokovic just months before the election. The saga reinforces the impression that Morrison hasn't got his house in order, and it may cost him votes if it drags on. Worries that the current shortage of LNG will persist through the middle of the decade are triggering a rush to sign long-term deals, pushing the price of contracts. There's a lack of uncontracted gas available through 2025, which is boosting oil-indexed agreements, said Woodmac. China's imports of key commodities like crude, copper, iron ore probably fell last year from record levels because of the pandemic and Beijing's willingness to tolerate weaker economic growth. Annual import data Friday showed oil purchase fell from the prior year for the first time since records began in 2004, while a property market crackdown dented copper and iron ore demand. That's actually crazy. Lowest China oil demand since '04. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Just Eat is indicated it is open to a sale at Grubhub, a perfect familiar said, but advisors are also pitching a take of private dealer breakup. It rose as much as 7.6. Buyout firm Advent is considering options for its healthcare company Bioduro Sundia, which is looking to sell for $1.5 billion. Shimao asked investors to extend full payment on a pair of ABSs. Mimecast, which Parima agreed to buy last year, received a higher takeover from Rifle Proofpoint during its go shop period, but rejected the bid on antitrust grounds. Online fashion retailer ASOS to move to London main market. Brazil regulator approves sale of Petrobras cluster to Carmo. Exxon seeks sale of Canadian shale assets to focus on oil sands. Buyout firm Affinity said to weigh $1 billion Trimco sale. AMC CEO Adam Aaron said that he's done selling shares after this last sale that he brought his November. Wait, what? After another sale that brought his total proceeds since November to $42 million. That leaves him with 2 million shares in equity with more than $52 million based on AMC's last closing price. Elon Musk flagged a lot of challenges standing in the way of Tesla's launch in India, mainly linked to demands from the government. Bondholders of Hengda Real Estate, Evergrande's onshore unit, voted to approve a delayed repayment of the 2023 6.9 won bond by 7 months. BMW posted record annual sales in China, delivering more than 846,000 vehicles and mini cars with its Chinese partners. That's up 9% from the previous year. Sales of new energy vehicles surged 70% to around 48,000 units. Uniqlo, fast retailer, beat on profit, driven by growth in the Uniqlo business. Tesco raised profit forecast and sales climbed after the Christmas period. 7&I boosted operating income for full year. Hitachi to sell half of its machinery unit stake. Adler sells property portfolio to KKR for $686 million. Joe Manchin again. Boeing 737 MAX nears return to commercial service in China. Disney's Encanto takes off online after so-so theatrical run. Spirit Aero follows Boeing on 737 MAX planes in China. Microsoft has discontinued all Xbox One consoles. What? They got rid of Halo too, man. You know that? Isn't that crazy? They got rid of Halo. Oh, man. Walmart initiated at hold as Truist. They see inflation hurting shoppers. Chevron year ahead in gas. Manhattan rents surged to a December record, fueled by buildings with doormen. The median rent climbed 16% year on year to $3,400, according to Miller Samrell. Median rents at doorman buildings climbed to $4,300, while buildings without doormen gained $2,600, 7%. Not only will the Australian Open be held in half capacity, we're not even sure world number one Novak Djokovic will be able to attend. Organizers named him as the top seed just minutes after Australian PM Scott Morrison said the decision is still an ongoing process. Big names in golf coming in Asia. Richard Branson's Virgin Orbit will launch a space rocket over the Pacific today, the BBC reported. The Launcher 1 rocket will be unleashed from a modified Virgin Atlantic 747 called Cosmic Girl. Mission includes satellites for the DoD Space Test Program, Polish company Sat Revolution, and Spire Global. Florida's sunshine and business-friendly policies have been luring more wealthy Americans, including a group that just pouring money into European soccer. John Texter just completed the purchase of 80% of Belgian club RWD, and everybody loves Florida, apparently. Yeah, they say Pacific. They got the Tampa Bay people, all of that. Hollywood is tiptoeing back to normal in 2022, even as Omicron rages. And then, on this day in history, Johnny Cash performed tomb shows at Folsom State Prison in 1968. He wanted to play there since his 1955 song, Folsom Prison Blues, but the idea was on hold until 67 when Bob Johnson began producing for him. Cash had just overcome drug abuse problems and was looking to revive his career. Backed by June Carter, Carl Perkins, and the Tennessee Three, he's featured Gallows humor song, 25 Minutes to Go, and Novelty Flush from the Bathroom of Your Heart. The album went triple platinum. Wow, you see that? Wow, Cole got Tampa. Oh, man, that's good. I like it. I like Johnny Cash. I like it. I like at least the music. 'Cause I've heard 2 songs, I think in my life. But got a couple of runners here. Airline stocks, they're up 2% after Delta Airlines. Biogen got downgraded. Shares are down 1%. KB Home shares rise 9% after the home builder EPS guide was good. And Wells Fargo said the guidance was solid. Marqeta upgraded. Shares are up 3%. Mizuho gave them the upgrade. Netflix target got cut to 460 from 465. However, shares did not move. Planet Labs shares rise after the satellite company plans to launch 44 Super Doves. Puma Biotech share surge 5%. I think they got some a presentation at a breast cancer conference. Solar Edge Technologies gains 3.2. They just got upgraded. Spirit SPR climbs 3% after Bloomberg reports that grounded 737s is going to help them out there. And then VMware shares up 1 after getting upgraded from neutral. Ta-da! Ooh, you feeling good? I hope you feeling good, baby. That's it. Earnings season is kicked off. That's it. Your only thing is now just more earnings and more Fed. You get to hear from LAEL. Some of y'all never heard LAEL in your life. Oh, you got LAEL. Oh, don't play with me, baby. Don't play with me. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, before we do anything, okay, before we try to enrich ourselves, before we try to make $1, we must pay homage to the people who have sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will, and that is the veterans of the United States of America, baby. So, on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, we want to give a huge and special shout out to all the veterans, all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. God bless you, and thank you for doing what you have done. And big shout out to all the police officers, firefighters, doctors, nurses, teachers, all the other public servants out there, baby. God bless you, and thank you for your support and commitment. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Son of the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Oh, nah. Woo! Oh, you feel that? Oh, wow, that feels like America. Feels amazing. Feels like freedom. Feels like the stock market. Or maybe it feels like caffeine. And it feels like the coffee. And maybe you getting hyped. Are you hyped? I hope y'all hyped right now, man. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. You feel me? I hope you feel me, man. I hope you feel me. Woo! Well, it's like getting hot in here. I'm usually cold. That's crazy. So how much time we got? We got about 1 minute left. I'm going to be watching a couple of things. Nothing too crazy. Let me see. JP Morgan, TSM, KBH, those are all post-earnings plays. UNG and oil, and then Amazon and Netflix with some of the earnings ones. And then anything in between, we will see what happens, my friend. But yeah, JP Morgan, TSM, KBH, TSM, they have already had earnings. And then JP Morgan, that's the run-up. Woo! Hold on. Let me get this. I got to crack a window or something, bro. Like, it got mad hot in here. Woo! That's good. That means we excited. I don't think have you ever heard me wake up in the morning and say it's hot? Like, it's cold. Like, it's not. Woo! So let's go, though. But, again, you got to watch out here. You are going to be getting the LAEL in about 30 minutes. Again, Delta Airlines, they also had earnings as well, too. So don't forget about that. Market is about to open. Poster plays, baby. We love all of you. We love all of you. It's game time. It's game time. You feeling good? You feeling good? Let's get it, Chad. Let's get it, Chad. The market is about to open. Oh, man. Round 1. Fight. Come on. Let me see. I don't think this is good now. Damn it, I got option chains that haven't loaded. It's going to be very, very hard. I don't know why they do that sometimes. So some plays are not loading right now. Some option chains, I'm not getting it. How are we even opening up? Quote of the day. If one does not know which port one is sailing, no wind is favorable. Oh, tell them, baby. Good morning. I'm waiting for that. I have one order in, but it's not. I mean, again, option chains are being very, very weird right now. Delta, TSM, TLT. Where's the spider down a quarter? Oh, no, those expense. Those expense. Malachi, what's up, baby? Good morning. Good morning. Shopping through the chains. Again, post-earnings plays are what I'm looking at right now, but option chain is very, very weird on some. The TSMs are already up a decent amount. You're going to pay, it's like 72%. There's not some that actually went down. Maybe. Spy Tech flat. That's all you got to watch for. Again, the continuation of just yesterday what industries, and then once what's her name gets out here. Once you get LAEL, TSM's on the high, Dow is on the low. Dow. Looks about 50%. So yeah, some are already moving there. Okay, Boeing, Tesla. Is Boeing up? Again, Boeing has like some of the China news. So that could be good. Well, it's not even filling a market order. It's wild, actually. So some chains are just dead completely. Or they're not letting it trade. Spotify's up. Coinbase as well. Yeah, TSM's rocketing, but all the premiums, I looked at the chain. I'm actually avoiding that one for now. If it comes down off a sell-off, we might be able to get it, but the plays already went up 50 to 70% on that one. Delta is interesting. Delta, I don't know if that one's as clean. And then KB Homes. This one's just, it's holding up, but the options aren't doing anything. And then what's the other one? JP Morgan. TLT's kind of chilling out. And also see JP Morgan if it flips. SPY's only up 0.22. Making a move down here. Lucid going back to 35. C is dropping. Scamming market. It's crazy. There's chains that I have put in like 10 orders. None of them got filled this morning. We'll see. XOM premium moving up. Yeah, watch oil. Where's even LNG too? LNG, UNG, bro. Down 8% after that run yesterday. Bro, this is crazy. Why is there an option chain that not trading for 5 minutes? Who invented this? ASA rocketing MasterCard. Oh, that thing, bro. I've kept the faith on MasterCard. Watch TSM drops and those contracts sell off. That could be good. MasterCard is popping. That's up 1.2. ASA, the road law. AMAT, so there's TSM. Let's see, UP, SDG, Colt is stuck in your head. That's good. It's good for you. Oh, there it is. There it is. They open up the option chain on one. That's so ridiculous. How are they going to do me like that? The semi-sympathy was right, bro. What is wrong with some of these? Oh, shit. I got paid $1 for those too? All right, I'll take it. I'll take it. I think finally I waited, but I think I scammed them. I hope. I don't know how I feel about the play, but I think I scammed them. I'll take it. I will take it. Does the price get adjusted on X dividend? What do you mean, like your stock price, or why does it? Because usually it's a catalyst. So coming into X dividend, people usually place something for a reason to try to get into it. Actually, I don't know. This one's gonna be hard here. Like, so there's a catalyst, because if you buy before X dividend, you'll get paid. So most people, it creates a logical reason to get in. So don't trade this. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. Honestly, this option doesn't even have a price history. That's why it's difficult. But I literally grabbed one of the more cheaper options, February KBH calls. So don't trade it. Not a recommendation. I couldn't find the post earnings on TSM, but KB Homes, they're up 15%. It's already moved 5% in those 3 candles. So that's why I said I think I scammed the market maker, because that was literally some of the cheap options there are just dirt cheap, but the other ones are all up like 300-400%. But we don't know the relative pricing. But this is a real estate play. Post earnings again. I said I was looking at TSM, KBH, and Delta. Delta I didn't like. TSM was too expensive, and then this one, the option chain wouldn't open. So we will see. We will see. But TSM is going. I like KB Homes. We'll see how that plays out. MasterCard's on the high. SPY's chilling. Let's see where we go. Let's see where we go. NVIDIA pop. Amazon. Amazon's up 0.5%. NVIDIA's up 1%. Apple, Microsoft. Let's see. 4 popping. Amazon's still going. TSM like flushes heavy. That's what I'm waiting for. That's all I need. If it does come, it'll be good. JP Morgan, or will I wait? Depends where it's at. I mean, if it's a good run up there. So it's up, what, 0.44? I don't know if it went up. The JP Morgans are up 16%. It's the same amount. I'm going to hold it for a little bit. The point is hold. I mean, you take it when you have a gain. I mean, like always, like we've said, but then at the same time, it's just wherever the stock lies before earnings. That's it. I made a trade on KB Homes. That's it. KB Homes post earnings play. Again, they reported they had solid guidance. They killed. They're up 15%, and it's just a safer industry with it. But I wanted the TSM, but the TSMs were expensive. That play was more expensive, but I got a little bit more time. Like I would have spent the same amount for like a January on TSM. But we'll see. And now that play has gotten dramatically closer to the money. Again, KB Homes is a small mover. So every time you move up like $1 or something, I mean, it has a lot more weight on that. PayPal, airlines pop in. Did Delta bounce back up? Remember, Delta is post earnings as well, too. SPY is shooting up here. This is good. Microsoft, Netflix is still down. Microsoft barely up. I think Amazon is the leader. And then Apple. Apple's at the high. BAC. Uber. Wells Fargo. MasterCard's killing it too, but I hope it just breaks out big. That's what we will need. Based on the rollout. So a little cheek lay on the SPY there. Visa, I know Visa was moving a lot. I think I saw that one on the high ticker. Yeah, Visa and MasterCard, they're looking really good. Roblo at the bottom. TLT's still green, but it looks like it wants to sell off. I forgot. We're going to have to deal with that. Where's the dollar, too? And this is what you want to watch out for. Like we said yesterday, if you watch the watch list, the dollar could be a very, very big key. You've really got to see if the market could handle the dollar going down or not. That will say a lot. KBH, Walmart, even Disney's barely up. PayPal is holding up pretty good there. PayPal's climbing. AMD 2%, Nvidia 1%, TSM still holding up 9%, which is awesome. Very, very big. Very, very big. Beyond ripping. Netflix barely good. Yeah, Netflix got the downgrade. Beyond's up 6%. It is ripping. It's hitting a high right there. Airbnb trying. Qualcomm. Qualcomm actually might kill it there again with TSM. Yeah, all of them are up. Again, all the chip makers, like that sympathy stuff we were talking about, it looks like 2% all across the board. Biogen's moving. Watch the banks as well, too. Apple. Austria to remove cap gain tax on pension securities. Semis pumping is good. It's good for now because it could support the market a decent amount, but we really didn't move that much. You only got 1/3% on the Nasdaq, a quarter on the S&P and Dow. Nasdaq's the slight leader, and then SPY and Dow are just fighting for the leader right now. Most earnings after hours usually, and then there's some in the morning, like again TSM. That's what you got here this morning, as well as KBH. China. You said China with NFTs. They're going to legalize NFTs, create a separate set of rules. That could be interesting. Netflix still red. Intel no love. PSX is ripping up there. Biogen's on the high too. Remember, they were down a lot the last couple days. And then UNG is just stuck. My voice is doubling. You don't hear me? Hello? No audio? I'm clapped. Why? Your feed is messed up. Hello? Intel. Yeah, it even buffers on my... It's in the matrix. What's going on? Let's see. UNG's coming up. Let me try something. Oh, it's clapping me. What? It says I'm connected. Hello, do you hear me? My friend. My friend. No, it's tripping out. Audio getting... Hello, do you hear me? Facebook. Facebook is moving around a little bit. 0.34, SPY bouncing around. UV is lagging. TLT is still coming down. If that keeps coming down, that will be bad. You need to restart. You're good. You're good, my friend. Do you hear me? I don't know. I can't tell. That's what I was gonna say. We gotta start. I gotta fix the internet. Refix the internet. You hear me? You good? My thing is staying. It's weird though. It's showing up as red. All right, seems good now. That's good. Well, only play so far right now. KBH, a couple things moving. You're literally staying stalled. Remember, LAEL is about to come on here. in 4 minutes. Oh, Altria. I forgot about Altria. They're looking pretty decent. Delta getting steam. That's post earnings, so if it does run, it could be good. Lucid's wild. If that comes up, watch Delta 2 Airlines. Again, even some of the value plays. We even talked about Abivi yesterday, too. Ford is popping. Ford is coming back alive there. 1.4. It's at the high. TLT is slipping, though, and that's going to be another key. But the dollar is going up, so you got a couple of things moving right now. Is Beyond still going crazy? Ford's still up there. Lucid's not bad. Lucid's not bad. Beyond is still up 6.5. CCO. Ford is still killing it. 1.4. Where's Tesla? Oil flipped red. It looks like oil companies. Some are up, some are down. KHB dropping. Or KBH. Nah, KBH is, again, this thing's still up 13%. If it goes below like 7%, if it falls 10%, slips, that'll be something, but we'll see. Altria just flipped. Yeah, MasterCard's up 2% now, so that's finally going. We've waited a long time for him. The KBHs are still up. Stream clapping you. Well, we're here. We're here. I don't know. It's saying my internet is being very choppy, but I'm on both connections. Uber. TSM took their business. Starbucks red to green. Oh yeah, big actually. Starbucks is, it looks like it kind of bottom there. It's moving pretty decent. Tried disabling one line. That's what I just did. I took out one. I just replugged it in. That's what I've been doing the last 5 minutes. I think it's, I don't know what it is. I mean, the connection's coming through. It's just showing up as red. We have 600 shares of Ford. TLT is dropping. TLT is about to go red. SPY's getting some momentum off of it. Yeah, Microsoft's lagging, but remember, yesterday was kind of a leader. At least it's up. Netflix is the one that's still... Netflix went green. No CPI data today. You only got PPI, producer prices. HD bounced too. HD and Starbucks, those look exactly the same right now. Where's KB? That's still holding. TSM's making another move. Jeez. SPY's coming up. Oh, is this to go through? Yeah. Ding, ding, ding. Ford's going up a lot, yeah. Watch, I mean, if we get some momentum, everything's up now about like 0.5%. When it started lagging, so that way there's only music in the background when I go to fix it and you wouldn't notice. Live but still reinvest it. Feel how fair did it feel like a justice. Futures even sus. We'll see. I mean, the market hasn't really even done much. No, not my even everything. Ford is fire. Hold on, my thing is I just switched full networks. All right, give me a second then. Is it better or not? I don't know. It's 50-50, but I haven't had any issues so far. On my end, it's saying it's chill. Yeah, it's saying it's fine, but I just haven't had my thing where is it? Let's see. It's good for me now. That's good. That's good. You feel me now? That's good. It's good. Welcome. How are you? You feel good? Oh, still cutting out terrible. All right.
Fresh groceries are our thing.
Fresh groceries? Oh, they hit us with the ad. All right, they hit us with the ad. It should work good now. Everything should be chill now. I'm not getting any issues on my end. Airbnb. Yeah, Airbnb's at the high right now. Watch the tech, Microsoft, Netflix. They're being a little bit weird. Banks are doing good, but not all of them are moving up. So like Bank of America, Wells Fargo, those are kind of making bigger of a move than JP Morgan. LAEL. Well, LAEL, I mean, she is going to be interesting. Again, if you saw yesterday with what we talked about with LAEL, she's in her pre-written statement, she said, oh, wow, the Ford calls went up. Oh, shit. So those Fords were down 50%, but they're ready to go. But LAEL, she might say stuff about inclusivity, which may lead to, what's it called? It might be interpreted as bullish by the market. Because if they talk about it, inclusive recovery and everything is kind of, and it pretty much implies that they're going to be stalling on some of the employment metrics, that could be good. Roblox new low. GM high, shop. SPY's coming down now. So you've broken below VWAP. Uber, Abivi, dummy. Ford is looking great. Even Uber is up a lot. Abivi, they finally slipped right there. Excellent next. Some other chip makers are dropping. Oh no, it looks like a lot of things selling coming into LAEL. But then you're also getting kind of a defensive move. So literally Dow just held up 1/3%, but S&P and SPY, those are the ones that just got clapped. And the Altrias, those are still going up actually. Those are actually a good price. I think the Altrias are up 50% right now. Nvidia lows the day 11. DWalk, XLE, Airbnb. It's a very weird move. It looks like big tech is kind of selling off, but there's a lot of stuff in the middle that has taken off. Yeah, energy is going up right now. And then you got like Ford, Uber, and a couple of those other ones. So the LAEL thing is getting set up right now. Ford, another big pop. Watch some of the value defensive names. They're holding up here. If it keeps going, it could be one of those days. You've seen this before. Boeing, yeah, Abivite, ex-dividend. Boeing, Ford, TLT's chilling out. And then MO, watch if there's any other value moves there. Roblo's getting clapped. Yeah, it's an interesting growth type of move here. Tech just literally sold off right there. It might come back, but like you could look at Unity and a couple of others. Like Facebook's chilling out. Netflix is red. They got downgraded today. Amazon's even went red now. So just keep that in mind. We're getting some very interesting moves. Like I'm even up on that Amazon put from yesterday, if you remember that one. MA with a new high. I like some of the value plays depending on how we move from here. Yeah, Airbnb is still green. Altria is up.
Not just Wall Street, not just the top 1%.
Here's our smoking friend.
Whether you punch a clock or swipe a badge, whether you earn a salary or make tips, whether you're raising children or caring for an aging parent, no matter who you are, where you live, what kind of work you do. Economic growth won't mean much if it doesn't reach all workers, families in Steubenville, in Scranton, and communities of all sizes all over the country. The president's nominated Dr. Brainard and Acting Director Thompson to important roles in our government and our economy to put these workers and their families at the center of our government and at the center of our economy to deliver results that actually improve their lives. Dr. Brainard's a leading economist who understands a strong economy is one where workers have power. She's committed to a worker-centered monetary policy that boosts employment and lifts wages, something that every member of the Fed's rate-setting committee has reaffirmed. She's led the way in modernizing and strengthening the very important Community Reinvestment Act, something that Senator Warner's been particularly interested in, a landmark civil rights law passed to begin to undo the shameful legacy of redlining and lending discrimination and spur investment in all neighborhoods and communities. Through her leadership, the Fed listened to the people whose lives and livelihoods are affected, civil rights leaders, affordable housing advocates, local officials, banks of all sizes. She brought everyone to the table. She's working to ensure banks meet the needs of all of our communities. During this pandemic, she served as a steady hand, working shoulder to shoulder with Chair Powell to stabilize our economy and steer the country out of our abyss. Dr. Brainard has a distinguished record of bipartisan service in government. She joined the Fed in 2014. From 2009 to 13, she was Undersecretary for International Affairs at the Department of Treasury. She worked in the first Bush administration. She worked in the first Bush administration as a staff economist for the Council of Economic Advisors and Deputy National Economic Advisor in the Clinton administration. She was a professor at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. As vice chair, she'll be tasked with supporting efforts that are already underway to empower workers and refocus our economy on Main Street and make sure that all Americans have good jobs with growing paychecks and affordable cost of living. That also means supporting efforts to close the racial wealth and income gaps that have barely shrunk in decades. As the Fed has noted, quote, the average Black and Hispanic or Latino households earn about half as much as the average white household and own only about 15 to 20% as much net wealth. As one of our colleagues once said, when we all do better, we all do better. With Governor Brainard as vice chair of the Fed, Americans will have someone who understands that workers, not corporations, not Wall Street, that workers create economic growth. Her commitment to the success of all Americans from all walks of life in every region of the country is clear in all the work she's done throughout her distinguished career. Acting Director Thompson has a similarly long and distinguished career in public service. In her time as acting director, she's taken meaningful steps to put renters, homeowners, and families first. Over the past 6 months, Acting Director Thompson has directed the GSEs to strengthen their plans to preserve affordable housing and support manufactured housing in housing in rural areas. She's expanded opportunities for middle class and low-income homeowners to save money on their mortgages through refinancing, and she's increased the focus on fair housing at the GSEs. I can think of no other nominee as qualified to work to make homes more affordable and available for families throughout the country while strengthening the financial standing of the GSEs. More than 24 consumer advocates, civil rights organizations, and housing advocates have all written to this committee supporting her. Before being designated as acting director in 2021, she served for 8 years as the deputy director for the Division of Mission and Goals at FHFA. She led an office responsible for the mission activities of the GSAs and housing and regulatory policy under directors of both parties to ensure the safety and soundness of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac and the federal home loan banks. Prior to joining FHFA, she spent 18 years at the FDIC, where she worked for 7 different chairpersons from each of the political parties, and in senior level positions, including director of the Division of Supervision and Consumer Protection and the director of the Division of Risk Management and Supervision, helping to stabilize her.
Yeah, I just took the profits on the MO. So remember, we got it here and it was a weekly. So I got 70%. It was like $300.
Restoring
Took the
faith
profits.
in our financial crisis after the savings and loan crisis. In a nutshell, you can see how qualified she is. She'll be in a position at FHFA to tackle some of the most pressing issues facing homeowners and renters to ensure the stability of our housing finance system. Whether you're looking to rent or to buy, housing had become too expensive and too hard to find long before the pandemic began. More than 50 years after the passage of the Fair Housing Act, people of color are far more likely to be denied a mortgage, far less likely to own their own home, far more likely to pay more in rent than they can afford. And in just the past week, tragic fires in the ranking member's home state and in the Bronx have reminded us of how far we need to go to ensure that everyone has safe, affordable places to live. FHFA has an important role to play in addressing these challenges. Acting Director Thompson has distinguished herself as the person we need to lead this critical work. These nominees, each of them understands the challenges our economy faces.
Yeah, I'm still holding the Altria Leap. I just got rid of that. That was just a day trade on the weekly. I might even go back in. If Altria drops, I like the Altria weeklies.
How hard women especially work at paid jobs in the labor market, unpaid jobs taking care of families. We have 2 women poised to take leading roles in our recovery. I want to thank both nominees for their exceptional and their lengthy years of commitment to public service. Ranking Member Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor Brainard and Ms. Thompson, welcome. You both have very extensive experience in your respective fields, and I commend you both for your commitment to public service. Governor Brainard's been nominated to serve as Fed Vice Chair. The Fed has been granted significant independence to isolate it from political influence. However, Congress has given the Fed very narrowly defined monetary and regulatory missions. First, the Fed's been tasked with conducting monetary policy to promote stable prices and maximum employment. But the Fed's recent actions have failed to maintain price stability. Last year, Governor Brainard repeatedly insisted that inflation was transitory. We've now had 9 consecutive months where inflation has been more than 2 times the Fed's 2% target. That makes it pretty clear that inflation is not transitory. Yesterday's CPI release of 7%, the highest in 40 years, confirms that. Further, inflation is a tax that's eroding Americans' paychecks every day. Even though wages are growing, inflation's growing faster, and that's causing workers to fall further and further behind. I appreciate that the Fed has pivoted toward normalizing monetary policy to tackle inflation, but the Fed also needs to learn from its mistakes. And I think that begins with the Fed's new monetary policy framework, of which Governor Brainard was an author and an outspoken advocate. The framework really subordinated the Fed's price stability mandate to try and maximize employment by allowing inflation to run hot. Under this approach, the Fed looked beyond employment as a whole to consider whether employment was, quote, broad-based and inclusive, end quote. What this meant was the Fed would sacrifice stable prices to see if it could achieve higher employment gains in certain demographic groups. As Governor Brainard explained last year, the Fed should look at employment numbers on a, quote, disaggregated basis, end quote, and use monetary policy to narrow employment gaps between different, quote, racial and ethnic groups, end quote. This framework risks keeping in place an inflation tax on all Americans while the Fed decides which subgroups of people should have faster job growth than others. One of the problems is that monetary policy can never equalize employment rates among different groups. In the end, the Fed would run the risk of failing on both
Apple
fronts
getting a little clapped here.
because you need stable prices in order to achieve a strong economy and maximum employment. Given this fact, the Fed should really reevaluate this new framework. The Fed also has the mission of monitoring the safety and soundness of certain major financial institutions. Under Chairman Powell, the Fed enacted modest, sensible reforms that reduced regulatory burdens and helped spur economic growth. Governor Brainard was the sole dissenter over 20 times on regulatory matters, an unprecedented number at the Fed. For example, she argued that the Fed's reforms of capital liquidity and stress tests for smaller or less complex banks would, quote, weaken the safeguards at the core of the system, end quote. Yet, though the economy nearly collapsed at the start of the pandemic, the banking system emerged exceptionally well capitalized and served as a source of strength for the economy, demonstrating the sensibility of these reforms. In addition to opposing those reforms, Governor Brainard has urged the Fed to take an activist role on global warming, which is beyond the Fed's expertise and mission. According to the New York Times, she's, and I quote, endorsed the use of supervisory guidance, the Fed's recommendations to banks, to encourage financial institutions to curb their exposures, end quote. Well, I'm particularly concerned that she's advocated for the Fed to shape environmental policy through so-called climate scenario analysis. Not only does the Fed lack expertise in environmental matters, but there's no reason to believe that global warming poses a systemic risk to the financial system. As I've noted before, we haven't found a single bank that's failed in the modern era due to a severe weather event. There is a transition risk for banks associated with global warming.
Okay, that's a good point. That's a good point.
In nature. It's the risk that unelected bureaucrats will attempt to impair the value of energy-related assets by cutting off credit to the energy sector. This isn't about whether climate change is a significant threat to our society. It's about the fact that climate policymaking requires trade-offs between costs and benefits. And these are inherently political decisions, which is why they belong firmly in the domain of officials who are elected and directly accountable to voters. Now, turning to Ms. Thompson, she's been nominated to serve as the director of the FHFA, where she's had a busy 6 months as acting director. In that time, she's proposed reductions in capital requirements for Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, suspended restrictions on the GSE's acquisitions of high-risk loans, required the GSEs to develop plans to further what Democrats call, quote, racial equity, end quote, but really looks just like affirmative action in the housing space, and increased GSE's affordable housing goals. Unfortunately, she has not prioritized ending the GSE's conservatorships. I'm concerned that the administration is seeking to use FHFA and the GSEs to take on more risk for taxpayers and expand affirmative action into housing. That makes Ms. Thompson's nomination, notwithstanding her extensive experience, a referendum on the administration's radical housing policy. This policy contemplates more mortgages for higher risk borrowers, repurposing the GSEs as instrumentalities of social policy, and a disappointing embrace of the
It's fine. Give us more mortgages. Yalla.
In a break from
Chad, we all
decades
get
of
houses. Yalla,
bipartisan
yalla,
housing
yalla.
finance reform efforts, this administration is using the power of the GSE's conservatorship to command and control a huge swath of the American economy. And we're now asked to ratify this radical housing policy and take ownership of the bailouts and foreclosures that I'm afraid are likely to follow. Especially given where we might be in the housing cycle, we should be reluctant to do so. Mr. Chairman, I look forward to hearing from today's nominees.
Thank you, Senator Toomey. Would the witnesses please rise and raise your right hands? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the full truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Do you agree to appear and testify before any duly confirmed committee of the United States Senate? Please be seated. Thank you. Governor Brainard and Acting Director Thompson, welcome to the committee. If you would like to introduce family members or friends in your testimony, I invite you to do that at the beginning or whenever you want to.
By new low, it's like
Brainard,
50-50 between all the stocks. I don't know. Why did they just cut it out?
Is this working? Yes.
Oh, there it is.
Chairman Brown, Ranking Member Toomey, other members.
That
of
is
the
LAEL
committee,
Brainard,
thank
my
you
friend.
for this
Spies hitting the low,
opportunity
though.
to appear
Keep a look.
before
It's
you. I'm greatly
50-50.
honored,
Dow is now the
to be
leader.
nominated by President Biden to serve as Vice Chair of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve. And I'm delighted to be here alongside Acting Director Thompson. If confirmed, I look forward to continuing to work with members of this committee. We're seeing the strongest rebound in growth and decline in unemployment of any recovery in the last 5 decades. Over the past year, unemployment has fallen by 2.8 percentage points, and growth is estimated to be around 5.5%, according to a variety of private forecasts. But inflation is too high, and working people around the country are concerned about how far their paychecks will go. Our monetary policy is focused on getting inflation back down to 2% while sustaining a recovery that includes everyone. This is our most important task. When the pandemic struck in 2020, I worked closely alongside Chair Powell, Secretary Mnuchin, and many others with the support of Congress to calm financial market turmoil and save American jobs and businesses. When markets stabilized, I worked to responsibly wind down the emergency facilities that were established. And today, the economy is making welcome progress, but the pandemic continues to pose challenges. Our priority is to protect the gains we've made and support the recovery. Since 2014, as a member of the Federal Open Market Committee, I've supported monetary policy that's responsive to economic conditions as they evolve. Our approach helps sustain the longest recovery on record, with low inflation and millions of jobs. More broadly, I've worked to safeguard and grow our economy during the administrations of 5 presidents from both parties. I've worked on the U.S. policy response to every major financial crisis over 3 decades. In some foreign countries, I've seen up close how high inflation hurts workers and families, especially the most vulnerable. I'm committed to pursuing the Federal Reserve's congressionally mandated goals of price stability and maximum employment, and to maintaining the strength and resilience of our financial markets. I'm committed to the independent and nonpartisan status of the Federal Reserve. If confirmed, I look forward to supporting Chair Powell in carrying out the responsibilities assigned to the Federal Reserve and in fostering transparent communication and accountability to you and to the American people more broadly. I will bring a considered and independent voice to our deliberations, drawing on insights from working people, businesses, financial institutions, and communities large and small around the country. Before closing, I want to thank my husband, Kurt, my daughters, Kaylin, Kira, and Chloe, for their steadfast support of my work, and I would like to commend the outstanding efforts of the many individuals across the Federal Reserve System who work so hard every day to serve the American public. Senators, I thank you for your consideration, and I look forward to answering your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Brainard. Acting Director Thompson.
Chairman Brown, Ranking Member Toomey, and members of the committee. I first want to thank President Biden for nominating me to serve as the Director of the Federal Housing Finance Agency. It is the greatest honor of my career to appear before you today. Thank you to the senators and the staff members with whom I've met in advance of this hearing. If I'm fortunate enough to be confirmed, I look forward to working with all of you on the important issues at FHFA. I would like to introduce my sons, Jarrett and Aaron, who are here with me today, and I'd like to recognize and thank my parents, Herman and Helen Lathan. While due to COVID considerations, they are not able to be here in person, the fact that my parents are still alive to witness today's hearing is very meaningful to me. I was born and raised on the south side of Chicago. To my extraordinary
Bro, she sound like Jay-Z's mom. If you ever heard December 4th, the song,
as part of the Great Migration.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
My parents and family, along with the Chicago public school system and my beloved Howard University right here in Washington, taught me hard work.
No, I'm being serious. I'm not even making a joke.
Determination and perseverance.
Bro, she sounds just like Jay-Z's mom.
I'd like to recognize the schools in Chicago that helped me succeed. McDade Elementary School, Gillespie Junior High School, and Lindblom Technical High School, all on the south side. My nomination for director of the FHFA is a great privilege. I recognize that it is rare for a career public servant to have the opportunity to lead a federal agency, and as the first African-American woman nominated for this position, I appreciate the opportunity to demonstrate my expertise, good judgment, and leadership in this position. I am proud of the work we've done at FHFA in my 8 years there. The agency plays a vital role in promoting access to mortgage credit nationwide and protecting the safety and soundness of the housing finance system through our supervision of Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, and the Federal Home Loan Bank system. Throughout my 40-year career, my experience in mortgage markets and financial regulation at multiple agencies, I've seen what it takes to lead a federal agency and be effective in that role. In my work at FDIC and FHFA, I've demonstrated leadership, management ability, and an understanding of the secondary mortgage markets and industry, a fair and balanced perspective, and a strong belief in the importance of the safety and soundness of America's financial institutions. During my time in federal financial institution regulation, I've witnessed and worked in several financial crises. These crises exposed some truths in housing finance. When I served as the FDIC's head of supervision and consumer protection throughout the 2008 financial crisis, I witnessed firsthand the consequences of irresponsible lending when hundreds of banks across the country were closed and a record number of homes went into foreclosure. I saw how the borrowers who received unsustainable and predatory loan products were devastated in the downturn, and historically underserved and disadvantaged communities were hit especially hard. Years of progress in closing the homeownership and wealth gaps were erased as a result. In fact, today, the black-white home ownership gap is wider than it was in the 1960s when lending discrimination was based on race was still legal. As a financial regulator, I have long believed that safety and soundness and access to credit are not mutually exclusive. Broad, fair access and the stability of financial institutions work together as pillars of the nation's housing finance system. Indeed, sustainable access to credit requires sustainable lending standards. FHFA will continue to promote sustainable and equitable access to credit in a safe and sound manner. We will responsibly focus our efforts on the safety and soundness mission Congress gave to the FHFA and on the mission that Congress gave the housing GSEs under our supervision, providing liquidity across the nation and especially supporting underserved markets like rural and tribal areas, manufactured housing, and preserving affordable housing. If confirmed, it would be an honor for me to serve as the FHFA director, and I will continue to be fair, balanced, and transparent. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today, and I'm happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you, Acting Director. I appreciate both of you came in under your 5 minutes, and I ask you to continue to be, rarely do people do that are witnesses. I ask you to continue to be brief. I have two questions for each of you, so as briefly as you can. Governor Brainard, start with you. Thank you for your work during the pandemic. The Fed took extraordinary action, as we know, to support the economy. Some of my colleagues seem to have forgotten what a critical state our economy was in when the pandemic first hit. Workers and small businesses in this country certainly haven't forgotten. Why were those actions necessary, and did you support all of them? Governor?
Thanks for asking the question. So I worked day in and day out alongside Secretary Mnuchin at Treasury, Chair Powell, Vice Chair Quarles, and other colleagues to stand up the necessary facilities to calm financial
new
markets.
low on SPY.
No doubt
Dow is still the
recall,
leader.
Our financial markets were in turmoil as they absorbed the news of the pandemic. A lot of workplaces had to shut down because of the risk of infection before vaccines were available. And millions of Americans overnight were placed on layoff. And we really risked losing small businesses around the country. We risked losing medium-sized businesses and the tens of millions of Americans that those businesses employed. And so I think due to the very important actions that Congress took, we worked closely with Treasury to make sure that there was financing available for small banks and CDFIs and MDIs to get loans to small businesses in communities around the country. We worked to make sure that Main Street financing was available. We made sure to ensure that financial market turmoil was calmed, and we provided a lot of support to the economy. And here we are, 2 years later, and we've regained all of that massive loss of GDP. We have businesses that are thriving around the country. People are back to work. So I was proud to work on that alongside all of my colleagues. I did not disagree with any of the actions that we took. In fact, I strongly supported them and worked hard to make them work.
Okay, thank you, Governor. Acting Director, you know better than almost anyone how critical it is that financial institutions to have appropriate capital to be transparent about their risks. What have you done so far, and what more needs to be done to make sure GSEs have the capital they need to continue providing access to housing in good and bad times?
Right. Thank you for the question, Senator. I firmly believe in the safety and soundness of the housing GSEs, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac specifically. They've just been allowed to build capital and retain earnings, and we think that that is very important. One of the steps that we've taken is to encourage the use of the credit risk transfer program, which, as you well know, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac are the largest holders of mortgage credit risk in the United States, I dare say the world. And one of the things that we like to do is facilitate.
This is actually important, especially too, even with some real estate implications.
And into the
anything
hands
with
of the private
FHA or
sector.
Fannie Mae, it's very, very
some
key.
Of the changes that we've made to the capital rule will help facilitate the credit risk transfer program and move credit risk away from the GSEs and the taxpayers and into the hands of private investors.
Thank you, Acting Director. Dr. Brainard, second question for you. For the first time in decades, workers are starting to see a bit more power in our economy, record job gains, record wage increases. We need to continue that progress to catch up to all the costs that have been rising for decades. You'll work closely with Chair Powell and if you are both confirmed, and oversee the Fed's monetary policy. How does the Fed's
Boeing's at a high, and remember there was what's it called?
We have stable
there was
prices and an economy
China news, or good
workers
positive
have a
China
good
outlook
job
on there
and reap the
today.
benefits of economic growth.
So our monetary policy framework puts stable prices and maximum employment on an equal footing. I think we are taking actions in the monetary policy front that I have confidence will be bringing inflation down while continuing to allow the labor market to return to full strength over time. So we're going to achieve that maximum sustainable employment while we bring inflation down to 2%.
Thank you, Governor Brainard. Last question, Acting Director Thompson. GSEs have reported about 4% of their new mortgages over the past 2 years went to black borrowers. Fewer than 11% went to Latino borrowers. For refinance loans, the shares are even lower. Compare that to FHA, which most recently reported that 17% of loans went to black borrowers, and more than 25% to Latino borrowers. What should GSEs do to make sure that they're serving borrowers of color equally?
Thank you for the question, Senator. Certainly, we believe that every American ought to have sustainable and affordable housing and also places to live if they're renters. With regard to the black and ownership gap, one of the things that we've done is we've asked the enterprises to come up with some equitable housing plans, and they are supposed to focus on and identify barriers that underserved communities, particularly in communities of color, have as it relates to getting a mortgage. They're supposed to identify barriers and then come up with specific plans to execute the requirements that they've developed. We also have a focus, as you all know, on all underserved communities, whether they're rural or tribal and other areas around the country. But we think that these housing equitable plans will go a long way to help minority homeownerships in underserved communities across the country have access to mortgage credit.
Thank you, Acting Director. Senator Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor Brainard, thanks again for your continued willingness to continue in public service. I know this isn't always easy. I was encouraged to hear you say that you are committed to the independent and nonpartisan status of the Federal Reserve. It's very important that Fed decisions on monetary and regulatory policy are entirely free from political interference. So I think this is a simple yes or no question. Will you commit to considering yourself independent from the White House, regardless of which party occupies it?
Yes.
Thank you. And will you commit to make your decisions without regard to political or electoral consequences?
Yes.
Thank you. So I think you have acknowledged the importance of the independence of the Fed, how crucial that is for maintaining the trust and confidence of the American people. In light of that, I wonder if you could tell me how you view the coup by three men, including one who's serving on a term that expired 3 years ago, that forced out Jelena McWilliams, a well-respected regulator, from the once independent FDIC.
So I can't speak to the FDIC. I can tell you that I've enjoyed working with Jelena, continue to work with her.
You're taking another low, but that
Chair
candle is
Williams,
bringing down a couple of things now. Dow's
issues
about to
such
drop
as
below a
the
third.
Community Reinvestment Act. We have a very different institution, and it's a very collegial institution. It is nonpartisan. And I can tell you a little bit about how I work in that institution, just to give you a sense.
Well, I'm very limited on time here, so let me just, so I know you commented on Jelena McWilliams, and I appreciate that. And I do understand you'd have had a good working relationship with her. But I think I would suggest and ask you to reflect on what happened there, and I think it is relevant. The Fed, as you know, is also a multi-member agency. It has prided itself on operating free from political interference and following norms of governance for many years. That used to describe the FDIC, and unfortunately it doesn't anymore. And there are people on the left and in this administration who want the Fed to become more political, to become advocates for the causes and agenda that they support. And I have warned, and I'm concerned, that the Fed's dalliance with those issues, totally irrelevant to the dual mandate, will undermine the Fed's credibility and threaten its independence. And I think that's very important. Let me move on to climate risk. As you know, the Fed has consistently stated that there are two categories of climate-related financial risk. The first is physical risks, and the second is transition risks. Now, the actual data shows that physical risk, that is, actual severe weather events, do not threaten financial stability. This week, Chairman Powell said the possibility of financial stability disruptions from physical risks, quote, doesn't seem likely in the near term, end quote. Well, that's obvious. And there's a recent report from the New York Fed that backs this up. According to the report, weather disasters from the last quarter century had insignificant or small effects on U.S. banks' performance. So do you acknowledge that the likelihood of weather events leading to systemic risk during your term as Fed governor is virtually zero based on historical data?
So to be honest, I think it's very important for us just to understand potential implications of tail risks. Tail risks are risks that have very, very low probability of happening but have extreme damage. And of course, I wouldn't have expected us to need to study pandemics 5 years ago either. And yet a lot of our policymaking over the last 2 years has been really under the cloud of a very complicated set of economic conditions and financial risks associated with a natural event. So, you know, it's our job just to be very attentive to potential risks to the financial system.
So here's my concern in this, and I am certainly not alone in this. The other risks, the actual evidence shows that there's no real physical risk. The transition risk, though, is real, and Chairman Powell explained the source of that. The source of transition risk is really government policy. And this is what's concerning. There are lots of risks out there. There could be a trade war with China. There could be geopolitical turmoil coming from a Russian invasion of Ukraine. We could have the government engage in shutdowns again in response to a pandemic, for instance. Actually, I would argue each of those poses a greater risk to the financial system than some sort of climate event, which has never resulted in the failure of a major bank. But you haven't advocated doing stress tests around those other risks. The only one I know of that you have advocated is stress tests for the less likely risk, which is the climate-related risk. And the concern that many of us have is that this whole construct, unique to climate risk, even though it is really not a threat, certainly in the foreseeable future to the financial system, it's all about a precursor for using the regulatory power of the Fed to direct capital away from politically disfavored industries. So Sarah Bloom Raskin is, by some accounts, might be President Biden's next nominee to be the vice chair for supervision. Now, she's been explicit on this point, and she has argued regarding the implementation of the CARES Act that the Fed, and I quote, should not be directing money to further entrench the carbon economy, end quote. So she's explicitly advocated that the Fed allocate capital by denying it to this disfavored sector. And my question is, do you agree with Ms. Raskin that the Fed should play that role?
So let me just respond to your question, Senator. Thanks for asking. I have not suggested that we should do stress tests for climate. Stress tests are very specific. They are related to the capital planning of large financial institutions. We do actually include geoeconomic risks in those stress tests, so we have included things like Brexit in our stress tests. But I certainly have not stated that we should do climate stress tests. In terms of supervisory guidance, what we tend to do is ask large institutions, in particular, do you have a good risk management framework for assessing all of your material risks? We would not tell banks which sectors to lend to or which sectors to not lend to, but we do want to make sure that they are measuring, monitoring, and managing their material risks, and many large financial institutions.
So then, just to be clear, then you disagree with Ms. Raskin on this point?
So I honestly have not studied her positions, and I would simply say I can speak to what we do in our supervisory guidance. And, you know, it's pretty meat and potatoes. It is very well known to the large institutions, and not that, really not that different from what they're doing today. The one thing I would also just want to clarify is I don't think that's appropriate for small institutions. I think small institutions don't have as big a footprint. I think, you know, they'll decide what their risks are, but I'm really more focused on the large institutions who themselves come in to tell us that they'd like to have more consistent expectations in this area across jurisdictions.
I see you run out of
Thank you,
time.
Senator Toomey. Senator Menendez in
The
New
Dow
Jersey.
is rotating in all of this, so NASDAQ keeps slipping, SPY's kind of holding on, but this whole time the Dow is actually climbing up now a little bit higher than when we were actually at the first low.
In the middle of 2020, when the Trump administration was ramming a flawed rule through the OCC, civil rights advocates, banks, and other affected parties look to you as a serious voice in the room. And if confirmed, I have no doubt that you'll continue in that spirit as we approach Dr. King's birthday commemoration this coming week. I think about this as one of the essential elements of a move towards a more just society. So let me first ask, during the past few years, as you were engaging in that work, what did you hear from minority-led organizations about the CRA changes needed to further incentivize investments in minority communities who were disproportionately impacted during the pandemic?
Well, thank you for your question. And yes, I was very pleased that the board unanimously put out an advance notice of proposed rulemaking that I think, you know, really does provide a nice foundation for community groups and banks to give us feedback on what would be some good modernization measures. So what we hear still from many communities around the country is that they still don't have similar access to credit. There are still barriers in terms of getting that access. They really like having bank branches in their neighborhoods, but particularly in rural areas, that's not always the case. And they want to be able to have more interaction with financial institutions. They want minority depository institutions and community development financial institutions, which do tend to be very good at serving those underserved communities, to be strengthened. And they just really care deeply about the Community Reinvestment Act, as do many banks.
So would you commit to making it a top priority to work with the other regulators to issue a strong new rule in a timely fashion?
I'll certainly support that effort at the board and with the other regulators, yes.
Okay. I appreciate that, because minority communities are hurting right now, and this needs to
Vaccinated
be
people test
a
positive.
priority.
They're overwhelmingly
The pandemic
have
has
either
brought to
no
light how
symptoms at all, or they have mild symptoms. And if you're unvaccinated, if they test positive, you are 17 times more likely.
I'm putting him on because we
to get
barely hear from him,
hospitalized.
so it's just, I feel
As a
like we'll get to
result,
LAEL, but
we're
LAEL is
crowding
still
our
important.
hospitals, leaving little room for anyone else who might have a heart attack or an injury in an automobile accident or any injury at all. And yes, the unvaccinated are dying from COVID-19. But here's the deal. Because
They're
we
causing
fully
car
vaccinated
accidents.
nearly 210 million
You
Americans,
prick.
the majority of the country is safe from severe COVID-19 consequences. That's why even as the number of cases among the vaccinated Americans go up, deaths are down dramatically from last winter. For example, before its vaccination requirement, the United States, United Airlines was averaging one employee dying
United
a
States
week
of
from
Airlinea.
COVID-19. After implementing this requirement, it's led to 99% of its employees being vaccinated. United had 3,600 employees test positive, but 0 hospitalizations, 0 deaths in over 8 weeks. But as long as we have tens of millions of people who will not get vaccinated, we're going to have full hospitals and needless deaths. So the single most important thing to determine your outcome in this pandemic is getting vaccinated. If you're not vaccinated, join the nearly 210 million American people who are vaccinated. And if you are vaccinated, join the nearly 80 million Americans who have gotten the booster shot with the strongest protection possible. Vaccines are safe, they're free, and they're widely available. So do it today, please, for your sake, the sake of your kids, the sake of the country. Now, I don't like to, outline the next steps we're taking against.
Why is that so stressful?
Outline the next steps we're taking against the Omicron variant.
I like talking
Vaccinations are
about what
obviously
we
the
had
most
to talk
important thing
about
we're
in
doing.
planning.
But they're
hard.
not the only important
Fuck.
thing. First, masking. Masking is an important tool to control the spread of COVID-19. And when you're indoors, in
SPY
public
hitting a
places,
new
you
low.
should
Ford is
wear
going
a
off again. A
mask.
lot of Dow names. Dow is
And there are-
rotating.
there-
Dow is
there-
going
there are a
up,
lot,
even though we're going down on the
lots of
S&P.
different kinds of masks out there. And the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC, says that wearing a well-fitting mask of any of them is certainly better than not wearing a mask if it's well-fitting. What if over your nose? But it's about one third of Americans report they don't wear a mask at all. As I've said in the last 2 years, please wear a mask. If you're in I think it's part of your patriotic duty. It's not that comfortable. It's a pain in the neck.
The MOs are up
But
even higher than where I sold
I've
now.
taken every
So those
action
are
I
holding
can as
good.
president to require people to wear masks in federal buildings and on airplanes and trains because they cross state lines. I've made sure that our doctors and nurses and first responders have the masks they need. Never again we're going to have our nurses using homemade masks and garbage bags over their clothing for hospitals because they don't have the gowns. We've more than tripled our stockpile of the most protective specialized N95 masks since coming into office. This is going to make sure that there will be an ample supply of healthcare workers and first responders. We also have helped make sure that high-quality masks are widely available in ample supply at affordable prices, sold online and in stores. But I know that for some Americans, the mask is not always affordable or convenient to get. So, next week we'll announce how we are making high-quality masks available to the American people for free. I know we all wish that we could finally be done with wearing masks. I get it. But they're a really important tool to stop the spread, especially of a highly transmittable Omicron variant. So please wear the mask. Second, testing. We're seeing real improvement in testing. When I got here, we were doing fewer than 2 million tests a day. Now, and it's changed, none of these tests were at home or rapid tests. This month, it's estimated that we will hit approximately 15 million tests a day, and we'll have over 375 million at home rapid test in January alone. That's a huge leap. We've taken a number of steps, including invoking the Defense Production Act as early as last February to ramp up production. You know, and we're on track. We're on track to roll out a website next week where you can order free tests shipped to your home.
Bruh, how many
In
weeks have I
addition
heard?
to the 500 million.
When
half a
is
billion
next
tests
week?
That are in the
You know what I'm
process
saying? I don't
of
know what
being
next week
shipped to
is.
your homes for free. Today, I'm directing my team to procure an additional additional 500 million more tests to distribute for free. That means 1 billion tests in total to meet future demand. And we'll continue to work with the retailers and online retailers to increase availability. And for those who want an immediate test, we continue to add FEMA testing sites so that there are more free in-person testing sites. For those of you with insurance, you can get reimbursed for 8 tests a month. For those without insurance, we have over 20,000 free testing sites all around the country. You can find the nearest testing sites for you by Googling COVID test near me. Google COVID test near me. And to help lead our federal testing program, I've tapped Dr. Tom, I hope I pronounced it, Inglesby, correct? Is that right, Jeff? He's one of the world's leading infectious disease experts, and I'm grateful for his willingness to help tackle this challenge. Third thing, today we'll discuss our hospital response efforts. Just since Thanksgiving,
Nope, that wasn't me.
800 military and other federal emergency personnel have been deployed to 24 states, tribes, and territories, including over 350 military doctors, nurses, and medics, helping staff the hospitals who are in short supply. This is on top of more than 14,000 National Guard members that are activated in 49 states. These deployments in my direction, and thanks to the American Rescue Plan, are fully paid for by the federal government. We've shipped over 5.5 million pieces of personal protective equipment, gloves, gowns, masks, to protect frontline healthcare workers. We're shipping more treatments of COVID-19, which includes antiviral pills, than at any point during this pandemic. In addition, I've directed FEMA to work with every state, territory, and the District of Columbia to make sure they have enough hospital bed capacity. Today, I'm announcing our next deployment of 6 additional federal medical teams, a total of more than 120 military medical personnel.
Would you be willing to work with my office to look at ways to address the liquidity issues through the calculation of the SLR?
Yeah, well, thank you, Senator. I certainly share that view.
SPY
that,
breaking
because
below.
of,
Dow is kind of coming with it.
the
Be careful.
need to respond,
So we'll
to
see
the
if Dow
pandemic,
slips
a lot
and
more
some of the
reserves
energy
in
and
the system.
XLE comes down. That'll clap us
I
here.
supported the removal of the reserves from the leverage ratio for custodial banks, and I think it makes good sense to look for ways, while keeping capital strong, to find a way to adjust that supplemental leverage ratio because of the much larger amount of reserves in the system.
Thank
so
you.
I do commit to working with you.
Thank you. Also, let's talk a little bit about inflation. This is critical. We're at 7% right now. Stated goal is 2%. We've got 5 percentage points. Critical. I think in our discussion with Chairman Powell, he made it pretty clear that the Fed could manage the demand side, and I think you would agree with that. Demand is where you work at, not necessarily on the supply side. Fair enough?
Absolutely. I think over the medium term, inflation is a monetary phenomenon, and we have tools that operate on the demand side.
Okay. In order to move that back, and I know that you've made it very clear that this is a critical priority, how much of the inflationary trends that we see today do you think you can actually manage with demand side policy only?
So I think, we have a set of tools. They're very effective, and we will use them to bring inflation back down. sector to sector. There are microeconomic, market structure, other issues at work, supply disruptions at work. That's not where our tools are effective. That lies elsewhere. But we are committed to using the tools that we have to deal with inflation, which is fundamentally a monetary phenomenon.
What I'm trying to get at, and this is not a gotcha question. My question really is, with inflation where it's at, we know it's both supply side and it is demand side. But clearly there's been discussions, and clearly you have research done as to how much of the inflationary trends that we have are attributable to demand side policy. Can you share with us what you believe the percentage, or at least the amount of inflation would be attributable to demand side? And the reason why I ask is because if you overreach or if you don't do enough, you're never going to get it down. But at the same time, with supply side, and we both recognize you can't do much about supply side, and this is critical. The price of gasoline is going up because we've got restrictions on the availability of new gasoline being put into the system, and high demand for gas. But simply telling a consumer that the price has gone up and so we're going to make it more restrictive for you to buy it, they're still going to buy gas because they've got to get to work. So in this particular case, as we look at food prices going up and we look at gasoline going up, price of rents is going to be going up, price of housing is going up, how much of that interest on inflation do you have the responsibility, or should you be looking at in terms of the demand side of the equation?
Governor, be as brief as you can in your answer, please. Thanks.
Well, I'll certainly, just looking at prices at the pump, prices at the grocery store, that is clearly hurting Americans all over the country. That's about a quarter of the very high inflation that we see. So I think you're certainly right to focus in on those areas as particularly difficult and very rooted in supply-side constraints.
Thank you,
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Tester from Montana is recognized from his office.
Well, thank you, Chairman Brown, and I want to thank Director Thompson and Governor Brainard for being here today. Director Thompson, you said something in your opening statement that is something I think we need to pay attention to, and that is the ownership gap today is wider than it was in the 1960s when discrimination was legal. This is a question for you, but then if Governor Brainard wants to add to this, I would certainly like to hear her opinion too. But what can you do about closing that ownership gap in the position that you're going to be hopefully confirmed for?
Thank you for the question, Senator. Access to credit is really important, especially in minority and underserved communities generally. And I mentioned earlier that we've asked the enterprises to develop equitable housing plans that focus on some of the inequities that have taken place. They are supposed to.
So don't trade it. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I spent less than $200, but I grabbed one of the next week TSM plays. So remember, this is post earnings. We waited a little bit and now fell. And now some of the contracts, they were able to get to the same prices yesterday, essentially, give or take a little bit. So I'm taking advantage of it. I kept it small, though, just because there's a lot of risk with how much it was up. So I kept it below $200.
Like appraisals that come into play in terms of a bias that may or may not exist. And we want to make sure that the enterprises are focused on identifying barriers and focusing.
Yeah, calls for January 21st, so next week. So it's pretty risky. That's why I kept it small. But now most of the contracts go through the chain. Most of the TSM contracts have came back to the closing price of yesterday.
And we believe that home ownership will go a long way towards closing the racial equity gap.
Governor Brainard, would you like to respond to the same question? What can you do in the position that you're going in for to solve this ownership gap?
Well, thanks for the question, Senator. So we are well aware of that home ownership.
They already reported.
gap.
So remember, this is post-earnings continuation.
And it's been,
So go look at
very,
any of the
very
premiums.
stubborn.
This is
We
all the
do
premiums.
work,
I'm just going through the chain. This isn't the
with,
play I bought, but
banks,
here's the
trying
January
to,
21st. They were all
provide,
gapped up. And now not all of them have came back to the price, but some of them have came back to the price of yesterday. And then some have fell below if they're further out the money.
Affordable housing. workplace housing. We know there's shortages in all of the communities represented by members of this committee. I've visited many of them. In particular, we have community development financial institutions who are very good at using LIHTC subsidies and other subsidies together with bank financing, and that's really where the Community Reinvestment Act comes in to expand the supply. We're looking also at naturally occurring affordable housing. That's one of the questions we asked in the CRA. Native CDFIs, for instance, are very good at working on very particular issues affecting tribal nations. So getting incentives for banks to partner with those institutions can help on the margins.
Thank you for that. I would also say that you know this, I think you both know this, there's an incredible supply problem out there across this country, which has caused housing prices to go up. If you have any ideas, any recommendations about what Congress can do to help solve this problem, I would certainly would love to hear them. I know the Build Back Better proposal that may or may not be going anyway at this moment in time had some housing initiatives in it that I think could have been positive if they were passed in the way that I saw them to solving some of the supply problems. Governor Brainard, I want to continue with you for a second. You and Chairman Powell have clearly worked pretty well in a partnership during your time together at the Fed, and I know this will continue. I gave Powell the opportunity to share his view earlier this week, and I want to give you the same. I remember very clearly the pressure that President Trump put on the Fed for his own political gain, not the well-being of the economy. And I am grateful for you and your colleagues' commitment to the independence that you maintain in the Fed through that intensive pressure. So can you tell me briefly, why is this independence so very important?
Well, I think it's a long-established tradition at the Federal Reserve, it certainly is important to be able to set monetary policy in a way that is closely related to the goals that Congress set for us, and we need to make judgments in the committee free from political pressures, and that's what we've been able to do under the independence of the Fed, and it's important to keep doing that. I'll certainly continue to support Chair Powell in that.
Thank you both.
Thank you, Senator Tester. Senator Kennedy from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor, Director, congratulations on your nomination. Governor, I realize at the Federal Reserve
he's prepared today.
Big staff that advises you.
We'll see.
On inflation.
Oh, here it is.
And based on their track record, my guess is they also advised people to buy condos in Las Vegas in 2007. But you don't have to accept their advice. So with respect to your predictions on inflation, how did you get it so wrong?
Well, Senator, thank you.
Could you move closer to the mic for me?
Yes, of course. Thank you for your question, Senator.
You're welcome.
So I think, nobody got the pandemic right. The pandemic is unprecedented.
But I'm asking you about inflation.
Yeah, so I think as forecasters, private forecasters, certainly the forecasters, the SEP, the whole committee, we thought that perhaps we would see a more rapid resolution of the pandemic and the supply-demand mismatches, so in particular in cars.
Excuse me for interrupting, but I don't have much time. Do you think are you saying that inflation was caused by the pandemic?
Why are you doing her so dirty, bro?
Seen, the perpetuation, for instance, of the Delta variant, leading to
yes, ma'am. But are you saying that the inflation is caused by the pandemic?
I certainly think the supply-demand imbalances that have been the biggest contributors to the very high inflation we've seen are directly attributable to supply chain issues, distortions in demand.
Well, but here's what troubles me about that. I'll agree that inflation is spreading, but I don't see people going around coughing inflation on each other. I think, and I understand supply chains matter.
Wait till he hits up the chart.
So does the demand side. and so does too much money chasing too few goods. And I don't think, and I don't think any fair-minded person thinks that inflation is solely the result of the pandemic. Let me move on. Do you think that federal regulatory authorities should use their considerable power, not just the Federal Reserve, but federal regulatory authorities? Do you think they should use their considerable power to discourage private banks from lending money to oil and gas companies?
No.
Ma'am?
No.
Okay. Do you think that those federal regulatory authorities should use their power to discourage private banks from lending money to gun manufacturers and dealers?
It's not our job. We don't tell banks what sectors to lend to.
There
we
you
just
go.
ask them to risk manage, and we make sure
Tell
they
'em,
have good
girl.
processes in
Well,
place.
I agree with you, and I thank you for that. Will you issue
That's
a
good to hear from
statement
her,
to
though.
that effect, if you're confirmed?
Well, I certainly
She learned
have
from
made
Powell.
that statement. We'll continue to make
Yes,
that
ma'am.
statement.
Would you issue a separate statement saying, I want to make it clear for what it's worth to all of my colleagues in government, I don't think that you should use your power to discourage private banks from lending money to oil and gas companies and to gun manufacturers.
Well,
Will you do that?
Well, I won't tell other regulators what to do, but I will be happy to talk about what we do at the Federal Reserve, what our statutory authorities require us to do.
Okay. I'm going to follow up with you on that. Okay?
She's like, please don't.
I take that as a yes. And I'm looking forward to that statement. Director, gosh, this is America's debt. I'm not going to have time to ask you
Don't wait till
that,
we
so
get
I
to
wanna
the
ask
chart.
Director Thompson a quick question. Yes, Director Thompson. Madam Director, are you familiar with President Biden's risk rating 2.0 pricing scheme for the National Flood Insurance Program?
Sir, I'm not familiar with the details of that program.
Well, I need you to take a look at it. You talk about affordability. President Biden is about to make housing for at least 5 million Americans unaffordable by raising their flood insurance from $1,000 a year to $5,000 and $6,000 a year, and you're going to have a problem. Real quickly, Madam Governor, do you think we've got 4 big banks? They have market share between 30% and 50% in the greatest economy in all of human history. They're not really banks, they're countries. Do you think economic power is too concentrated in those 4 banks?
Well, I certainly think that from a financial stability point of view, when you have very, very large institutions that are systemic, you need to have very, very big capital buffers and liquidity buffers and risk management, because it would be very, very difficult to resolve those banks in a moment of financial stress.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You've been
Thank you,
very,
Senator Kennedy.
very kind with your time. My office will work with you on that statement about oil and gas and gun manufacturers.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay?
Senator Warner from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to, first of all, take a moment. I know normally in the Banking Committee we don't introduce our witnesses, but I want to take a moment to add to your comments about Dr. Brainard. I've known LAEL and her family for more than 20 years. I think she has done a great job on the Federal Reserve. She's been the representative from the Federal Reserve Bank of Richmond's 5th Federal Reserve District. She cares deeply, and as you indicated in her opening statement, about working families. She is ready to roll up her sleeves to take on the challenges that our economy faces. And I think a prime example of that is what happened during the last year of the Trump administration, when we got hit with COVID, and candidly, if that administration had responded quicker, we might not be in as deep a hole as we were. But she worked the Fed. She and Chairman Powell worked very closely with Secretary Mnuchin, and I think in many ways prevented what would have been an economic catastrophe. So I very much look forward to supporting her. I would say to my good friend from Louisiana that when we were passing unprecedented amounts of money to put that capital into American families' pockets, I didn't hear anybody complain about inflation. I think the first $3 trillion, $2.2 trillion was 100 to nothing. I think the next couple trillion was 96. I'll give Senator Kennedy credit on that, but the vast majority of us on both teams said that was the right thing to do. I think history will treat it as the right thing to do. And I hope the Fed moves aggressively on dealing with what it can do on monetary policy. But I would say, and I wish we had all been a little more prescient about the challenge of inflation, and we know when gas prices go up. But if we were looking at the indicators, and if we were looking at the indicators, for example, that President Trump always used as his best weather vane, when he stuck his finger in the air to say, how's the economy doing? He'd look at the stock market. Well, inflation hit 7% number the other day. What did the market do? It went up. So again, I'm not saying that the market makers are smarter than us senators, but the market's weighed in on this. If we look back as well to like the early 80s, when we saw, or late 70s, when we saw the kind of inflationary pressures, kind of when inflation, I think, hit 7%, 8%, before it went up even higher, interest rates were about 16%. They went higher than that, but they were at 16%. Right now, interest rates for 30 mortgages, about 3%. So the market, at least, and boy, oh boy, I bet Dr. Brainard and I bet Jay Powell wish they'd never heard of the word transitory, because we're going to probably continue to fry them on using that term. But I would say that the market indicators, the market, interest rates, and candidly, the fact that most of us on both sides were all in on making the investments to deal with COVID. I want inflation to go down, but I think, and I do think we will start to see move down. And incrementally, if you look at the rise, and you're looking at slow declines, but I do hope the Fed will act. I do want to raise one issue, and again, I want to come back and compliment my friend, the Senator of Louisiana, and my friend, the Senator from North Carolina, because one of the things that I think we did that was really bold, along with help from all the folks on this side of the aisle, was we said we need to get more capital out to disadvantaged communities during COVID. I think Director Thompson, I want to commend her. I may not get to my question on her, but I want to thank her and the fact around, I'm not going to get to GSE reform, but I commend you for saying you're still open to that, and the fact that in housing finance reform, I know how challenged that area can be. As somebody who worked with my friend Bob Corker on GSE reform and still got the scars to prove it, the fact that you've got the bankers and the civil rights community supporting you, I look forward to supporting you as well. But I do want to get my one question in, which
NASDAQ
SPY
stayed the same. Dow Jones has went up almost 0.1% in this last like 20, 30 minutes.
Depository institutions and CDFIs. And again, want to thank my Republican friends for helping on that. We put about $12 billion out. We're almost going to double the amount of Tier 1 capital in that sector that by definition lends to low and moderate income individuals, more than 60%. And Director Brainard, if you could just weigh in on what other things we can do, because there are certain things. There are private capital that wants to go into these institutions but can't because they're afraid of the change of control rules. Will you commit to work with me and others on this committee on a bipartisan way to make sure that this piece of our financial sector, CDFIs and MDIs, get the kind of regulatory relief and capital they need to continue to perform critical services?
Yes, we will, Senator.
That was a pretty quick answer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Both witnesses are good at quick answers. Senator Tillis from North Carolina, who always stays within his 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do, and I will. Congratulations to both of you on your nominations. It should be a proud moment. Ms. Brainard, consensus has long been a top priority of the Fed board as it works on an apolitical and largely unified front on monetary policy and regulatory decisions. If confirmed, you're going to be elevated to the position as vice chair. So with this in mind, would you believe the elevation of your role to vice chair provides you with any special power or authority to set board agenda items?
No, quite the reverse. The vice chair role traditionally is a role that supports the chair. in the formulation of monetary policy and achieving consensus at the FOMC, communicating that, and I look forward, if confirmed, to taking on those responsibilities.
That's good to hear. I agree. In your time on the board, you've been called the Fed's great dissenter. Your initial dissent in 2018 was the first time over 6 years that a governor has issued a dissent. You've since set a new president with more than 20 dissents, none of which I believe were joined by another Fed governor. The Fed's meant to be a collaborative institution. I think we all know that. Governors have to convince other members of the benefits of proposed changes or reforms. So given the longstanding precedent consensus had on board activities prior to your term, as vice chair, would you push for policy changes lack board consensus?
No, I always work really hard. In fact, have put forward a number of rules that did achieve consensus. It's always my preference. I dissented rarely. I always supported implementation of the law, especially of S2155. There were some
Pelosi sold out of Apple.
Particularly liked in that.
Or she
and
sold
I've said
some
that
Apple.
publicly. I only dissented on areas where I thought they went to the resilience of the largest institutions because of the potential financial stability implications, and only in areas that were outside the implementation of the law and really in the judgment of the board. And when I did, I always worked with Vice Chair Quarles, Vice Chair Powell, to let them know what concerns I had, to see if we could arrive at an agreement. I would always give them my statements ahead of time to let them correct me if I got something wrong and to rebut it. So I always tried to be extremely collegial. I did not relish dissenting at all, and only did it in a few cases that were around those core issues around the largest institutions.
I want to get on your political activity. I think that you may have said that your behavior would be different going forward. We know that you gave a max contribution to the presidential campaign for Hillary Clinton in 2016. And I think that's probably the only Fed governor that's done that in nearly 22 years. I know of some who were politically active, but after they were confirmed as governor, they eliminated their political activities. So why did you think donating to the Clinton campaign outweighed the importance of maintaining Fed's independence?
Well, I actually did that in consultation with our ethics officer. Of course, we,
Did they make it clear that that hadn't occurred in quite some time?
No, unfortunately. It is rare. It has occurred. It's certainly not something I've done since then. I, do not think the appearances issue, is a good one for the Fed. So I haven't done it, but yes, it's clearly permissible, not something that I would have done had I been there longer and understood that was not customary.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson, can you provide more clarity about the prospect of FHFA eventually releasing Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac from conservatorship? Is there an anticipated time frame? And are you concerned about any negative market impacts?
Senator, that's a great question. Certainly, we would defer to Congress on the exit from conservatorship for the GSEs. But in the meantime, there are a number of things that we're doing. The enterprises are building capital. We are encouraging the credit risk transfer program, and we're establishing pricing. So we are also supervising them in a safe and sound manner and making sure that they meet their mission so that whenever they exit from conservatorship, they will be ready. I'd also mention that there are a number of stakeholders that would likely need to be involved and engaged in a discussion before that ever happened. The Treasury, certainly as the owner, majority owner of the GSEs, and certainly want to make sure that the taxpayers are adequately compensated. We'd probably have conversations with the Fed and also the Justice Department on outstanding litigation. So just a number of steps that would have to take place before the enterprises would be able to exit conservatorship, and they'd have to meet their capital targets, which are quite vast.
Thank you. Again, congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Till. Senator Warren from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations, Governor Brainard, and congratulations, Ms. Thompson, on your nominations. So I'd like to talk a little bit about inflation and about the Fed's tools.
I wonder how she's going to
to
treat her. This is
Governor
going to be
Brainard,
good.
Let's start at the beginning. If the economy is overheated, what is the Fed's primary tool to cool it off?
The federal funds rate.
Yeah, so increasing interest rates, in other words. But what if inflation is caused by kinks in the supply chain? Prices jump because the supply chain is just not functioning. Does the Fed have a tool to deal with that?
No, we have a tool that operates on the demand side, which is the federal funds rate.
Okay, in other words, interest rate adjustment is your tool, and it doesn't work on things like supply chain kinks. When Chair Powell was here on Tuesday, we discussed how market concentration can lead to increasing prices. While consumers are facing higher inflation, profit margins for corporations have surged to their highest levels in 70 years. Now, inflation hasn't gone up because one day corporations woke up and said, hey, today we're going to be greedy. No, inflation has gone up at this moment because of the way that prices are passed on in a more concentrated market. In a highly competitive market, when costs go up, businesses pass those costs along to their customers, but they can't expand their profit margins because other competitors are just going to beat them down on prices. But in a very concentrated industry, one with only a few competitors, a dominant corporation can use the excuse of inflation for passing along rising costs and then add in an extra bonus for themselves to increase their profit margins. As Chair Powell put it on Tuesday, those firms are, quote, raising prices because they can. So, Governor Brainard, would you agree that increased market concentration has allowed some corporations to profit off pandemic disruptions by raising prices on consumers beyond the increased costs that the corporations have to deal with?
Well, certainly a lot of economic research would suggest that in concentrated industries, individual producers have more pricing power. So that kind of dynamic is certainly possible.
Okay, so I know that the Fed has a role in approving bank mergers, but with respect to broader concentration throughout the rest of the economy, does the Fed have the tools to deal with increased concentration there?
No.
No. And that's really the point here. Dealing with inflation requires the Fed to act if the problem is an overheated economy. But dealing with rising consumer prices also involves the FTC, the Department of Justice, in breaking up monopolies and investigating crooked price-fixing schemes that also increase costs for hardworking families. And that's why it is so important that the Biden administration is taking action to fight corporate power by enforcing antitrust laws and boosting competition. Now, Governor Brainard, do you think that the steps that the administration is taking to address market competition and price fixing have a role to play in helping families that are facing rising prices?
Well, I certainly think that, we're hearing from working families around the country about inflation, and some of it is in areas where we're seeing those kinds of supply dynamics. But again, we do have a powerful tool, and we are going to use it to bring inflation down over time.
Good. And look, I understand that, but price stability is a core part of the Fed's mandate, and I know you care about that. And I just want to make sure that we keep our eye on all of the things that affect prices for consumers. Today's price increases have many causes, and I hope that the Fed treads carefully in using its tools to help lower prices for American families. I am glad to see that the administration is using all the tools that it has to bring down prices over a longer arc. That is our collective job, and I appreciate your help in this and your thoughtful comments here. Thank you, and again, congratulations to both of you. I'm sorry, Ms. Thompson, that I didn't get to questions with you, but I'm looking forward to supporting both of you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Senator Warren. Senator Haggerty from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Brown, Ranking Member Toomey, for holding this important hearing. And I'd like to congratulate our nominees. Governor Brainard, Acting Director Thompson, congratulations on your nominations today. It's good to be with you, and I appreciate your time. Before we start, I'd just like to highlight the fact that we are in an unprecedented time. Governor Brainard and I talked about this yesterday, but if you look at the Consumer Price Index that was released for this month, over December over the prior December, we're at a high that hasn't been seen in almost 4 decades. The median age in America is 38 years old when you think about it. The average American has never seen inflation at this level. So I want to underscore the fact and appreciate the confidence you reflected, Governor Brainard, in your ability to deal with this very carefully as we try to undertake the challenge and get price stability back under control. For both of you, I have a housekeeping question to ask before we get started, for both Governor Brainard and Acting Director Thompson. As a matter of housekeeping, have either of you ever, currently or in the past, embellished any part of your resume, your background, your publications, or any other aspect?
He's actually asking nomination questions.
No.
I expected that to be the case. Thank you. Governor Brainard, I'd like to turn to you. Again, I appreciated the conversation that we had yesterday. And one of the topics that we discussed is also one that I raised with Chairman Powell on Tuesday when he and I discussed, and that's regarding the actions of CFP Director Rohit Chopra and Interim FDIC Director Martin Grunberg in their attempt to force out the FDIC chairman before her term expired. This destruction, both of institutional norms and historical precedent, undermines the independence and the integrity of our financial regulators. And I want to ensure that a similar situation does not occur at the Fed. So my question, Governor Brainard, is slightly different from that you answered with Senator Tillis. Do you believe that the Fed chair has the ultimate discretion to set the Fed's regulatory agenda?
It's certainly the case that the vice chair for supervision and the chair work together. But yes, the chair determines what goes to the board for votes.
Thank you. I appreciated your answer yesterday, and thank you for being clear today. Acting Director Thompson, I'd like to turn with you about the stewardship of the FHFA, if I might. As director of the FHFA, you're meant to carry out the law, not to be a policymaker. The Housing and Economic Recovery Act does not permit indefinite conservatorships. By definition, no conservatorship is meant to be permanent. So my question of you is, will you commit to do everything in your power to fulfilling your statutory mandate to end the conservatorships?
Senator, that's a great question, and certainly no one ever expected the enterprises or any financial institution to be in conservatorship for 13 years. And certainly we believe that Congress has a role, and we will be working to help in any way that we can facilitate any questions that you have. But we think that this is something that Congress needs to work on as well.
Well, is there any point in the law that says that Congress must approve an exit for conservatorship?
I don't know that they must approve an exit from conservatorship, but just in terms, there are a number of issues that Congress will have to address, specifically if the enterprises exit conservatorship, will the companies be private? Will they be public? What form will they be in? There's just a host of issues that would have to be considered that Congress must weigh in on. But certainly FHFA can get the enterprises ready.
Well, Acting Director, if you're concerned that the HERA Act does not provide adequate clarity, I hope that you will get back to me and my team as quickly as possible with the areas that you see inadequacy in the legislation, because my expectation is that the legislation is clear and that an exit is called for. I want to get to another point, though, and that has to do with the recent reductions in GSE capital requirements and how you see that reduction fit with the mission of working toward exiting conservatorship.
It's a great question, Senator, and I can assure you I firmly believe in safety and soundness of the GSEs, and that would be really backed by the capital requirements. I made two
Pay attention. You're coming up to VWAP, and we're 4 minutes off of the European close.
December, and those changes were really designed to promote the utilization of the credit risk transfer program. And again, the credit risk transfer program transfers mortgage credit risk from the enterprises to the private sector. We also made a change to not the leverage requirement, but the leverage buffer, so that the buffer would not be static, it would be more dynamic. And I believe the banking regulators are also looking at the supplementary leverage ratio on the banking side as well. The changes that I made, just for context, before the crisis, the required capital for the enterprises was about $55 billion. Right now, even with the proposed changes that I've recommended, the required capital is about $300 billion, which is over 5 times what it was before the enterprises went into conservatorship.
I just think we need to be careful in this regard, because in my home state of Tennessee, housing prices are up 20%. That's the case across the board. And I, again, back to your overarching objective of getting these out of conservatorship, I applaud a careful balancing act, an independent perspective on that as well. And I look forward to very conservative management there. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Van Hollen of Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations to both of you on your nominations. You're both eminently qualified for the positions you've been nominated to, and I look forward to supporting your nominations. Dr. Brainard, let me thank you for your leadership in getting the Fed to adopt a real-time payment system through FedNow. As you know, people living paycheck to paycheck are spending billions of dollars in overdraft fees or payday loans because of the lack of a real-time payment system. And they're bearing the costs of this inefficiency in our system. So I have a very simple question. Are we on target for launching FedNow next year?
We are on target, and as you say, it's something that many community banks, other payments providers, and community groups are very supportive of, and I think larger banks are very supportive now as well.
Good. No, I'm glad that more and more people are supporting the effort. As Chairman Powell acknowledged in his testimony before this committee on Tuesday, because of the American Rescue Plan, we've been able to lower unemployment in the country way ahead of projections. At the 3.9% unemployment levels we saw in December, that was a full year, hitting that target a full year before what the Fed had projected and 4 years before what the Congressional Budget Office had projected. So that's the good news. On the other hand, we see disparities behind that number. Black American unemployment is at 7.1%.
Euro close coming in hot, spies at VWAP. I mean, it's pretty much the low of yesterday. It's kind of like what we traded with yesterday, so just keep this in mind.
Americans who are long-term unemployed, looking for work and not finding it for over 27 weeks. So how will these facts factor into your analysis in considering whether we have achieved one of the main Fed goals of full employment?
Well, as you noted, unemployment has come down very rapidly, which is very welcome. But we still have between 3.5 and 5 million fewer jobs than we would have in the absence of the pandemic. And some of those are going to come back more slowly. So as we look at labor force participation, we just really haven't seen the improvements there. It's, between 1.5 percentage points looking at the total labor force, 1.1 percentage points looking at the prime age labor force, behind where it was pre-pandemic. So that unemployment rate is higher when you take into account non-participation. Where are those people? Well, we see very big.
I sold out of the Ford for 50%. I can still keep going, but that's the next week, so I'm out.
You have a lot of parents there of young children when we look at the data who still can't quite go back because you've got school closures and particularly for young children still very, very limited childcare options. Similar, and of course that hits Black and brown parents more in terms of the statistics, and also concerns about the virus, some sectoral reallocation. So we're going to see that participation cycle lag the unemployment cycle, but I have really strong confidence that we are going to see that improve more slowly over coming quarters and years.
Thank you, Dr. Brainard. As you know, when we look at those figures, over 7% for Black American unemployment, those are people who are looking for jobs and unable to find them. On top of that, we have the issue of people who are not looking for various reasons, and many of us are pushing very hard to pass legislation to dramatically lower the cost of child care for those families. Ms. Thompson, thank you for your current stewardship at FHFA. And as you know, and we've been back and forth on this, one of the major costs, household costs faced by moderate and low-income families are their energy costs. In fact, for low-income households, the share of their budget on energy is 3 times higher than for higher-income households. And if we can make energy efficiency improvements, we can cut those bills by 35%. I wrote to you last August about this issue, urging you to take actions to encourage more loans for energy efficiency. Thank you for the actions you took in October. Can you just elaborate a little bit on the importance of this issue and whether there are other measures we can take to reduce these costs for households?
Sure. Thank you for the opportunity, Senator. We believe that the energy standards have come a very long way since the enterprises started engaging in ensuring that the affordable housing units, in particular on the multifamily side, had these energy efficiencies. We are encouraging the enterprises to, especially in the low income and affordable space, make sure that the loans that they purchase have a component of energy efficiencies. And I do believe that they give discounts for purchasing those loans.
To continue to work with you on that and other aspects of affordable housing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Senator Van Hollen. Senator Lamas from Wyoming is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations on your nominations, both of you. Acting Director Thompson, we haven't met. I hope we'll have an opportunity to do so in the near future. Governor Brainard, thank you very much for the time you've spent with me and the conversations we've had in the past year. I appreciate that very much. Governor Brainard, my questions are for you.
Okay, thanks.
As we've discussed, Wyoming is the largest exporting state of energy in the nation. And that's because of our small population. We don't consume very much of the energy we produce. We export it. It is critically important to our economy and to our job base and to American energy independence. Do you believe the Federal Reserve has the authority, either through rules or guidance, to broadly curtail community banks' investments in oil, coal, or gas exploration?
No, Senator.
Thank you. Do you understand the regulatory burden that incorporating climate risk into bank regulation may have on community banks in Wyoming?
I do, and I don't favor asking community banks to put in place those kinds of risk management. I think to the extent that a supervisory guidance is appropriate, it's really appropriate for the large banks that have a big imprint, not for small banks. We don't want to burden community banks in particular.
Thank you very much. Community banks in my state are the backbone of banking, but again, because of our very small population, so thank you so much. As you know, I have a keen interest in Wyoming's special purpose depository institutions applications, and is it a fair characterization to state that the Federal Reserve is currently making progress on the important legal and supervisory issues surrounding the Wyoming Special Purpose Depository Institution?
Yes, I think that's an accurate characterization, Senator.
Thank you. Tell me why you believe responsible financial innovation is important to both monetary policy and bank regulation.
Well, we're seeing quite a bit of innovation associated with technology. Consumers now have access to their ability to make transactions using their mobile phones. These kinds of things, I think, are very important. They're going to continue to evolve. The financial sector has been a very dynamic sector. I think it will continue to be. And we just want to make sure that that's done within the existing guardrails so that like activities are regulated in a like manner, consumers are protected, and that's really our focus on responsible innovation.
Do you believe it's important that innovative financial technologies like digital assets and distributed ledgers be inside the regulatory perimeter?
Yeah, I do believe that, again, the focus should be on.
So don't trade it. Not a recommendation. A little bit risky. I added to another KBH, but I went with the January calls, and I went for the cheapest ones that pretty much haven't moved. So super risky because it's far at the money in time, and you're seeing, I mean, KBH is just post-earnings. So we will see. Don't trade that. Not a recommendation.
Congress taking a very important role in updating that statutory framework.
Okay. China has produced a digital yuan, a central bank digital currency, but it seems to be available to the retail customer, allowing the Communist Party of China to surveil the uses of its central bank digital currency. As the Fed and the Congress considers a central bank digital dollar, do you believe it should be available to the retail customer, or should the Fed's CBDC be available only as it is now to the banking industry?
Well, this question about digital currency, it's a big question, and we really are looking to Congress in the first instance and the administration to give us guidance in this area. We want to make sure that we do the requisite research on policy and technology so we're in a position to move forward if Congress decides it's important to be able to compete with China in this regard. Of course, privacy protections are very important in any kind of approach that might be taken.
Thank you very much. Again, congratulations to you both on your nominations. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thanks, Senator Lummis. Senator Smith from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member, and welcome to both of you. It's wonderful to have a chance to see you in person after our virtual meetings, and I want to thank you so much for your willingness to serve our country. And Ms. Thompson, I'm going to start with you. As I said when we spoke on the phone, it warms my heart to see a career public servant have the
Micron popping a little bit, so is TSM. And then SPY's above VWAP looking pretty positive for European close.
So thank you so much. I want to follow up on a question that Senator Brown started with, touching on issues of gaps in home ownership. And in Minnesota, though we have much to be proud of, we also face significant challenges around racial equity, which is essentially the proposition that prosperity in our state should be equally shared. And the reality is that in the Minneapolis metro area, as you may know, the home ownership rate for white families is one of the highest in the country, about 70%, while home ownership for black families is closer to barely 20%. This is the largest gap in the whole country. And I might just note that this is the legacy of old federal policies that contributed to this, and in addition to old redlining. University of Minnesota has done a fascinating study which tracks specifically that legacy in home values. Today, you still see the legacy of disparities in home values because of this. So, Director Thompson, could you just talk to us, if you're confirmed, which I hope you will be, how you see the work that we have to do ahead to address this home ownership gap, which contributes directly, of course, to wealth inequality that we face in our country?
Thank you for the question, Senator. And there is quite a bit of work that needs to be done in that area. We do believe that qualified borrowers ought to be able to, if they can, afford a home mortgage loan. One of the things that's taken place at Fannie Mae in particular, is many potential homeowners are now renters. And when you're looking at credit scores, one of the things that the traditional credit score does not take into consideration would be rent payments. And typically, a rent payment or a mortgage payment is the largest payment that most people have for their households. And so Fannie Mae has taken the step to incorporate 12 months of positive rental payment into their credit scoring so that the typical requirement of something being a debt as opposed to an expense, which is what a rental payment is now taken into consideration in a positive way to help improve the credit scoring process. So we think there are a lot of little things around the edges, looking at non-traditional credit scores and not using them as sole factors, but as additional factors in really providing sustainable access to credit into home ownership.
I look forward to working with you on these things. I think you're pointing out how we have sort of old systemic ways of doing things that end up having a discriminatory impact. And if we look at them, we can change them and then start to change the path, create a much better path for people in this country, which is why we're here. So thank you. Dr. Brainard, you and I had a chance to talk about a variety of things when we spoke on the phone the other day. Many of my colleagues have also just raised some of the questions that you and I were discussing around full employment and the disparities in employment amongst black families versus white families in this country. And I want to just drill down on a bit of what Senator Van Hollen was asking about. As you pointed out, the Fed has limited tools in this category. But could you just tell me, if we were to see interest rates increase, what impact would we anticipate that having on employment, particularly as we try to look at getting broad-based employment?
Well, certainly today we see an economy that's grown about 5.5% over the last year, and we've seen those broad unemployment numbers coming down really quickly. So there's a lot of underlying momentum in the economy. And so, as we go forward on our plans to end asset purchases, to begin to raise interest rates at sometime beyond that, to shrinking the balance sheet, I think we'll do it in a well-communicated way, a transparent way, to allow markets to react in a measured way to it. And I believe we'll be able to see inflation coming back down to target while the employment picture continues to clear. There are some short-term constraints there that I think are limiting people from coming back into the labor market. As those are lifted, I think we'll have continued gains on employment.
Thank you. I'm out of time. I just want to take a moment to say that one of the biggest constraints, as you and I have talked about, is that people don't have any access to affordable childcare, and so they are left being unable to work even though they want to. That's one of the things that we would address in the Build Back Better Act, which I hope we pass. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Smith. Senator Crapo is recognized from his office.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let me start out with you, Director Thompson. First of all, I very much appreciated our visit last Tuesday. I just have one quick question for you, which we discussed then. Housing finance reform, which, as you know, is a top priority of mine. And it's been my view that Congress must find a pathway forward to resolve the conservatorship of our GSEs and do so expeditiously. In that context, I applaud Ranking Member Toomey for releasing his housing finance reform principles last March, which reflect many of the goals that I outlined when I was addressing this issue as the chairman of the committee. These principles include establishing stronger levels of taxpayer protection, preserving the 30-year fixed-rate mortgage, increasing competition among mortgage guarantors, ensuring a level playing field for lenders of all sizes, and promoting access to affordable housing. And my question to you is, if confirmed as the FHFA director, would you be willing to support legislation that is consistent with these principles?
Absolutely, Senator. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice brief answer and the right answer. I appreciate it.
He's
Let me
like,
move
hell
on to,
yeah.
Governor Brainard.
Don't trade this, not a
And both of
recommendation.
you,
I
I
sold out of
appreciate
the TSM, 86%
the
profit
other
or
day as
something
well.
like that. So a couple $100 or like
First
150.
question I have
But quick play
for
there
you
from
is
the
on
bottom. I'm
inflation,
out.
which I know you already talked about today, but I, like all of us here, are concerned about the December 7% rise in consumer prices and today's record high producer price inflation reading of 9.7%. These high and persistent
Did
inflation
someone just do a whip it
numbers
in the
are, I
background?
think, the
You
greatest
hear
threat
that?
to our economic recovery and household budget. And now is clearly not the time for yet more federal deficit spending or taxes. The question I have for you on this is, if I understood you earlier in your testimony, you said that you were confident that we were going to get back to the 2% rate. The question I have is, how quickly do you see that happening? Is this something that could be done in months, or are we talking years, or what is the time frame you would expect to see us face in trying to get control brought back to about a 2% target?
Well, thank you, Senator, for your question. So I certainly also am very concerned about the high level of inflation, and we are committed at the Federal Reserve to bringing it back down to target, and we're taking a number of actions. We've already decided to end asset purchases in the first quarter. You've seen that the committee has projected several hikes over the course of the year. Of course, we will be in a position to do that, I think, as soon as asset purchases are terminated. And we'll simply have to see what the data requires over the course of the year. We started to discuss shrinking our balance sheet. In terms of the projections on inflation, I think it'll remain high throughout the first 2 quarters. Certainly in the committee's projections, you saw it coming down closer to 2.5% by the end of the year. But I think we should all take these projections, with a fair amount of caution. And we'll obviously try to bring it down, as quickly as we can, but consistent with a sustained and strong recovery.
All right, thank you. And I realize it's hard to predict these kinds of things, but I appreciate your projections. Last question is, and you've been asked about this also. Senator Toomey talked to you about the pressure to choke off credit to traditional energy companies.
Yeah, a lot of the retail names are moving
Senator
up.
Kennedy talked about the same
KSS,
thing.
Walmart, and then even
I
like Stanley
understood
Black &
your
Decker and other
answers to
things
that.
kind of related.
I personally believe that choking off credit to industries viewed as unfavorable or politically unacceptable and controlling the allocation
DMB
of
is getting
capital
clapped right
is
now.
not a
Check
new
news on this
concept. You'll
one.
recall Operation Choke Point
I'm
from
not
the
seeing
Obama
anything.
administration years. And I certainly hope that President Biden will consider this
Ding!
as he nominates those who will deal with policy at the Fed, regulatory policy.
I think
at the Fed.
FTC settlement
You
ability
already
to
indicated
automatically
you don't
renew
believe
credit
that
builder
the
subscriptions,
Federal
engage in
Reserve
deceptive and unfair
should
practices.
act in a way
So
to try to
DMB
choke
is
off
a
credit
FTC
to traditional
settlement
energy companies. My
that's going to
question,
put
though,
restrictions
is,
on them. It may bounce, but we'll see.
If policies such as those Senator Toomey were talking about with you are utilized in our stress testing processes, does that not, in and of itself, select specific types of industries, if they are going to be selected in that way, and subject them to the potential for increased capital requirements or some other type of regulatory burden that would not be there had they not been in that particular business?
Yeah, so I think about supervisory guidance simply asking institutions, large institutions, to be measuring, monitoring, and managing their risk. This is what we ask them to do across the board. So I don't think it has a particular sectoral cast to it. And similarly on scenario analysis, I think of if I think about concentrations of areas where, wildfires are becoming more frequent or flooding is becoming more frequent, if insurers are pulling back from covering those properties, Our scenario analysis would simply allow us to see where are those risks building up, and are there certain counterparties that are very exposed in terms of covering those risks, and might they be subject to a shock that could amplify financial instability throughout our system. So that's how I think about climate scenario analysis. It's quite different than the stress tests that banks have undergone under the traditional capital planning framework.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Crapo. Senator Reed from Rhode Island is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First, let me commend the President for his nomination. Governor Brainard, congratulations on your elevation to Vice Chair, and also Ms. Thompson's congratulations for nomination as Permanent Director of the FHFA. You all touch upon, in response to previous questions, the critical role of housing in our economy, and I know Ms. Thompson has already talked about some steps she would take going forward to help expand the supply. But one of the interesting things is this ties in also to the inflation problem we're seeing right now. I believe, Governor Brainard, that 30% of the consumer price index is based on housing prices. And as a result, if we don't get a handle on housing, we will not get an effective handle on inflation. And with that in mind, raising interest rates, will that help us, hurt us? Will it make it more affordable for working families to get good housing?
So I think the question about workforce housing and affordable housing, to the extent that we look at it at the Federal Reserve, is really very much a supply side question. You know, we do meet regularly with the home builders. And, you know, they have been telling us even before the pandemic that shortage of lots is an acute problem. So we went into the pandemic with a shortage of affordable and workforce housing. And of course, the pandemic has exacerbated materials delays and skilled tradesmen availability. So all of those things, I think, on the supply side are exacerbating these issues. Our tools are very limited on the supply side. We have some incentives under the Community Reinvestment Act, and we are trying to improve the credit that we give there for naturally occurring affordable housing, as well as shoring up those really important institutions that use housing subsidies in partnership with banks. But our tools are limited on the supply side.
Thank you. Governor Burnett, are you aware of the announcement yesterday that Bank of England is incorporating climate as part of their stress testing for all their institutions?
So I have not studied their most recent statement there. No.
But I would presume that their major motivation is the economic impact, not on anything else, or at least that's the major. Is that your view?
So when we've talked to counterparts, regulators in
interesting
other countries,
Gap
such as the Bank of
NFT
England
news.
and the
It's already up like
Europeans,
6%, and so is
Australians
Macy's.
and
But
others,
that one's
they're
interesting,
certainly
especially because they're at their
taking on
earnings
board,
level.
Just the financial risks associated with climate change and trying to incorporate that into their supervisory frameworks.
And we've already seen some aspects of the financial industry, particularly insurers, incur significant losses, particularly in California and wildfires. And so there is definitely an economic effect that's being generated, I think, with more frequency by climate. Is that your sense?
Well, I think the statistics that I saw recently were about $630 billion worth of damages over the last 5 years from severe weather, and that is a historic high. And of course, we all see it in our home areas.
One of the other aspects of inflation, which is one of the most obvious ones, is the gas pump. And that's something, again, that's really beyond the specific control of any agency in the United States government because it's basically pricing is set by a cartel. But what struck me is that the production is not even up to the levels that they've set for themselves. So do you have any insights on what's going on in that market?
So we don't have a lot of insights. Our
Gap
Dallas
news
Reserve
is
Bank,
old,
tends
is
to
what Troy's
be,
saying, or it's from yesterday.
closely
This could just
studying
be because
trends
the retail
there.
rip that they're having.
It's certainly true that about a quarter of consumer inflation over the last year has come from food and energy, but really disproportionately from energy. Those prices at the pumps is hurting working Americans across the country.
Oh, thank you. And a quick question, Ms. Thompson. One of the things we've seen recently is a trend for private equity to buy up lots of homes. They have the resources to do that and take them out of the purchase market and put them into the rental market, and in some cases with the ability to dictate higher prices. Is there anything you can do at your agency to look at that?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Senator. And we are taking a look at the private equity participation in a couple of different areas in the manufactured housing communities, where we are very insistent that they have protections, and Fannie and Freddie will not purchase loans unless there are protections for the communities, the owners, and the renters. We're also looking at
That means
our
mortgage
REO
insurance is going up.
inventory. Like between Fannie and Freddie, there's probably 9,000 properties, but we've established this First Look program that allows owner-occupants and nonprofits to have the very first look at all the REO properties that are available. And we've increased the number of days from 30 to 45. And we have been looking at the non-performing loan sales as well. And what we require is that any buyer has to go through a waterfall where they have to offer borrowers in these pools a loan modification. And some of these borrowers have been delinquent 3 or 4 years, but they still have to offer these borrowers loan modifications. We've also asked the enterprises to structure smaller pools so that nonprofits can start buying and working with these loans.
Thank you, and I apologize for running over. Mr.
Thank you, Senator Reed. Senator Kramer from North Dakota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ranking Member Toomey, thank you both, and congratulations to both of you on your nominations. And Governor Brainard, thank you, Brainard, for the discussion yesterday. I enjoyed it very much. I found it interesting. I liked most of your answers, quite honestly. So now I'm going to try to reconcile them a little bit after yesterday's meeting. And given today's conversation, you've been quite consistent, and particularly in the last couple, you referenced in response to climate scenario analysis as opposed to climate stress tests. The example you used with me yesterday, and that is fire. So if you have a forest fire situation and there are insurers are backing out, that represents a risk. But you use that in response to a climate question, not a fire question. I think it was Senator Reed's question that you referenced the record weather events. I just need to be, I want you to be really definitive about this issue, maybe as definitive as you were with me yesterday. Are you in sync with Chairman Powell's position? And he stated it a couple of times, a couple of days ago, you watched that. Would you say you're pretty well in sync with his analysis or his assessment of climate and where it belongs in your mandates?
Yes, Senator, thanks for the question. Yes, I am.
So he said that to the degree it fits within your mandates, climate is one of many factors, basically. He said important, but a very narrow one. So how is it that you get so much more, now I'm asking you to analyze yourself or your supporters, but I'm trying to reconcile why so many of our friends on the other side of the aisle think you're wonderful on climate, but they're not going to support Chairman Powell for some of the same reasons. And I'm just wondering, how can I reconcile that in my mind? I'm not asking you to be my psychologist necessarily, but do you have any thoughts or theories on why that might be?
You know, we do operate within our statutory mandates, and we talk a lot about what those are and what those mean. So I think, generally speaking, those are the guardrails that we operate within. You know, I do try to be aware of emerging risks generally. You know, I thought it was important to develop research in the area of digital finance, for instance, several years ago. So I am looking out over the horizon sometimes, and perhaps you know, talk more about the research. But we're very in sync in terms of what we actually think our responsibilities.
Spike coming down a little bit, but you're giving up some of the bigger retail runners. Again, the whole point in all of this has been Dow rotation. Dow is up now 0.5%.
Side, and particularly gasoline fuel, you rightly recognize that represents probably a quarter of the inflation. And by the way, it's going up as fast as inflation, if not the rest of inflation, if not faster, as you probably know. I, of course, come from a state that is now producing about 400,000 barrels of oil less than it did before, has a lot of capacity for more. The Bakken is cash starved, quite honestly. And some of that is because of the signals that they're getting from banks, and that banks are getting from others, that investing in oil production is persona non grata. Now, the demand's going up. The supply is being held down by both rhetoric and policy. Some of it's not, most of it's not your policies, but it is the president's. And I worry that, frankly, we want to transfer our climate guilt by suggesting that we shouldn't produce so much in the United States while global demand goes up and our adversaries, who are not nearly as environmentally friendly as we are, produce. Does that matter, do you think, in these climate scenarios, that we may very well be hurting our own economy and our own production and our own job creation while transferring both the opportunity and the guilt to another polluting country?
So, you know, the question that you're raising is a very big one that I don't study in terms of energy policy. Generally, I would just say that, you know, when we do supervise institutions to see that they are managing their material risks, it's pretty pedestrian stuff. It's, do you have a risk management committee? Is that risk management committee well informed? Do you have the right data? Do you have the right models? Do you have the right controls? It's, you know, it's really not specific in any way to particular, you know, borrowers or sectors. So, you know, I understand the concern that you're raising, but our supervisory guidance is very much around making sure those guardrails are there.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Kramer. Senator Cortez Masto from Nevada is recognized from her office.
Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, thank you very much. Welcome to both of the nominees, and thank you for your service, and thank you for your commitment to serve moving forward. Let me start with Acting Director Thompson on the Federal Home Loan Banks. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk with me earlier and about this particular issue. As you well know, and we've discussed this, the third GSE regulated by the Federal Housing Finance Agency are the Federal Home Loan Banks. In our discussion, I noted that my office's research discovered that the Federal Home Loan Bank that serves Nevada has long neglected investments in our state. And as you well know, this has been an issue for me. So my question, Director Thompson, is will you commit to working with my office to ensure that the Federal Home Loan Bank of San Francisco improves on its record of investment in Nevada?
That's a great question, Senator, and thank you for bringing this issue to my attention. It's my expectation that the Federal Home Loan Banks would serve each state within their districts. And I would mention to you that the Home Loan Bank of San Francisco did change the scoring mechanism so that Nevada is able to get their portion of an affordable housing program. But there should not be a case where there's a state that does not get a portion of the affordable housing program from the banks.
That's right. Thank you. And I know they've made that change, and that was at my request. They've been working with me, and I appreciate that. But I know there is a role for you to play as the director. And in that role, I also know that in reviewing each Federal Home Loan Bank's community lending plans, Only one included investments in Native American communities. So my next question is, will you ensure that the community lending plans are reviewed and appropriate to the needs of their communities?
Yes, thanks again, Senator, for the question. So as I committed to you, I will have conversations with all of the bank presidents and the community investment officers that reside in each of the federal home loan banks to talk to them about filling the specific needs in their respective communities. There shouldn't be a case where there's a tribal community that is not being recognized in the community lending plans for the federal home loan banks. And we are going to have those conversations, and that won't be the case.
Thank you. And Director, just one final thing. Beyond the affordable housing programs and other voluntary programs, thank you for your commitment there. Curious, do you have any other priorities with respect to the oversight over the federal home loan banks?
Sure, yeah. So we are looking at right now, the federal home loan banks play a huge role in the financial system. And during the pandemic, they certainly were very much utilized. But the advances right now are relatively low. And so we're looking at ways to just oversee the home loan banks and make sure that the advances and the earnings are appropriate. So I've got my supervisory team working very closely with the home loan banks to make sure that they are supervised in a safe and sound manner.
Great, thank you. I look forward to working with you as well as we move through this process. Governor Brainard, let me go back to you as well. And thank you again, as always, for speaking with me. It's a pleasure to welcome you back to the committee. I know in your decades-long career in public service that you represented our interests on an international stage. I also know in the last few years that Chair Powell also has entrusted you to work closely with former Secretary of Treasury Mnuchin and other appointees under the former administration in setting up the Federal Reserve's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Clearly, you've played a critical role at the Federal Reserve. I also know the 9 committees you chair 4 of them. And so, very briefly, because my time is running out, can you tell me how you work with the other board members, the regional bank presidents, and other agency heads to not only respond to the pandemic and other monetary policy, but also bank regulatory challenges as well?
Well, we were as surprised, I think, as everybody by the just incredible turmoil we saw in the Treasury markets. I've never seen anything like that, and so we needed to respond very quickly. And I think, we just worked seamlessly across the regulatory agencies. We did need to relax some bank safeguards to make sure that they could continue lending, to make sure that their existing loans wouldn't be considered impaired. And we stood up facilities very quickly, and we also, once the turmoil passed, we were very quick to wind them down. And I think, generally speaking, we're in a much better place today. As a result, we have many Americans have jobs and balance sheets that are much healthier, and many more businesses are thriving today because of the efforts you did here in Congress and the efforts that we did to carry out those programs you asked us to undertake.
Thank you. Thank you both again. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cortez Masto. Senator Daines from Montana is recognized.
Chairman, thank you. Welcome, Governor Brainard. We had quite the CPI report yesterday. Inflation rising at the fastest pace in 4 decades. That takes me back to when I graduated from high school. In Montana and other mountain states, annual inflation is actually 8.6%, which is significantly higher than the national average of 7%. Needless to say, I think this report adds to the continued string of bad news for Montanans and Americans. On a year-over-year basis, real average weekly earnings declined by 2.4%. I've heard many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle say that inflation is nearing a peak. I distinctly remember being right here not long ago challenging this notion that this inflation was transitory. We heard from very smart people who are sitting right where you are, rejecting that notion, and we were forcefully pushing back and saying, we don't think so. Now, granted, forecasts are forecasts. You don't always get them right. I hope that inflation is nearing its peak, but I didn't see anything in this recent report that provides any sort of confidence that inflation is fading in a meaningful way. In fact, to the contrary, peeling it back, look what's going on right now in China with the zero COVID policies from Xi Jinping. I think the supply chain disruptions will only increase. I met with Montana grain growers just an hour ago. They told me that one of the trucking companies that they depend on just fired 14 employees because of the vax mandate. They can't get fertilizer back and forth across the Canadian border. Fertilizer prices have doubled. This is a huge issue right now for farmers, not talked about enough, but one more contributing factor to the inflationary forces currently in this economy. Chairman Powell told the committee on Tuesday that high inflation is a, quote, severe threat to the labor market. I agree with that, and I hope you do as well, Governor Brainard. Turn to my questions. I'd like to follow up on Ranking Member Toomey's points regarding climate-related financial risks. Over the past year, you've delivered a number of speeches suggesting that the Fed may take a more active role in environmental policy. Specifically, you announced that the Fed is, quote, developing scenario analysis to model the possible financial risks associated with climate change, end quote. However, the Fed lacks both the experience and the expertise in environmental matters. Further, actual climate researchers have found that current climate models cannot be used to provide financially meaningful information. This raises the troubling prospect for many of us here today that the Fed's work in this area is politically motivated rather than based on actual data or expertise. And I say that respectfully as a chemical engineer by degree. My question for you, Governor Brainard, on what basis do you believe the Fed is positioned to shape environmental policy given its lack of experience and expertise in this area?
Well, thank you very much for your questions. First, on inflation, couldn't agree with you more. It's very high, and we have a responsibility to bring inflation down. We are orienting monetary policy to do that. We have accelerated the tapering of asset purchases so that we can be in a position to move on increasing the federal funds rate. And we have projected several increases this year and also talked about having the balance sheet starting to shrink sometime thereafter. So we're very focused on that, as Chair Powell said. With regard to the issues surrounding climate, we don't do environmental policy at the Federal Reserve. As you say, it's not our expertise. What we do have responsibility for is making sure that supervised institutions are properly risk managing, and we do have some sort of responsibility for understanding potential financial stability implications of a host of different kinds of things, and that's where scenario analysis comes in. You know, we don't have any expertise in disease and pandemics, but certainly it turned out that the pandemic had enormous financial stability consequences. So it's just incumbent on us to be doing research to understand how shocks could affect our financial system, and that could include severe weather events and other aspects associated.
Yeah, and speaking of shocks, I think we all remember the War of Yom Kippur. I mean, some of us are old enough to remember what happened back in 1973 when we were dependent on the Middle East for oil, and the shocking effect that had when oil prices quadrupled.
1970, we've had a lesson on this.
In 1981, seeing 18.6% 30-year fixed mortgages. It was devastating for so many Americans.
SPY is hitting a low now, and now the Dow is giving up. I don't know what just happened there in that last 20 minutes. Something just snapped with all the value plays.
With my distinguished colleague here from North Dakota sitting next to me, when we watched this president, with one stroke of a pen, stop the Keystone XL pipeline, which actually reduces carbon emissions because it's the most environmentally sound, minimum amount of carbon emissions way to transport oil versus using rail cars or trucks. count us all in here as skeptics, but there's not going to be political motivation, and I hope that you will guard the Fed, and I hope you will ensure they stick with their dual mandates. So I asked this question to Chairman Powell this week. I'd like to ask it to you as well. Do you think that rolling blackouts, and I had just come from a hearing before I came to this hearing on Tuesday when Powell was here, where we literally had folks talking about breaching dams in this country. These are radical ideas. Do you think that rolling blackouts due to a lack of stable baseload power poses a more tangible near-term threat to the stability of the financial system?
We try to take into account a whole host of different risks to the system. So we are trying always to kind of look out over the horizon and take into account a whole host of risks, including from abroad. So we do try to do that. We're not very successful always, but we certainly try.
Yeah, well, thank you. And again, my final comment here. On one hand, we have our colleagues who are sending the strongest message possible that we should stop production of oil, natural gas, coal, even breaching dams in some cases here. You can't have it both ways. It's really what this will do to energy prices, what it's going to do to this economy and inflation. That's why this car's spinning out of control right now on the highway. And the Fed has its role, but I'm just very concerned about the policy coming from this administration.
Yeah, tech is down 1.3. The Dow is about to go red right here. You got only a 0.5%. Watch if we bounce. There's like a 3-point range here on the day. We've already broke. Whoa. We've already broke below Tuesday's close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
But now watch for the Monday, Friday close right here. So it's a pretty big gap.
What tools would you have at your disposal at the Federal Housing Finance Agency? What tools might Congress be able to strengthen or offer to the agency to increase the supply of housing in communities where there is an acute housing shortage and a housing affordability crisis? Do you agree that increasing supply, adding units, adding density is key to resolving the crisis of affordable housing? And, you know, when I look around the state of Georgia, speak with community leaders, look at the housing market, 48% of folks in the city of Augusta say that affordable housing is a very high need. Georgia's lost 11,000 affordable housing units through the qualified contract exception, the low income housing tax credit in recent decades. In Atlanta, in Rome, in Savannah, in Albany, in rural communities, the rents and the prices of homes are increasing at an alarming rate. So the question again is, what tools will you have at the agency to increase housing supply? Do you believe increasing housing supply is essential? And finally, will you work with me and community leaders in those cities and communities across the state of Georgia to identify solutions particular to the needs of my state to help bring more housing supply online, add units, and help folks afford homes?
It's a great question, Senator, and absolutely, supply is a major, major issue in housing, and the supply issue really is exacerbated with respect to affordable housing. We certainly are an indirect, we don't have any direct influence on supply, but one of the things that we've done is through the Federal Home Loan Bank's Affordable Housing Program, they're able to contribute to affordable projects around the country. And we've also increased the enterprise's allotment for low-income housing tax credit. And we increased their allotment to help with the affordable housing supply and affordable housing preservation. We are really focused on, working with our regulated entities to do whatever we can in this space. We also have allowed the
it's picking up right now, and it's not. There's no real reason with this post-European close, but it's not stopping here. It looks pretty aggressive right now.
Purchase these accessory dwelling units, but in many cases there are local zoning ordinances that get in the way of some of the affordable houses that could be built, or the types of affordable housing. But we are very much committed to working with you and all members of this Congress to try to do what we can to address this issue.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. And my time's limited, but just briefly, I mentioned Atlanta. Albany, Augusta, Columbus, Savannah. This is a serious issue in communities across the state. Will you commit to working with my office, elected officials, community leaders in those communities, and others to identify specific solutions, work collaboratively to bring down the cost of housing, to bring down rents, and add more housing supply in those communities?
Absolutely, Senator.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Dr. Brainard, congratulations on your nomination for this position. I'd like to ask you a question about the prevalence of retail investing and stock trading in the leadership of the Federal Reserve. I want to commend Chairman Brown for his leadership offering legislation to address this. Is there a cultural problem, and is there widespread stock trading potentially on the basis of proprietary or non-public information, or the expectation of upcoming policy announcements at any level in the Federal Reserve, in your opinion?
I don't believe there is, but I think we've all been surprised and dismayed by some of the financial disclosures.
Dr. Brainard,
yeah, more stuff. Chips are really giving up all of the gain here. Watch if chip makers go red, and then XLF I think is still barely holding on, but if that goes red too, it's not going to be good.
Federal Reserve officials, should Congress wish to review those trades and their propriety?
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Brainard. And a policy question for you. And what is your view of the distributional effects of quantitative easing? Over the long run, the relative benefit to employment against
we're listening to this because this is most likely the reason why we're probably dropping besides everything else. I mean, there hasn't been any other news except this, so that's why we're still listening to it. And we've made a couple of plays. We already flipped our way on the way up, but we have some of the puts from yesterday and the day before, but this is only just the energies that have been leading in this.
There is some research on this. It's not clear cut. It tends to be the case that during recessions, wealth inequality diminishes, and then it tends to increase during recoveries. We use quantitative easing only when we've run out of room on the interest rate, and the alternative of allowing unemployment rates to skyrocket would be very, very bad, I think, for working Americans who really rely primarily on their jobs for income. So we stay very focused on that dual mandate and try to protect employment in downturns to the greatest extent possible using whatever tools we have.
Thank you, Dr. Brainard. My time is up. I'll send you some additional questions for the record and look forward to your responses. Congratulations again to you both for your nominations. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Toomey has some closing questions, remarks, as do I, and we'll wrap up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I first want to respond briefly to our colleague from Massachusetts who seemed to be suggesting that inflation is the result of greedy companies in highly concentrated industries. In fact, I don't think the data supports the contention. I don't think that's well correlated, that is to say the rate of inflation and the extent to which an industry is consolidated. And in fact, one that I can think of that might be among the least concentrated industries that I know of, the retail sale of used cars, is one that is experienced among the highest rates of inflation, 37% over the last year. I also want to respond to Governor Brainard's statement that the climate scenario analysis that she's been advocating is not a stress test. It seems to me that is little more than a semantic difference. Of course, the whole purpose is to test whether banks are prepared to address perceived risks associated with climate change. And then if the Fed determines they're not, to promulgate new regulatory requirements. That sounds exactly like stress testing, whether or not you call it by a different name. And I'm not alone in that view. The New York Times, not exactly a conservative paper, said the same thing when it reported on a speech that Dr. Brainard gave last October about climate scenario analysis at the Fed's annual stress testing conference. The Times wrote, and I quote, Ms. Brainard said the Fed was...
So get ready, Fed Barkin is coming on right now, and then after Fed Barkin, you're getting Fed Evans. So you're about to get two more Fed speakers on top of this.
There are many categories of risks to banks and the financial system that nobody is advocating a separate scenario analysis for. But there is an advocacy for the scenario analysis for even lower risk, lower probability risk problems in the climate space. The fact is the transition risk associated with climate change is a political risk, and the danger is this becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. And the Fed says, do a scenario analysis, and the scenario you need to analyze is the scenario in which we impose new regulations on you that are problematic for your portfolio. Finally, let me just turn to Ms. Thompson. You and I may have a different understanding of the HERA statute and other statutes, because it's my view that HERA clearly does authorize the FHFA to take the GSEs out of conservatorship. So can you tell me specifically, is there something that is lacking in legislation that you think is required for you to move in that direction?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Senator. So it's my belief that the enterprises, actually FHFA is going to have a conversation with Treasury. And
I agree with that.
At the end state of the enterprises is something that Congress would have to legislate. So if the enterprises reach their capital requirements that we've established, we certainly would be having conversations with lots of different stakeholders. But the end state, if Congress wants the enterprises to come out as is, then that's, I think, doable within the statute. But if there's
Excellent X pop in, check AMD as well.
Utility, or if they want other charters, those are things that Congress is going to have to.
Well, sure. If we wanted to change the existing statutes and exchange existing charters, then we would have to pass legislation to do so. But my point is, that's not the only option available. Would you commit to going as far as you legally can in moving in the direction of coming out of the conservatorship?
Congressman, Senator, that's a great question. And I will commit to positioning the enterprises and working with the Congress to do whatever is necessary to move them out of conservatorship in a responsible time plan. We would certainly be wanting to work with Congress and other stakeholders on this issue.
Well, I appreciate that, and I look forward to working with you towards that very end. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Toomey. A few closing comments. Thank you both, by the way, for being here. And for a moment about GSE reform, something where I hope we can reach consensus in this committee. Many of my colleagues have talked about the importance of that, of housing finance reform before the pandemic. As you know, Acting Director, we had a series of hearings on GSE reform. Consensus was emerging when what the system should look like. I'd like to put out a list of priorities where I think we can reach agreement. And there will be some differences of degree, I'm sure, between between and among all of us. One, protecting access to affordable 30-year fixed rate mortgages, providing a catastrophic government guarantees, structuring loan guarantees like public utilities, providing a regulated rate of return, serving a broad national market, serving lenders of all types and sizes equitably, maintaining a duty to serve all markets, all borrowers, maintaining affordable housing goals and metrics, expanding investments in affordable housing, and maintaining the GSE's successful multifamily business models and ensure continued or better access for financing of affordable rental housing. These reforms would create a safe and sound system that meets the needs of renters and homeowners across the country. I'm certainly happy to engage with the ranking member and others on this committee in both parties and getting, as we spoke on the phone, getting the kind of technical assistance that you are so good at, Acting Director, to provide to us. I'd also make one comment that Chair Powell raised the same distinction as on Tuesday as Governor Brainard today on climate stress tests and climate stress scenarios. Thank you. It was a full and productive discussion. I applaud the Biden administration for the nomination of these two eminently qualified women to these vitally important positions in our government. I look forward to supporting the nominations of each of you. I urge my colleagues on both sides to join me. For senators who wish to submit questions, these questions are due at noon on Tuesday, the 18th of January. To the nominees, we need your responses by Friday, January 24th. Thank you for your testimony in appearing today. The committee's adjourned. Thanks, Beth.
Thank you. Thank you. Market got clapped. Really, there wasn't. I mean, I think that was your biggest catalyst right now. You got Fed Barkin speaking, but this has really just been tech. It was really started with we were watching tech sell off from the open. It opened up decently, but it was led by the Dow. And then Whole time Dow kept going up, but then tech has literally just been selling off the whole time. So even during the Euro close run up, tech was still selling off, and it kept selling off after there. But then value stocks were holding, and then all of a sudden it kind of flipped here at the VWAP, and now it's turned into a pretty big day. You've already broke through some key levels, like I'm saying. This is the next one, getting to that Friday, Thursday low area. So you got like another point. The thing is now, depends where you got your premiums. Like put premiums are very, very weird. Remember those old S&P plays that we had? I think the calls and puts are like up and down at the same time. The JP Morgan earnings plays are holding. Roblo just clapped. But yeah, you got 30% on the call still and then down 40% on the put. So if you got them, it depends on where you grabbed it. But it's like it's highlighting we're still kind of in the middle of the last few days. Essentially, this just puts you break even over the last 5 trading days as far as the S&P. So it is very, very volatile. Very, very, very volatile right now. But it's kind of consistent in the sense that it's only the tech stock selling off, and then now it's transferred over. If you're going to get a bounce, it's going to be the value plays. Again, you guys saw some of the value play, like Altria is still holding up. A couple of others are still up there. How are your SPYs up 30? Because we got them at a really good price. That's why it's like if you playing the bottom of Powell's, remember the Powell bottom, we bought them here, so even then, the plays after all of this, they're up 30%, and then the puts that we got here, those are still down, so we're almost at that level. So it's like, this is just jacking up, this is just messing up the premiums, really. And then the Amazon put from yesterday, that one's good. That one went up like $1,000 or $1,300. So we'll see. Play will get some action. I know the Netflixes are down. I think if it's down 60, I saw that down 40 or down 50, but I still like that one. I may have to average on it again, or we just hold a little bit till earnings, but those ones got really, really clapped. It's really disturbing. There's no point of investing if you're investing any time. Well, it depends. I mean, if you're scaling in little by little and holding long term, I mean, the point is though, I mean, 3 months from now, 4 months from now, it'll most likely be different. So, trading in this environment is hard, but I mean, your long term and some of these moves, again, value plays are on there. Even some of the growth. I mean, you're going to have a real big discount here. Let's see. How was that 2-day move? Let's see. I'm looking at the Amazon puts. I don't know. I could sell that out right now and pay for the calls. The Intel puts. A lot of things might come up, and then they might. It just sucks because, like, right here, you're at that middle where it's like put premium moved up, but then depending on when you bought it, you'll still be down on some of them. And then now the calls, they lost some gains, somewhat negative. It depends where you bought it at. But the real key right now is watching value plays. TLT is going up, and I mean, honestly, in a weird way, this is good, and you're getting the reaction. I mean, bonds are up 0.5%. SPY is down about 0.5%. That's a normal reaction. It's showing you the OG correlation, but then even the dollar, I mean, the dollar did gap down today. It went up a little bit, but this is kind of part of it. So remember what we were talking about yesterday. So the dollar keeps selling off. That's going to be the problem. Realistically, if you see the dollar sell off by the end of the day, I mean, that could say something here, but we got to really see how we finish. Let me check the volume. I mean, the VWAP didn't go down too much, but it's still very, very early. That's the thing. So it's like today could still it's kind of like that other day where it's like, damn, like this is kind of fast. So it can pick up a little bit, but we will see how it plays out. People are buying, but the Fed is selling. I don't think the Fed is selling anything. Again, I mean, yesterday's watch list, there's just a lot of unfinished business in the market here. Yesterday, after the CPI, you didn't get any repricing. So just think about that. That means, realistically, this is your follow-up from the CPI. Got clapped. We love Ford is good. Don't worry. We'll even see, again, earnings and everything else. That's the at least some of the earnings plays were still in play today. And even then chip makers and TSM and how that played out was very, very weird. But PPI is part of this. I definitely think so. But that was early in the morning. And that, like, PPI kind of crept in there, or it was there, but, like, it kind of seemed ignored. But, yeah, it is definitely – it chilled out a little bit. And that's why there was another report. I mean, inflation peaking people were discussing that today, but it seemed like that if anything, it would have been good news. So let's see the first bounce. Average down on Roblo leaps. I'm gonna wait a little bit on anything with Roblo. I wanted to get more puts. I should have got him yesterday on that dip to be able to buy the puts to protect it, because now it came back right to that level. So even then, the calls, if they're you're starting to see premiums get knocked now, because I remember those didn't go down, but I would keep it in mind. I'm not going to force it. The Netflixes I like the most, but those ones got whacked. Like, those are down, like, I think they are down 60 now. The other one of them's down 60, and the other one's down 53. The second average down. Nigerian, Boeing, 325. Boeing's still holding up. Again, that's one of them. Dow went back green again, so take a note. On any of these bounces, it's most likely a bigger portion of the oh, excuse me. Hold on. I need to sneeze. It didn't work. I thought I was going to sneeze. It's mostly the value Dow names. Oh, it's okay. I wanted to sneeze. I really wanted to. I really, really wanted to. Tomorrow is bank earnings. That's why I've noticed the JP Morgans, those held break even, ironically. And again, the stock held up too. That's the thing. The banks are still holding positive. If XLF goes, that's the one. I think earnings is kind of saving it. It's interesting because TSM's earnings were good, and we flipped out of the TSM play too. SPY's coming back down again. Firm about to break out. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Do you want, is this a bad time? I got a positive message for you. Is this good timing or no? Do you guys not want to hear it? I could give you one. I don't know how you're feeling about it. Would it be good? Yeah? Come on, yeah, we could take it, right? You can handle it right now? Great timing, right? I got one. It's a good one. It's a good one. It's a quote. It's a short one. It's a quote. That's all. I mean, it is push-up time, too, so let's get some push-ups in. We were listening. Do all that, but let's just relax. Let's just relax a little bit, okay? Relax a little bit. You know, you could check in if you like. It's optional. You know, if you want to check in, if you want to hit the like button, let me know that you're here. That's fine. We love you either way, man. It's good. That's good. You're good, Paboose. You're good, man. Just chill out, Paboose. It's fine. Don't worry, man. I'm not inviting you to my birthday party. You know that? This guy, you do not invite him to birthday parties. He's like, I don't want to hear a positive message today. What do you mean, man? Okay, but listen, I love you all, so just hit the like button. God bless you. If you feel like it, I just want to know who's going to get the positivity. I want to know who's going to hear it. You know what I'm saying? And honestly, I will tell you guys that, attitude determines everything. So if you're hearing this, I hope you take control of your attitude. I hope you have a purpose. Otherwise, you would have been born in like 1812 or something. I don't know. It would have been wild if you really think about it. It would have been wild if you think about it. So keep that in mind. But here is your positive quote of the day. I really like this one. Are you ready? Are you ready? It's said by Najwa Zebian. I don't even know who that is, but when I say it, it makes me sound like very, like, you know, you sound smarter when you're like, oh, it's by this person. I don't know who it was. So I have no idea who this is. But listen, these mountains that you are carrying, you are only supposed to climb. Oh, wow, baby. Let me say that again. The mountains that you are carrying, you are only supposed to climb. Oh, man. Hard. Oh, they don't feel me, man. They don't feel me. That's hype. That should have got you in the gear right there, you know? Don't forget, you woke up in dry. There you go. There you go. How you feel now, huh? A little bit. That should have changed the... Look at the market might shift. You never know. Oh, that was a good one. That was a good one. That's cool. Don't play me, man. Don't play me. They playing me, bro. They playing me. Oh, man. Here, do we have this in the back? Do y'all hear that? I don't hear anything. Is it playing? It's not even playing, man. That's crazy. Yeah, bro. That was a good one. That was a good one. We'll see how it goes from here now. The farmer's bounty is plenty. You reap what you sow, baby. Tell them. If the market goes down on that, I'm going to be shocked. I'll just tell you now. I would be shocked. There you go. You get a little bit. Get a little bit in the background, too. Don't worry. Those puts you are carrying, you're just supposed to sell. Why you gotta do them like that, man? Why you gotta do me like that? So let's go, baby. It's game time. Again, a lot of people, even with today, there's nothing too crazy. So here's the only latest update. And the tech sell-off is picking up pace and dragging down the S&P with it. NASDAQ 100 drops has accelerated as much as 1.7%, and the FANG Plus index declined as much as 2.1%. The S&P is trading just off session lows, with tech, consumer discretionary, and healthcare the biggest decliners. Microsoft, Tesla, NVIDIA, and Apple are the biggest SPX laggers in terms of market cap. Coliquio Alice Andres notes that there are still sell stops and programs selling through 4,700 in the S&P. So that's it. So they're saying stop losses. They're saying something. It's good. Was that feel? That wasn't feel. That was just simple. That was just the simple, you know, take it and run it. Take it and run it. Let's see how we look at. That's the other one. Let's see. Where's Apple? Ford is good. I went to double check. So I sold out of that play. I sold out at 50%, but it ended up going up 100%. So but then they ended up coming right back. They ended up turning negative. So this one could be a little bit interesting. I'm going to be watching out for that one. Pay the play. Wasn't for you. Free game every day. I want to hit TSF for 15, honey. Ooh. Ooh. Shout out to you, man. There were some other super chats in there. I don't know if I still have them up here. But God bless you guys. Where is it? I know somebody got some of the TSM hits. That was a nice one. That was almost 100%. There were still some good hits today, honestly. Where is it? So hard. Yeah, there's the whore, baby. Volume on Netflix, even Amazon. I mean, watch big tech, and if we are going to get a bounce, watch the ones that lead. Again, companies like Boeing, they're up today, but again, the problem is if you try to get some of these on the upside, if they already had a little bounce, it makes it a little bit difficult. What is this? Did they need a break? Oh, they need to break 3,200. Interesting. Tesla, Microsoft. Yeah, Tesla are the ones leading. Even NVIDIA and Apple too. Market trash, nothing certain. Well, that's what we're saying. That's what we were talking about yesterday with the watch list. I mean, there is unfinished business. You could see it. And now the fact that the dollars start moving, even though it's not giving us an intraday move, you're kind of seeing it a little bit. But the idea is, like, everything we've experienced since the beginning of the year, you got to really think about it. It wasn't the worst. It wasn't the best. So, like, how this year started, like, this was even, like, I think on a volatility scale, it was like a 1.3 or something. So it was like a 1.3% like type of move. I forgot, there's a metric towards it, but essentially it's like any of the bigger downturns, like even September, we were at like a 3 or a 4. So like that's the big part with all of this, is that we didn't get any repricing, and we were still like, you didn't make a big move, you didn't make a small move. And then, like I said, the repricing. So the repricing of all of it is the case is that yesterday you literally had the CPI and nothing changed for expectations. Roblox user report should come out in 2 days, actually. Yeah, Nancy sold Apple. We pulled that one up there. She sold it on December 30th. She got the tippy top. She was tax gain harvesting. She did that good. She said, you know. Let's see. I like KB Home is still going up. I actually really like that one. The Santa rally. Well, the Santa rally ends what, the second day after Christmas or after the New Year's? It's a 7-day one, or that's what they say with it. But that's out the window. And then if we get the real thing is volatility. I mean, not everybody is back, or excuse me, liquidity. Because if the currencies start to come back, and people like usually after the beginning of the year, until we start seeing a lot of the currency volume come back in, or volatility, then I mean volume will be still pretty light to a degree. Today's not bad, 30 million, but we're almost halfway through. Wells Fargo, just see if XLF goes red. Again, it still has a slight gain. Bed Bath & Beyond running. 2, you just called that out. It's holding up. Oh, no, that's Best Buy. There it is. Yeah, Bed Bath & Beyond is hitting a new high, up 11%. How about BAC calls? You could do it. Banks with sympathy. I mean, it's same thing still applies. Low ticker. SPY is going down again. Volume is picking up. Dollar's going up on it, but watch out again. I would watch banks here as the real key. If we're gonna flush to Wednesday's close, or the Wednesday right here, which is about 2 points. If we're gonna get back to 460, essentially, I think banks need to go down, or tech has to just keep plummeting. Let's see. How I live in. Fuck range. No other news. Dave, that's another one of the momentum stocks. More volume on this sell-off. You're going through. UVXY is coming back up. I don't know. And then there's some leaders. I don't know if they'll give up today because some have held, but that could be a play if any of the leaders start to give up. But SPY's hitting a new low now. 1.7 on the NASDAQ. 0.05 on Dow, so the value's also coming down with it. TLT chill. We'll see if we bounce from there. Big volume on down. Yeah, this Thursday level is going to be key. Nigerian is in Valet and Save. Valet's popping a little bit. Facebook's still selling down here. Google gone for a half hour. It was all during LAEL's speech. I mean, it wasn't too much that said it, but then it was also constant sell pressure out of tech here. Do you hear me? Clap again? No, I think we're good. I mean, watch here. Just watch this little one. It looks like Amazon bounced off the low. Some things did. But low ticker's still picking up. Energy even gave up. Yeah, oil's been volatile as hell all day today. Triple dip the Microsoft. I probably will. I mean, honestly, but we got to get through. I mean, it's just I think now with even what we've seen, it may just be day before earnings at this point. So I'm gonna hold what I got, but then I think day before, 2 days before earnings, that's when we could start making some of the final pre-earnings move plays. Just because it's acting it's too much. There's too much room to move in either direction. Come on, rob me. I thought they're gonna try to rob me. Come on, scammers. All right, I sold out of the Amazon at $4,700. That was like a $1,300 profit, so that at least paid for the Amazon on the upside. So it was like 39%. At what price for Roblo Airbnb? Honestly, just wait till the month. That's it. Airbnb, just give me the deposit, even with Roblo. So wherever they're at by the next deposit, if they're still at these prices, I'll either or really. So again, at this point, I mean, we bought already Airbnb, and then the whole idea here is just I'm just gonna play the what's it called? The how you say? Just timing. That's it. Just space it with time. So right now with both of them and even this marketplace, the key is just make sure you don't over leverage yourself and just throw money like, again, if we already made a purchase in 2 weeks, but if they're at these same prices in the next 2 weeks and we give it enough time and I get my deposit, I will buy it on the first probably. Hey, man. It's a cup, baby. 2020. God bless y'all. Oh, wait, it just stops playing these? Oh, man, I'm going to have to give y'all the...
Groceries are our thing.
2,000 on Roblox, BAC Chick-fil-A, BAC. Yeah, Bank of America has started to go down again. So is Wells Fargo. Let's watch XLF. Yeah, XLF is now red. So watch out. We're probably going to test another low here. Shit. The KBHs are holding. Those microns were up and then flipped. I want to see if I don't think the Wells Fargos will come back. The Uber puts kind of did. Which is funny. No, they have to be higher up. JP Morgan, Roblo clapped. There. No, the Wells Fargo puts ain't even moving. The Ubers are willing to move, but not Wells Fargo. So SPY's coming down here, another low. Yeah, big volume, XLF, that's it. If the banks start to go here, it's not going to look good. The SPY's still kind of fighting, but you're about to hit 2% on the NASDAQ. IRM clapped. It's been down from earlier with everything, but it's good. It's good. Could be worse. Russia tungsten mixed with full hospital news. I think it's just more repricing and follow-up from yesterday, but also, I mean, it was just all with LAEL Brainard. That's when most of it happened. I mean, I don't think she said anything too crazy, but I have to feel like there's something associated with it. Otherwise, this was just full-on tech sell-off from the beginning of the day till now, and then even though value were holding up, it wasn't enough. There's Ford. Ford was good too, but I mean, again, there's still names that are up. I mean, we still hit some plays today. That's why it's like it's a random move, but it's not like, and then it just put like we're still got 40% up on a call, 40% down on a put on the SPY. It's just, I think this is just keeping us the same and getting us a bunch of stuff. Started tech trash talk, everything began to dump. We will see as earnings. We just need pricing and earnings to come back up. That's pretty much it. It would confirm the market follows the dollar. More dropping, or if we get the dollar's holding up stable. That's what I'm saying. If volatility comes in and you see the dollar make a big move, like TLT's willing to move big and then the market goes with it, that will be it. But even for the most part, the dollar has not moved in a long time. And now you can see this, it's already pretty much, it's dropped back to November levels. So I don't know if we could argue that the market will do the same thing, but if the dollar keeps dropping and we see the follow-up, then you might get something. I mean, here's the chart. Essentially, the dollar's down here, the SPY's up here. So that's what we got to see what happens. But it's hard to confirm. It's going to be the main key though, but it's going to be very, very tricky. But the whole point is that if the dollar starts falling from here and then the market follows along, we're going to be in for a ride. Or if the market takes things positively from here, the dollar will still fall, but then the market will buy the dip, and then just like we saw with last March. So that's what I'm trying to explain here from the watch list. Because remember, the dollar was up a lot, and we saw the dollar go up during some of the volatility. But then you'll see at this point right here, right after we dipped, the dollar started to drop, and then we were in the middle of volatility. You see that? So the dollar started dropping, but then we interpreted all of the inflation, lumber prices, all of that. We interpreted it good. So then everything started to rip while the dollar fell. But there's many instances where the dollar, after it stays stable and then drops, we've seen the market come down with it too. So that's what's going to make this a little bit more challenging. But that is what we need to see. So it's I'm not really, it's a snitch indicator, but it's not something we can I wouldn't try to front run it. Essentially, it's going to be kind of like when we were watching TLT before the beginning of the year. Do you guys remember that? So do you guys remember when we were looking at TLT prior to the end of the year? And remember, we called out this right here as the snitch, right? We knew, like, look at it. Remember, it was holding. It kept holding, and we were like, hold on, it's not, as long as it doesn't break out of the range, we don't know. And then there was just that little snitch move, and then it bounced up, and then this is where we got the TBTs. So it's just like, we didn't need to predict it. All you got to do is respond to it. So it's like, do you see how, like, now TLT's chilling too? Ironically, they're switching off. But that's why this was already one of the moves to a degree. We'll see how it plays out. But now you need to see which way the market goes. Right now it's taking a step downwards, but by tomorrow I think we'll be able to figure it out. But there's a 1 to 2% divergence already. So it's like dollar only dropped 0.1%, but the SPY's moving 3/4. So now there's going to be a couple things that are going to move, and you'll have a range. Like, better to be late than wrong, but you will be able to, I think, take advantage of it. But we just need to see, okay, what's going to happen? Where's the dollar going to go? How is the market going to respond? It may happen. I mean, honestly, what I could expect would be SPY follows the dollar slightly up until Powell. And then after Powell, if the dollar keeps dropping, I think the market will bounce. But it depends what is in that meeting and what is not in that meeting also. So, yeah, that good? That's good. I hope you watch I'm telling you, this is like the easiest trick you could learn right now. Or if you want like a market indicator and everybody's blabbling about this and that, and you're getting all the confusion and up and down, I've like watched you've seen this trend before. It's a little bit more macro. You're going to need a little bit more patience with it, but this will give you a very good leading indicator if it starts to come through. So that's all you really got to watch for. And then also too, the earnings are there, but now we saw like this little pre-earnings. Any earnings play we played day before so far, it's worked out very well. And even our post earnings, we're actually hitting 100% for now. And that's only just out of 2 or 3 of them. But I'd say even with earnings is still going to be a catalyst, but the premiums are getting just thrown around here. I would just wait a little bit now, day before, 2 days before earnings. I think that's it. I'm gonna still hold out some of those plays I'm riding, but I think if we're gonna make another average on any of them, I need to wait a lot more closer to earnings now. CBC final trades, Viacom, LRCX. Viacom's been killing it. SPY's about to hit another low. Watch tech stocks. Ford is still holding. Explain to me like I'm 5. What does the 5-year-old know about the dollar and floated exchange systems? I don't, let's see. The dollar goes down. I don't know. I'm gonna have to think about that one. What happened though today? I mean, in a weird way, I'd tell you nothing. I don't know if that's a good answer, but it really does be like that. I think it's just more dollar pressure, and then Europe was just kind of chilling. But then you also had Brainard and some of the Fed people. I'm always going to factor that in. What was it? TLT dropping now. That was a pretty big candle. I think there should be a bond auction soon. Yeah, right there. 10-month, the 29-year, 30-year bond auction just came in. No one talking about Pelosi selling. We brought it up, and a couple people have. I guess we don't want to admit it, or it's kind of like okay. And then after her roadblocks, and then it went down. But yeah, she did sell, and I think that could be part of it. But she sold on the 30th. She sold 2 weeks ago. Can you explain how TLT and line up or diverging? I'm just going off of the correlation, just thinking a positive and negative correlation between bonds. So it's like sometimes it used to do this a lot better back in the day. Like it's, back in 2014, 2015, even up to like 2018. It's like if stocks were up a quarter, the bonds would be down a quarter. So it's something like that. So where it's like you could notice, it's like right now, TLT's up 1/3%, but the SPY's down 0.7. So clearly that's a normal correlation, right? Bonds are going up, stocks are going down. That's a positive correlation. But now your bonds are only up 0.4, 0.3, while the market is down 0.7. So there's a little bit extra being sold off percentage-wise. So that's just the way I kind of talk about it and look at it and discuss it. Bond auction is just the news. They're going to give out the price. So they'll say the bond auction concluded at this rate. But then they're going to say that they're going to tell you the rate the bond was at before, the when issued. So they'll say the bond auction finished at 2.5%. It was at 2.4 when issued. That means it went up 0.1. Or if it was bonds went down to 2%, but it was 2.1 when issued, that means bond yields went down. So that means depending on if the yield goes high or low, that tells you about the dealer and the dealer demand and people trying to buy bonds on the big bank institutional level. You can buy bonds through your brokerage. You got to do it a little different. Literally, buying a bond is it's almost like buying an option. That's what people don't realize. Like when you buy a bond, it is literally, it's like an in the money option. Because think about it, your gain is fixed, so you get a fixed amount. So you'll be good. One comes up, one comes down. Tell them, baby, don't touch the long term. Definitely. Hard. Woo! God bless you, baby. God bless you. Please look it down, but we look good now. So little bounce there. TSM was good. I'm glad we got our play. I was going to ride it out a little bit since I kept it small, but I was like, I'll just take 100%, 80%. But TSM is doing good. I have the Micron. So I think I liked how them and Micron were moving, so I figured I could hold the Micron and then just go from there. It's pretty good, man. It's a good day. If you're looking for rentals, the 38 section is booming. Where's that? Where's that? Even then, bro, what that lady getting nominated, she might low-key like either help real estate or mess it up. But she's gonna dictate a lot of like you got to think about it. Oh, and I don't know, the market was going down. Do y'all want me? I don't want to say it. I want to say it, but I don't want to say it because I want to avoid tension. Oh man. But I will. I will. I've said it before, actually. Y'all trip out a little too easily on some stuff, okay? Because some stuff, is overblown. Some stuff isn't. But to tell you the truth, real estate is pretty racist, or they have at least confirmed that in the past. Again, in 08, 09, it's the process is called redlining. So I know in a lot of people, you guys hear that because a lot of woke people, in a way, they try to say it like, they'll try to bring, race in all of these. And I see some of your reactions, but as somebody in real estate and as somebody, I literally like real estate is a very messed up game to a degree, but like there is like proven, like it is very factual, like with what they've done with redlining and all of that has led to a lot of discrimination in real estate, and it has a very, very big disproportionate effect. Why do you think I'm out here telling every single person, get your hands on real estate no matter what? And that's why we give education on it. It's not to say to avoid it, and it's not to say it's impossible, but there's real estate in the history of it has prevented a lot of people from gaining wealth and even keeping them out there, or even if you would get very unfavorable terms and loans depending on where you come from or even what lender you used. So it's like that part isn't I wouldn't call that woke trash. That's a fact, and it's just something. So I don't want to, you guys would have tension about it and say it, but as a minority, as someone not literally, I've seen a lot of weird treatment in real estate. Again, my family and everything, but all the way down to 15, 20 years of experience there. It's not it is very, very that's proven. So it's not as don't freak out about it too much when that's the key. And honestly, our job here is get educated on real estate, man. And there's a reason why I say it for real. There's a reason why I want everybody to get in real estate, because once you do, nobody's going to stop you from the wealth that it creates. And again, think about it. Why do you think a lot of people don't own houses? That is an educational problem, and it goes through a lot of things. So I just got to say that though, because I know y'all would want to argue with it, but that one, that's pushing it. So again, but back to that lady now, she has a lot in control of her hands, so she might be able, I didn't like the flood insurance thing the guy talked about, but she may be able to what's it called? She may be able to change a lot with it, or she might change some of the down payment stuff. So she was actually a little bit more important. And then the conservativeship of Fannie Mae, that one is actually very, very important. Getting real estate as an agent or wholesaling, whatever you want. As an agent, you could probably make money quicker. Wholesaling, you're going to have to work a little bit harder. But that's it. I think Serge fat fingered a couple people. That's fine. Yeah, just unhide them. Yeah, just unhide them. Yeah, I think he did. Oh, shit. Yeah, unhide all those. I think Serge did fat finger them all. So if you got banned right there, it's all love. You weren't banned on purpose.
Ralph's, fresh for everyone. Free pickup on orders of $35 or more. Restrictions may apply.
Now's the time to stock up and save during the Ralph's Big Bag
Yeah, pocket ban. You're good, man. You're good. Fat finger ban. It happens.
Ralph's, fresh for everyone.
What do you think about Charge Point? I like Charge. Why do I have an ad playing in the background? We totally listened to a full ad. Damn it, Spotify. Yeah, we totally did. We totally did. Nah, you're good. You're good if you got. I think everyone got unhid right there. It wasn't even going crazy, so you're chill. Buy Spotify Premium, but I feel like, but don't they make money if I listen to ads too? Real estate's unpriceable regulation. I mean, I agree. That's why I'm telling you all to buy a house now. And that's why I've said, like, my theory is that real estate is going to follow some of the trends from the 60s all the way to the 90s. But especially 70 through 80s, it was absolutely insane. And what they even did back then, they established a lot of stuff. They established a lot of stuff in real estate to chill the prices in the late 70s. So that's pretty much what I think is going to happen here. I think you're going to get I think real estate is going to keep going up, and if it gets even crazier, it could just shoot up. But eventually, they're going to start giving out either zero down programs, or they'll set some off. Again, you heard them. They're talking about if they set up supply, if they actually created supply for it. But that's literally the projects. So that plan hasn't always worked, but that is you will get some sort of I think you'll get government loans pretty much. Like easier FHA. That's what I'm saying. That lady that you saw up there, she's very important. I hope she knows what she's doing. I have no idea who she is. But if she, that will control a lot. Again, FHA and the 3% down, that helped out a lot. So we will see, my friend. PHILO time. Let me get a carbo, bro. They got some nice things. That don't mean they always credible.
Tell me what you holding on. I hold batons, I pass it on. You sprinting this a marathon, a Farrakhan. Only if we talking million men that march and stock computer screens. I made a million looking at some charts. Yeah, easy said, but it's hardly done. No need your bread, but I tell you when them shots gon' run, I'm popping, son. But I don't do this to be popular. I just prefer the hottest car. The crib is
on the top of flow. Electric brand. You want PHILO? Is it weird if you have PHILO with Uncle in the background? How do real estate agents make money? Too high fees? I mean, the fees are kind of high, but they make money off of the commission. It's like the fees are high for real estate, and like an agent doesn't really do much, but then they do enough. I mean, you have to think about it. If you don't want to not do it in the sense that like you don't want to mess up a property transaction, essentially. Like you don't want to end up being in a position where you buy a house or sell a house, and then if you don't file the title right, or if you don't get it in the right agency, the escrow, everything else, like you could end up being like, you don't want to mess up a $500,000, $200,000 transaction. French COVID deaths up by 225. People aren't really tripping on that anymore. Civil suit, or you could just mess up the title. That's what people don't realize. Like I've had it before, like one time, like, and this almost messed up everything. They spelt my name wrong for a house, right? So when they filed it with the city, you're one letter off, and that could mess up a lot of stuff. Or then I had one where they were doing the transfer, and then like I've seen, honestly, even with agents, I've seen a lot of crazy stuff. NVAX clapped. There's a reason why so many FSBOs. Yes, that's part of it, and it is a mafia. So their board of realtors is like you guys know, like the mafia. Like you ever watch Sopranos? Like that's it's like that. It's just worse. Like, cause literally that's what I'm gonna do for my next flip. So like I'm going to an area that I don't really have the same connects, and I don't know the area as well, but I have a house that I'm flipping there. But what I'm going to do is when I list it, I'm going to put the agent commission to like 5%. Because since I'm going to have somebody else list it for me and they're cool, they're going to flip it with me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to list up the buyer's commission of 4%, 4.5%. So I'll end up spending like 0.5% less, but then I'm going to offer whoever the buyer's agent is double the normal commission. So now every time that house pops up on the MLS, they're going to see that it pays out a 4% commission. You're more likely to do it. That's why, like with FSBOs, like, because if you're not going to offer the same rate, or if you're not in their little system, that's why a lot of FSBOs, they don't get shown. Essentially, agents won't show your house because the payment that they get back is low. But that's crony capitalism, I think, to a degree. That's just the mafia. You're lucky to get 2.5. We do, yeah. Cali is 2.5. It used to be 3. You guys know that? Like, so like in like 2015, I think it changed in like 2018 or 2017 is when it changed. It used to be 3 on both sides. Does anybody remember that? I think it was like 3.5. Does anybody remember that back in the day? When you used to do like 3, it used to be 3 both ways. And then it slowly, over time, it lowered to 2.5. So it went from 6 to 5. Still that way. Not in Cali. So Cali right now, it's about 5%. It's 2.5 on each side. Texas is 3-3. 3-3 were the golden days. No, it used to be 3-3 in Cali. He's like, I was born in a 2. Yeah, you were born in the 2.5. I paid out 6 and 18. Yeah, so it's already lower. That's why people do complain about it, but it's like it's gone down. Probably give it a couple more years. You might see it take another hit down because the fees are expensive. Like, it's actually nuts if you think about it, but sometimes it's worth it. It could get what you want, but that's why real estate's good on any side. Agent, wholesaling, flipping. Like, the fees are high for the agents. If you find good value, if you're flipping it, you get a deal, you're going to make a lot. Well, it's SPY here. It's dancing around. I mean, at least it's chilled out. The good thing is the Dow is green. I mean, even from the bottom here, the NASDAQ was able to recover 1/3%. SPY is kind of just caught in the middle of it. Let me check the dollar. And then chip makers is one to be watching here, as well as the banks. Ooh. I like MO. I flipped out of it today, but it was looking good. That play's still holding too. So again, you should be able to get exactly what I sold out for it. That was a nice, that was like, what did we get it at? I think 5 cents. Yeah. So it's about 60%. It's 60% and holding throughout all day. And then the KBHs, those are both up too. And then I sold out the Ford, and even the Ford is up. So we had good flips today. Then we took profits on the Amazon put, but just the market sucks. I mean, that's all. It just sold out here and it killed. I mean, we're still struggling with those pre-earnings plays like Netflix and Amazon and Microsoft. Amazon's now free because of the put, but it's just like this is just killing some of the momentum. But I hope you're seeing there's still opportunity. Still take the puts or still take the profits and yallah. What a day. What a day. I've been in my house 4 years, remodeled, doing flower beds now, then AC. Hope to sell in March. Don't even fix it up. Just sell it to me. Yalla, come on, save the money. Or let an agent list it. Let a co-agent list it. But either way, good work. Get that money. 60K in 40 years. You might be, I'm telling you, I mean, if you price it, just don't price it too high. So if any of you are trying to sell a house right now, I'm going to give you the best thing you could do. It's a little bit, it's sad. It's really, really sad. I mean, some people will call it deceptive, but it's not really that deceptive. It's just the nature of the market. List it low. Trust me. Just list it low. That's all you got to do. Just list it lower than higher. So I know you're looking at the market right now and you're like, oh, I could get this much. My house is worth $5 million. My house is worth $5. No, just I'm telling you, just list it at whatever the estimate is or lower. Yeah, I'm telling you, because most, even the houses here now, because if you list it high and it doesn't sell, no one's going to touch it. But all of these houses that I've seen that list low, every single one of them is getting like 20% above. It's wild. So if you can, and then it'll list as a hot home on Redfin and Zillow, and then you'll get a bunch of offers, and then if somebody really likes it, they're going to battle with the next guy, and then that's it. But again, that's why it's like deceptive, because some people, it's like, dude, you're not selling it at that price. Because you could, but just chances are you're going to get a substantial amount of offers. No, I flipped out the TSM 80%. I still have the old Micron as a kind of the sympathy. Next thing you know, way over ask. It works, though. It works. Like, I'm like the flip that I got, I'm going to list it at the price I bought it at. I said, I don't even care. I'm going to list this thing like 800 grand below asking. I don't even care. I'm going to be like, all right, man, yalla. Yalla. 20% above your list price is the real price, usually. That's just what happens. It just... Oh, you got that's like that's the PHILO in the background. Whoever it may be, they still haven't had that. We get finance and PMI. Do I need to finish the remodels? No, you can refi without remodels. You just gotta get it approved. Comps and agent giving price based off no upgrades. Yeah, just get a good appraiser. Just get a good appraiser guy in there, and hopefully he's not a dick, and you'll be good. AMC CEO NFT tweet. I have the carbo. I got a carbo. We chilling. You think the same strategy listed low would work in the same in Louisiana? Yeah, everywhere. The chances are you're just gonna. I mean, that's why I don't know who your agent is. But make sure you have an agent who's on the same, like, just as motivated, because you don't want an agent to be like, some agents are whack, and they might, if your guy listing it isn't down with it and he's not ready to like facilitate the offers, because pretty much you're just gonna, people are gonna come in, you say we're gonna accept offers or we're reviewing offers in 2 weeks, 1 week, send in whatever it is, but chances are you'll just get more people in the door to see the house and then go from there. Trying to sell my house in RB, like Rancho Bernardo RB. I'll buy it right now. I'll see you today. I'll see you in 10 minutes. Oh yeah, Uncle, that's good. So day 2 of background music success. I think so. TSM making a little pop there. Viacom breaking out the 20-day. Netflix is already priced. Already moved 10%. It's pricing in a 5% move. Do you have any issues with banks when it comes to multiple properties? Not really. Again, I mean, I take advantage of the good bank loans I can, and then if I ever find a deal, this is why I keep money aside. I save up, and I'll just do 20% down. So it's like if I find a good deal and I just need the cash and I can't get favorable terms, I just go 20% down. You could get any loan from anybody. XLF hold. If that flips, then we got a problem. The Ubers came up a little bit on the puts. That one caught my attention. To the good vibes and to the good life, my friend.
At Ralph's, fresh groceries are our thing, so we check your delivery.
Yeah, Viacom's been a winner, I feel like, all week. All week. And then Ford, too. Ford, I'm glad that those plays came back up. That's why I was like, man, I said, just remember those days. I said, just don't underestimate how great it is that this thing actually holds up. Like, that's the good part. But that one was a nice winner. We'll see. Hopefully, if we chill from here, if we get a big move up, that would be glorious. But we're going to see. It's already 10:30. JP, wait, is JP Morgan in the morning tomorrow? Or is it after hours? Shit, I think it's going to be in the morning. Right? See, if JP Morgan does good, though, they will rock it. I mean, you could see how much they're underpacing Wells Fargo. They could be good here, though. So their JP Morgan still at the top. JPM, Black, Wells Fargo, Citi, FRC. Oh, shit. I have this Citi play. I might hold Citi besides earnings. Because I just like the Citi. I like the spinoff. That play is actually back to break even. Remember, that one was down 30% yesterday. Microns, those went back to break even. Did the leap go down? Scammer, it's the bid. KBH, I still like that. Citi's on the high right now. So banks are kind of getting a little bit of the pre-earnings move. They're breaking out with it. Honestly, banks are just saving the market right here. That's probably your 10% there. 10-year Treasury falls to session lows. So, yeah, TLT's ripping right now. All right. Let me go to the bathroom. I'm still holding the Wells Fargos. That one I might just hold. I might write it in here unless it comes back, but they didn't. They won't come back 50%. This one's going to be a weird situation because we either have to decide. Down 60 now. You either have to decide play the earnings or book the 60% loss, but now I'm down more. I wasn't expecting this one. We lost on day one, and then it never really had any movement. But we'll see by end of the day. I will. We still got a couple hours. If it goes up to 30, I'll cut the loss, but 60, I might just have to flip a coin. All right, but let me go to the bathroom. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press high chat. Text out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link, nightly watch this in main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love y'all. God bless you. It's still a good day. Every day. Welcome to January. Welcome to January. Earnings season? Oh, it's earnings season? Hello. And 22s. What? I'm talking AKs and 10 Qs. Hey, or the best play, the slow move. Hey, want my whole life for damn school. So sit your ass down while you ass with the speed. You gon' get your ass clapped cause you confuse what want with need. When they think I'm bad down is when I'm rising to my feet. You saw me do this shit for free and still make 100 G's. I'ma pull up in a G, one that's made by Mercedes. I'ma buy it when it's cheap and sell it for a cream. Know that water kinda D, so I'm so mad while I think. You gon' probably need a team if you gon' run it up on me. Don't bring a coat to a coat fight. Better buy some more time. Grab it to the outside. This like oh now the devil on my phone line, but haters kiss the decline. I'm buying contracts at the money. They said that I'm stupid. If you really think that you should short it, you won't do it. There's a fine line between affording and stupid. Anything I say, please don't do it. Fed Evans, this is the year where we rebalance monetary policy. Oh. Good, baby. Walmart's still ripping. B&M offering multiple times oversubscribed. FOMC says 2 to 4 rate hikes this year. Evans. So now you can't hear uncle after philo if you hear uncle prior to philo. Doesn't that make sense? Is that kind of weird? Everything's so confusing. Why is there so much volatility? Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm in a coat. Hey, happy Honda days. We partnered with McDonald's to give you a McDonald's Honda. Happy lunch. What? Smells. It smells, dude. It smells. It smells. New McCamry. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, how you living, man? How you living? You living good? I hope you are. I hope you're excited. I mean, let me start this philo with something I've said many times, but I need to make sure this clicks, okay? Because I don't know what you're looking at. I don't know what you see, but I want you to see what I see. Are you ready? This is only the 13th day of the new year. Oh, man. Do you feel me on that? So, ladies and gentlemen, man, I don't think you realize how important these philos are. For real. Because it's still early. And honestly, I think we're blessed to be able to go through so much so quickly. To be honest with you, because, I mean, straight up, I'm gonna jock it from James. That's what he said. He just said, bro, this is an opportunity for endurance. So I hope some of y'all could take to get excited about that. Wherever it is right now, because a lot has been thrown at you, but it's still early. That means so much more could happen this year. And really, this is where you're going to really put yourself to the test. Stay locked and loaded in the game. And what I'm really trying to say above all, man, is guard your hearts and guard your mind, all right? Hey, y'all with me? Amen. Simple as that. Eddie, don't matter what you feel, man. I'm just go with what you know, not with what you feel, okay? And it don't matter if you ain't got to be religious for this one, okay? It's simple. It's simple. So, today's philo is very, very simple. I just want to share some, like, little life lessons with you today, actually. You know what I'm saying? I just want to give you some little tips to life. Does that sound simple to you? I mean, honestly, some people would call these Proverbs, actually, believe it or not. And it's funny because I got this thought yesterday and I was just reading and then this verse came up and I was like, man, I got to give it to the Chad. And then I thought of something though. I really, really thought about something because I'm pretty sure around this same time last year, right? I'm pretty sure that we did the same exact thing. I think I read you the verse after this. So I was like, it's interesting. But, I mean, I hope you really got the philo yesterday. And you know, I just want to bring it to life a little bit more. And that's what I'm going to share with you here today. So take these life lessons, and I hope you can find a way to apply them here with what we need. There's one about this. You'll hear what I said, okay? You'll hear what I say. You'll see. It's great. It's great. All right, you ready? Proverbs 10. The Proverbs of Solomon. The Proverbs of Solomon. A wise child brings joy to a father. A foolish child brings grief to a mother. Tainted wealth has no lasting value, but right living can save your life. The Lord will not let the godly go hungry, but he refuses to satisfy the craving of the wicked. Honestly, can I tell you something? That's one of the verses that you need on your armor, okay? Do you understand? That's the one you need to memorize. For real. That's one you add to the armor. The Lord will not let the godly go hungry, but he refuses to satisfy the craving of the wicked. This one's a good one too. Lazy people are soon poor. Hard workers get rich. A wise youth harvests in the summer, but one who sleeps during harvest is a disgrace. The godly are showered with blessings. The words of the wicked conceal violent intentions. We have happy memories of the godly, but the name of a wicked person rots away. The wise are glad to be instructed, but babbling fools fall flat on their faces. People with integrity walk safely, but those who follow crooked paths will be exposed. People who wink at wrong cause trouble, but a bold reproof promotes peace. The words of the godly are a life-giving fountain. The words of the wicked conceal violent intentions. It's funny because they said that twice. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't feel me. Hatred stirs up quarrels, but love makes up for all offenses. Amen. Wise words come from the lips of people with understanding, but those lacking sense will be beaten with a rod. Wise people treasure knowledge, but the babbling of a fool invites disaster. The wealth of the rich is their fortress. The poverty of the poor is their destruction. Y'all realize that one's a good one too. That's it. I mean, you gotta look out for the other side, my guy. I'm just saying. The earnings of the godly enhance their lives, but evil people squander their money on sin. This one made me think too, honestly. I was reading that one. I was like, man, that's facts. And honestly, this is just a small one you could think about too. Do you want a certain amount of money to do something, or is it just going to basically enhance your life and make it so that you chill a little bit more? Again, this is a book on success. People who accept discipline are on the pathway to life, but those who ignore correction will go astray. Oh my God. Thank you, God. Oh man. I love this one. You know that? This one got me too. I really had to think about it. I really, really had to think about this one. You know why? Because it said people who accept discipline are on the pathway to life. Y'all, do you know why this one hit me so hard? Because it didn't say if you have discipline or if you first it says accept it. Do y'all feel? Oh man, I don't think y'all feel me. Literally, do you realize some people? This isn't even saying that you have achieved discipline. Oh come on. You see? Do you realize that's all I needed from some of you? And all of this stuff we kept talking about. Right, and we go over these PHILOs. You realize there's a big difference between a lot of people in here? There's very, very simply, there's two groups. There's people willing to accept discipline and people who are not. Oh, telling you, this one hits. It's just saying if you're willing to accept it, are you open to being a little bit more disciplined? You don't have to like go in the gym, but are you open to making the positive change? You see what I'm saying? It's like you don't like it when someone calls you out on something, but like are you open to making some changes and kind of restricting yourself to ooh, I'll tell you, that's good. That one's good. So it says that if you're willing to accept it, it's saying you're on the pathway. It doesn't mean you got there. And that's why I liked it too. I was like, man, this is actually like, for a simple statement, this packs a lot. Because I was like, man, it's saying if you're willing to accept, it doesn't mean you got to the destination, but oh man. Oh man. It's wild. Hiding hatred. Oh yeah, I didn't even finish it. It said, but those, yeah, you already know. Ignore correction, yeah. Hiding hatred makes you a liar. Slandering others makes you a fool. Damn. Wow. Wow. Do you realize what I'm going to ask you now? What are you saying about other people? Because simply, what options does that leave right there? Seriously, because it's saying if you're hiding hatred, you're a liar. And if you slander others, that makes you... So what other options do you have to interact in a way, if you think about it? That's crazy. You see what I said? So show love. Too much talk leads to sin, but sensible people keep their mouth shut. Or be sensible and keep your mouth shut. Close the deal. It's already there. The words of the godly are like sterling silver. The heart of a fool is worthless. The words of the godly encourage many, but fools are destroyed by their lack of common sense. The blessings of the Lord makes a person rich, and he adds no sorrow with it. Oh, man. This one hit me yesterday, too. I think some of y'all, this is going to hit you. And if it doesn't hit you yet, I need you to understand the biggest thing of why this one right here is low-key a big, big goal. I don't think y'all feel me on this one. It says, the blessings of the Lord make a person rich, and he adds no sorrow with it. Y'all ain't even got to be religious about this one again, because y'all get crazy with me sometimes. But do you realize what it's saying? Bro, it's talking about that connection between riches and sorrow. Oh. Seriously, we say take care of your body. You know why? Last thing you want to do is get everything you wanted in the stock market, your business, and all of that. And then you're like, damn, I'm very, very unhealthy. I got sick. Or damn, I blocked out every single person on the way to get here. I lost family. I lost friends. You see what I don't think a lot of people realize the sorrow that comes with it. And usually if you're already living in a certain situation, you're willing to give up anything to get what you want. And then but just think about this. I don't know what I'm trying to ask you as what sort of worth does this have to you then? Do you see what I'm saying? Do you place a value on wealth without sorrow or not? Oh, this one's good too. Doing wrong is fun for a fool, but living wisely brings pleasure to the sensible. Oh, Chad. Bro. Isn't that weird? Like, have you ever done something that's like kind of contrary to what you like? You know what I'm saying? Or it's like you like to chill, you like to watch the TV, you like to eat everything, you know? But then you like go to the gym a couple times and you're like, I kind of like this. Right? Like, or you know, like when you're like, I stuck to my diet. I stuck to my plan. I stuck to my trading plan. Oh, come on. Isn't it interesting though? Think about it. By living wise brings pleasure to the sensible. So do you want to know what the best part about this is? This is calling out some of you in a very positive way. Because I hope you realize that if this applies to you, where like living a certain way and making right decisions gives you some level of pleasure, that means you are a sensible person, my friend. So keep training those senses that you have and keep building off of that. Again, you will notice in the book of Proverbs, he talks a lot about sensible. He talks about common sense or not and how people get destroyed off of it. So my friend, that sense that you have, please water it. The fears of the wicked will be fulfilled. The hopes of the godly will be granted. You want to know why I like this one? You know why I like this one? Because in a weird way, it kind of acknowledges, it doesn't say that godly people don't have fear. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't feel me. You know that, because then I thought about that. I was like, man, should I not have fear? But I was like, sometimes I do have fear. Oh, man. But it's saying for the wicked, you have no sense. I mean, we could go down the list. It makes sense. The fears will become fulfilled. But it's saying, the hopes of the godly will be granted. Oh, that's big. That's big. Because I hope you can realize you have fear, but it's your hope. If you are a sensible person and you focus on these good decisions, my friend, the hope is what's going to come to life. It doesn't mean you don't have fear. It doesn't mean that there's not things going wrong. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't mean that there may not be a threat. Oh, but it's saying, put the hope in there. And then if you don't have hope, my friend, Hopefully you're not on the other side of the spectrum. When the storm of life comes, the wicked are whirled away, but the godly have a lasting foundation. Lazy people irritate their employers, like vinegar to the teeth or smoke in the eyes. Fear of the Lord lengthens one's life, but the years of the wicked are cut short. The hopes of the godly result in happiness, but the expectations of the wicked come to nothing. Again, that was another one, right? He talks about fear and hope, and coming to life. And then he talks about hope and expectations. Oh, y'all don't feel me. I like this one a lot too. This is like a more Fati vibes. For real, if you are hoping and you got that hope, and if you're really strong and mature with it, can you hope not get it and still be excited? You see, that's the versus the other one. How many of us have hope, but it's really just the expectation? And then that's why when the expectation don't hit now you're going to change up. I like this one, honestly. You know why? Because this is real life. I think Uncle has said it before. He said, don't tell me that you loyal till you really seen us losing. Oh, y'all don't feel me. You see, some people have gone through the journey with a lot of hope. And they've had ups and downs, right? It didn't work out. Every single one of us has gone through a lot, long-term, short-term, whatever it may have been. And some people still, they say, well, there's a long-term. There's still a future. There's still, some of y'all kept hope. But honestly, some people had expectations. Then the expectations didn't come true. And then guess what? There's no hope to be found left. That's why I like hope, right? Because hope has some expectations, but even if it doesn't happen immediately and materialize, hope still remains. Oh, y'all ain't feel me, man. The way of the Lord is a stronghold to those with integrity, but it destroys the wicked. That's weird. That's like you're saying it's like salt or something. That's the godly will never be disturbed, but the wicked will be removed from the land. The mouth of the godly person gives wise advice, but the tongue that deceives will be cut off. The lips of the godly speak helpful words, but the mouth of the wicked speak perverse words. And that, my friend, is Proverbs 10. That is the beginning to Solomon's Proverbs. This is the book I'm telling you to read. This is the book about how to live a successful life. Again, I know I had this talk yesterday and people really weren't. Some people feel me. Some people didn't. But I said this after hours. I'm going to Proverbs 1 now. It says this purpose, the Proverbs of David's son, King Solomon. Their purpose is to teach people wisdom and discipline, to help them understand the insights of the wise. Their purpose is to teach people to live disciplined and successful lives, to help them do what is right, just, and fair. It will give insight to the simple and knowledge and discernment to the young. Oh, let the wise listen and become even wiser. Let those with understanding receive guidance. By exploring the meaning in these proverbs and parables, the words of the wise and their riddles. So I hope you explore it. And you guys see how this is what I read. You see how I read it? I'm like, wow, what does that mean? What could this mean? I hope you realize you'll get something from this. You know what I'm saying? You feel me? Oh, I hope you feel me on this. I hope you feel me on this. So, all I'm trying to say is this book, man, it's the words. I know you heard it from me today and you hear my commentary, but I really want you to read it. And I want to know what comes up at the first thing you think about. You know what I'm talking about? I don't know if y'all feel me. Do you see the difference? Because I like sharing this with you. I really do. And I think it's amazing. Honestly, that verse, I think all of you, no matter where you stand on the spectrum or anything, I think all of you could have nodded your head to one or two things and been like, all right, that's facts. That's fact. I've been in a situation. That's facts. That is wisdom. That's facts. I think you can. But then you heard what I say afterwards. I just want you to read it and think, man. That's all. Ain't that crazy? I just want you to read it and think. So that was the philo from yesterday. We talked about this book, the book of Proverbs. It's called the Bible. Literally, some people call it the Word of God. Again, and I hope if you read it with some simple-mindedness, you'll see. There's a lot. This is why I like Proverbs, because it's hard to assume a lot of things. You may hear a lot of things about, oh, godly this, the wicked that. But, I mean, I think you can find a good synonym for it. It's not as if it's making you, it's not too divisive. So, above all else, man, I just wanted to bring the philo to life from yesterday. Because I hope you guys, do you realize, when you hear this, how powerful it is in some of these words? And I think you might realize how some of this might come to life and apply for you. So, Chad, I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you're ready. And at the end of this, man, if I could say it for 2 days in a row, and I usually don't do this. I mean, honestly, you don't really hear me. I don't really push this through, and I don't promote this. Maybe I should get a Webull link for it. I don't know. But for day 2, can I please tell you, go download the Bible app and go read Proverbs. That's it. For real. Even just download it and read it yourself. It's not going to turn you into salt. What's it going to cost you? Nothing. You read did words like that sound too aggressive? But ultimately, my one thing I need to ask you, actually, and this is what it's coming down to. Why are you so scared? Why are you so scared of a book? I need to ask this for all of you, and I really hope you can see it in yourself with the answer to this question, and either get your shit together or give yourself a pat on the back, or at least come to terms with it. My question is, are you willing to accept discipline? That's it. That's it. Are you willing to accept discipline? Because when I was a child, I didn't. Honestly, have I told you the stories? Do y'all know Mama Answer? She beat the living crap out of us. and it's funny because growing up, I didn't like discipline. I didn't, Mama Answers, bro. I was like, I don't get this. I thought she was crazy. I didn't like it. I thought, compared to all my friends, it was just so different. You know what I'm saying? It was so different. I did not like Mama Answers. Oh, man. I got my ass whooped. But then it's crazy because as I got older, it's wild how my view on it has shifted. Totally 180. And I think it's part of it. It's just I wasn't willing to accept discipline for a good portion of my life. Y'all hear, I'm annoying. I'm an annoying person. I got a smart ass mouth too. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna be, I fought discipline very, very hard. I find my way in and out of it, how to get around. I don't have to do this. I could do that. I don't got to go here. I'll go do that. I don't need to go do that. It's crazy. But again, at that point in my life, I wasn't down with discipline. And it's crazy to see how it's changed. So please, my friend, I just, I need you to really get deep with this question and ask yourself this. Very, very simple. Do you accept discipline or not? That's what I'm saying. Why are you scared of this book? That the book will call you out. Again, I love, bro. I keep thinking of the comment the other day when I had this philo, because they were saying, oh, the Bible is meant to control you. I'm like, dude, think about it. How am I going to control you with something you don't like? Think about it. I think I could control you better if I gave you everything you wanted. And then I got you to go down this route. I say, yeah, act like this. Go ahead. It's fine to do that. It's fine. More again, did you not read the Proverbs he was saying? How people speak words, but they're really vicious. And how a lot of people, it's funny, it says it in the same book. That's why I'm like, the thing about this book is it's going to call you out. At least Proverbs. So go ahead, don't read the rest, but just try it for me. And go read Proverbs, please. And you'll see what I'm talking about. You will not want to, you'll want to put it down. The first couple times I read Proverbs, I wanted to put it down because it kept calling me out. I'd rather have it say you're going to be rich and successful and everything you're doing is perfect and everybody else is wrong. Not you. You're right. Everyone else is wrong. I wish it said that. I would have loved it. I would have been my favorite book, but I wouldn't have grown in any way, shape, or form. But it would have been my favorite book still. But you hear it. I just read it to you. Some of you are going to ask yourself these questions. It's funny, y'all. I read it to you. Y'all start thinking about me. It's like, bro, I'm thinking about me when I read it. You got to think about yourself. That's the whole point. Every single line you can read and you be like, tell me. Every single proverb I read. Did you not think about somebody else at least once? Oh, they don't feel me. They don't feel me. So I'm just trying to say, man, the book is real. It will call you out. But don't apply it to anybody but you got to read it. And again, are you just not willing? If you're not at the point in your life right now to accept any sort of discipline, I feel you, but that's all you. It's very, very simple. Can you not read a book that might challenge you? That might challenge your beliefs, your past, your judgment, and how you think about the future? I get it. I do. But like I'm saying, some of y'all got to really, really think about this on both sides. And like I said, too, it's not negative. It's not. You know why? Because I realize this, too, and I hope you guys are as proud of it as I am. You are surrounded by very sensible people. And some of you have more sense than you know. And some of you aren't realizing how powerful it is that this actually connects with you. That you are a sensible person. Can I tell you that one more time? Like, listen to what I'm telling you. You are a sensible person. Oh. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? So that's something to be excited about. And keep building that discipline. And now read that. Now read the Proverbs and understand where you lie. But here's the thing. The Proverbs will tell you this. And this one's hard to accept. You can be a sensible person and still slip. I've seen sensible turn into a fool. And it will outline this in Proverbs. It will say, I've gone from sensible to foolish. So just guard. Still stay on guard. I'm not telling you, yay, celebrate. But also understand what you got. And that's why now when you read the Proverbs, read it as it should. Understand where you align with it. And understand that you get the value from it. And then at the same time, you should heed the warning when it tells you, yo, this is where you're going to slip. This is what the wicked will do. But just because you may have a little sense now, don't mean that. You see what I'm saying? Woo! So I love it. I love it. So that's why it's exciting, man. But for real, go download it, man. Telling you. At the very least, you can see thousands of people in here are already on this wave, but they're not. No one's going to judge you for this. And please just read it. Don't even tell me about it if you want. I'm just saying, read it into you and you. But these are just lessons on how to live success. But a big part is the question I'm asking you. Are you willing to accept the discipline or not? I'm not asking if you are disciplined. I'm not asking if you like it. I'm not asking if you're good at it. I'm just saying, are you willing to accept it? And that right there, my friends, that's a game changer. So I hope you're ready. I hope you're excited. And I hope you take that to the bank, baby. That is your philosophy. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watch SMA channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Keep it positive and respectful. New guys, don't be too shy to say hi or too high to say shy. We love you. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, get some on.
Hey man, I love y'all. It's a coat, baby. 2020. Hey, yeah. I ain't start a movement, I just got my people moving. I asked them what you doing, or the why you do it. We was moving hella clueless, but we did it like we knew it. You can see it, I don't prove it. If you beat me, I ain't losing, huh? I don't want the shit, you can have it back now. And if you want the drip, you can never back down. I navigate the road to wealth and pass the map down. It's kinda hard to hear the hate, cause I hit clap. Yeah, I ain't start a movement, I just got my people moving. I asked them what you doing, or the why you do it. We was moving hella clueless, but we did it like we knew it. You can see it, I don't prove it. If you beat me, I ain't losing, huh? I don't want the shit, you can have it back now. And if you want the drip, you can never back down. I navigate the road to wealth and pass the map down. It's kinda hard to hear the hate, cause I hit clap. Yeah, let me start this with a thanks and a fuck you. It don't matter what I say, just know I love you. It's not about what's coming out, but in your heart, fool. So I ain't care how you talk, I won't judge you. Cause they judge me, they said I must be a new religion or a color or a country, a dummy or a junkie. I'm humbly getting money, I'm different, don't be grumpy. I'm only showing love, G. So you should just chill, for real. I do this for my people out there trying to stack a meal. I ain't wanna be a leader, but I'm ready to be killed. Cause I cannot wait to meet them in the plan that we're revealed. Damn, I told you that we different. Ain't slow but come up quickly. I know that don't sound sexy, I know that you're a little tempted, but this your intervention. You pay with playing time while they pay you no attention. I ain't start a movement, I just got my people moving. I asked them what you doing, or the why you do it. We was moving hella clueless, but we did it like we knew it. You can see it, I don't prove it. If you beat me, I ain't losing, huh? I don't want the shit, you can have it back now. And if you want the drip, you can never back down. I navigate the road to wealth and pass the map down. It's kinda hard to hear the hate, cause I hit clap. Yeah, they talking, but let broke do what broke do. If I'm shopping, only cribs and a whip too. But it's still the same Jordan shorts from middle school. I ain't flexing, I just show what priorities do. Got the wagon, no coupe, you getting mad at my fruit, cause it ain't happen to you. I look around at the room, these people trying to be cool. Like what this shit mean to you? Ain't got a lot of class, but they still act in high school. So tell me this, who you trying to impress? And if you don't achieve this, would it leave you depressed? And if they don't like you now, why you want their respect? And if you got one life to live, why you do it for them? So please tell me this, who you trying to impress? And if you don't achieve this, would it leave you depressed? And if they don't like you now, why you want their respect? And if you got one life to live, why you do it for them? I ain't start a movement, I just got my people moving. I asked them what you doing, or the why you do it. We was moving hella clueless, but we did it like we knew it. You can see it, I don't prove it. If you beat me, I ain't losing, huh? I don't want the shit, you can have it back now. And if you want the drip, you can never back down. I navigate the road to wealth and pass the map down. It's kinda hard to hear the hate, cause I hit clapping. It's a cock, baby. Absence bid. Lester. Check me your mind. Ay, I got options, bitch. Talking like Honda, right to got some shit. I'ma get pushing cars on all my stocks. I has my shit vested in everything from value tested dividends. Living in houses in the hills, my life is different. Businesses I've been doing that since I was little, yeah. Bigger than that, I'm doing the same thing on the biggest scale. Listen here, I can make $1 million anywhere. This ain't fair, I don't show my face cause I am everywhere. Let me in, you don't gotta like me, but the message ill. This is real, never make investments based on how you feel. Pick a field, but you cannot quit it till you get a deal. Need a will, otherwise you'll waste your time just spinning wheels. I do this opposite shit, they thought it was easy. Like I got here without reading, like I didn't give up sleeping. Tell me what the fuck's a weekend, tell me what the fuck's your reason for this dream you keep on dreaming. It's gon' leave if you don't lead it, huh? Got $1 in a dream, I need a couple cents. I'ma go and sell some Supreme, pay my mama's rent. But I bought that shit, watch me call the top and shit. I'm confident the cycle ends, and when it does, I'll buy the dip and then I'll get a nicer whip. The guy disliking all my vids will probably be a lot more pissed, but I'm just gonna pray he blessed. Wish I had time to hate this shit. I'm busy chasing greatnessness. I'm trading when the fade begins and selling when they don't kick it. I be talking options, I got lots of those in life. I could get you started, but I can't teach you to drive. I turn on my monitors and swear I come alive. Cash is always liquid, always dripping, never dry. I got options, bitch, talking like Honda, right there, got some shit. I'ma get pushing cars on all my stocks, I hedge my shit. Vested in everything from value tech to dividends. Living in houses in the hills, my life is different. Businesses, I've been doing that since I was little, yeah. Bigger than that, I'm doing the same thing on the bigger scale. Listen here, I could make $1 million anywhere. This ain't fair, I don't show my face cause I am everywhere. Let me in, you don't gotta like me, but the message ill. This is real, never make investments based on how you feel. Pick a field, but you gotta get it till you get a deal. This is real. Yeah. Pray for all of y'all. Yeah, I hope you never lose your goals. The mock is valid, don't be afraid to take it slow. It's has it possible to make the money if you broke. And mine's the obstacle, the strange secret that you know. Adaptable, I had to go DiCaprio, plain as the wolf. Subtract the hoes, but add some dough. The rooster didn't come to roast, about to cope. But back with folks, it's rapid growth. I have a coat, I have a rose, I have some homes. I have to go contractual, selling those, but not my soul. I sell the clothes to buy some more. I'm with my bros, divide the dough. My high and low, my favorite hoe. I hit it when she drop it low. I'm never at the cop it close. Only buy options is homes. You don't got those, leave me alone.
Uncle, baby. All right, so I can just leave him there. My bad. It's good, baby. I love you. God bless you. We are back. Market's getting exciting here. I got a couple things, bro. I'm really, really excited. I got really, really hyped. I will share with you in a second. All right, let's run it. I'd like to the bank. You got a problem? What you really trying to say? Okay, I sold out the KB Homes 90%, but I'm still holding the weekly. So I sold out the ones with time, and then I'm holding the weekly. That's still up 50%. I'm just taking more profits. But I'm very, very excited. Very, very excited, bro. Stop this. Honest. Teaching them more than college. Adding net to the long term. I do. Cloudflare. I do like it. I just need it to, I need a lot of things to chill out. But other than that, it's pretty low, and I like it. But remember, we saw this IPO at like $16 or some shit, right? Yeah. So eventually, we got a lot of time. We got a lot of time. We got a lot of time, but took the KBH again, still holding the weeklies. But no, you want to know why I'm hyped? You want to know why I'm hyped? There's something I'm hyped for. Bro, I love it. I don't think you realize this is like the best feeling in the world. Like, I think it was like 5 or 6 of you just already, y'all emailed me and y'all sent me pictures of you just the first time reading it. Literally, I got people for the first time. Just bro, do you know why that? Do you realize how exciting that is? That's like getting a notification. Bro, that's a heavenly notification to be able to see that, man. And I'm just excited for you guys too. But it's like I'm glad to see, man. I'm glad to see, man. Just at least if I just 5, 6 people, and that's who sent me it, man. So that's good. I'm glad to see y'all kicking it into gear, and it's just it's beautiful. So just watch. Watch. Like, you see what I've been talking about. Like, I haven't been like, there's a reason why we talk. Like, a New Living Translation too. So click the little 3 letters. It's like a ticker symbol. If you say KJV ticker, or like what's the other one? The New Living, not what's the other one? NIV? NIV. So NIV and KJV, you could change the ticker. Click on the ticker and then switch it to ticker NLT. That's New Living Translation. It's easy to read. You got it on the first time. Let's go, baby. Run it. Run it. Run it. Any agents in Visalia? We have agents in Cali. A lot in there. So you got access to. I don't know if anyone specializes there though. My plan with JP Morgan, we're gonna sell before earnings, so it's holding up. It's been holding up like 16%. It could still, again, and it's good to watch the premiums. So it's like it's been holding this pretty much all day. What are those? The February 185s. Let's take a gander. But pretty much in the next like 30 minutes, if there is earnings, it might go. That's when the premiums might have their like move. Damn, someone sold a fat spread on these. See, they've kind of held the price, but they're holding up. This looks like the earnings move for the most part, but they've held a decent level in how they move. So just gonna watch and hold for the most part. But I am gonna be selling before close. I'm not gonna play JP Morgan. The one I might hold will be Wells Fargo, just because I have puts on it, and they already got destroyed. So we got them like right. I thought we would have got an earnings rundown, or at least it might have chilled out, but instead it kept going, and the put is just did not want to play along at all. Citi, I forgot about Citi. Shit. Citi, I think I'm gonna hold though. I think I'm going to hold Citi just because I'm playing it for a different reason. So even though it had earnings, I would have bought it yesterday even without the earnings or not. It's break even though, so earnings may give me a chance to exit and I might be able to reap. I'm going to think about this one, but I'm leaning towards hold Citi. But I don't know. Let me see. No, they said there's no way. I no comprende. Tell him, uncle. Tell him. Anything is possible. Let's go, man. It's Friday Junior. It's Friday Junior. Let's hold. I feel the same way. Man, why are you bringing me? Why are you trying to? We can't make this a group effort like that. You know what I'm saying? Okay, this is golf. That's it. You got, I don't know, though. We'll see. Maybe we'll see what we profit on JP Morgan. Because either we're going to get 15%, $70, or but I like Citi in general. But it's kind of, all the banks have moved up a ton. Wells at price target raised. Oh, you hear that? Was a good one. 250 on Citi. It is. Did I go smaller on Citi? 250. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, JP Morgan's bigger. Listen and streaming Uncle Mountainside. Major vibes. They gave me a very good visual. But I'm dramatic. I just pictured like you on top of like Mount Everest. And and then somehow it's sunset, even though it's probably not sunset anywhere right now, but it just feels like the morning. And there's like fog, and then Mount Everest, and then I just see you like you're like lifting up, like you're like snowy like beard mask thing. You know what I'm saying? And like, then you hear it, and then you hear like the little, and then you smile, and you look over, and you're like, yeah. And then you look down, and then it starts lagging, because how the fuck you get service on Antarctica, Mount Everest, dog? I know they're two different places, but both are cold, and one's not a mountain, but still, just follow along with the story. Again, it starts to get a little sideways here, then you realize you have no service. God bless you, bro. Enjoy it. Life is good, man. Life is good. Man. There's just some easy like chads to clap, but I'm just not going to do it. So feel free to clap it in your own head and then say something positive. Okay? Like Daniel, you look, I love you. No, we love him. We love him. He's a good guy. He looks young in his profile pic. He looks like he's been doing good, so it's just love. Talk about econ. What do you want to talk about with econ? I mean, economics. What major economics? You got your data today. I think realistically, it's inflation. Inflation is really, really peaking. That's what it seems like. McDonald's? McDonald's ad. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm in a cult. Order any two cults. Join a cult today. Get any two options, buy one, sell one, make it free, and then hold the rest for earnings.
Fresh groceries are our thing, so we...
Okay. Hey, happy on days. JP Morgan. It's not my birthday, but thank you. McDonald's. But that is definitely, inflation is the major thing. Banks will probably benefit off of more inflation as it's going to relate to higher rates, but that's more tied into Fed policy and what the Fed's going to do. Inflation has the ability to clap everybody. It just depends on to what scope it is. So that's like economically why people are kind of chilling out now, is that even though inflation wasn't transitory, at least it hasn't gone too crazy just yet. But that's the scary part about let me show you the CPI on the 30-year chart that we've talked about before. But that's like the main economic thing. So for the most part, like short term, there's always a temporary benefit for banks and other people, and then interest rates would benefit the banks as well, especially if they start loaning more. But for the most part, inflation as why everybody's worried, it could always be very, very detrimental to every industry and end up having a negative effect on the banks. But that's why really the point right now with the economy and inflation is if we start to see it slow down, you're now comparing baseline effects. You already had one big year of prices going up. So the question is it going to do it again? And that is where the story gets a little bit deeper. And that's where you honestly see the economy. I mean, if I could say anything about the economy right now, or for you guys to be able to learn off of it, I would easily say, I hope you realize how slow it moves. Like this has only been a year or two, or it feels like forever, but think about everything that's really gone into it. And you know, it's little by little by little by little that you start to get the data, and then you understand the situation. Because like, does anybody not think it's funny that, like, come on, like, you don't like, if someone said transitory now, you guys all know inflation's not transitory now. It's even, people laugh at it. Literally, that guy on the Congressional meeting, he said, I bet that the Fed and Jerome Powell wish they never heard the word transitory. Like, they wish they never learned it, right? Like, think about how, like, it's different now, right? But do you not remember how it was in the beginning when the prices first started, when lumber went to whatever price it did? And then it's still like half of that price now, but still really, really high. Does that make sense? So that right there, I think it breaks it down a little bit better. Because you get this kind of ridiculous. Because you realize, like, it's not like people were saying that it's not this or it's this for a very, very long time. Inflation has been happening since the creation of the dollar. Like, that's why a Ford doesn't cost $20 anymore. But I think a fear of moving off a bib. Oh, what is it? There's Seeking Alpha article at like 10-15 minutes ago. Biogen made a tweet. They made a Twitter. Desperate to reserve turmoil and controversial Alzheimer's, Adalem has a shopping list of acquisitions. Status learned in the company risk-averse board could be incredibly receptive. Interesting. Arena, it could, but why? Well, is there anything else moving up with it? Why the Fed and everyone is freaking about banks and climate issues? How exactly are banks and climate related? Because I mean, like, you have to. There's stuff that statistically hasn't happened and may not happen, but the point is, you just saw it with the pandemic. Like, again, like even LAEL BRAINARD said a couple of weeks ago or a couple years ago, nobody would have said, should you think about the economy if there was a pandemic? You know what I'm saying? Like, it just doesn't happen. So it's like climate effects. Like, think about when New York flooded. I'm going to start sounding like Joe Biden, honestly, answering this question. What? Come on. Huh? You don't remember New York? You prick. Last year it flooded. You remember the subway? It was nasty. You're American. Now you're swimming a marathon. You're swimming a marathon to go to work. Your train got flooded. You know how much that costs? You know what happens? What's gonna happen if the climate, if we turn into cavemen? If it gets cold and the woolly mammoth comes, huh? You can stop the economy for 2-3 months. You know, we're fighting off woolly mammoths. Come on, I don't get it. And then how you gonna sell stocks if you're a saber tooth? You know, you see the movie Ice Age, huh? What do you notice something? They didn't have an economy. We built that back. That's why you got to protect against it. Oh, there it is. But no, that's like an over-dramatization, like, obviously. But literal stuff like that can have an effect. Like, so people are worried about if there is a massive climate issue or a climate shift, if it would leave the economy vulnerable. And as we've seen, if there's something, that's why she said a tail end risk. It's something that's not statistically likely to happen, but if it did, it would be a black swan and it would create fuck you. Oh, yeah, I'm back? Okay. But so that's the whole idea with that. But your follow-up is saying, how do banks contribute to climate issues? They make it sound like banks need regulations. Well, everybody contributes to climate issues. And now, let me tell you, I'm just answering, I'm giving you kind of consensus views when I answer these questions, and I'm trying to help you understand it. I don't really have an opinion. I know this stuff, but I mean, my views are always going to be, let me have my own views, but this is the consensus I'm trying to explain to you. But pretty much everybody is contributing to climate problems. That is the consensus view, especially even banks. So even Elizabeth Warren, she is right that the financial service industry, the climate or carbon impact, surprisingly, is substantially larger than a lot of industries. So banks affect in that way, but let's ignore that. The whole thing, and this is where they're trying to push it, and this is where motherfuckers are all trying to make their money off of it, simply because this is big money, and this is a $50 trillion logic in the next 30 years. Again, 50 trillion. And what it is they're saying, okay, we know about these issues. Obviously, some people contribute to a lot of this, but they're saying if we start investing in this stuff now, you see, it's a sales pitch. So again, I just got you scared, right? I'm telling you, hey, the fucking woolly mammoth, huh? They're gonna get clapped. Pay attention and get your booster. Like you get scared on it, and you're like, this is that, here are the problems, and you saw what happened last time with this and that. So we should invest in stopping it before it happens. How does it sound? 32 trillion, please, payable now, or 5 trillion passed on to every single generation for a 30-year plan. We affirmed it. Anyways, but that's pretty much what it is. So that way now they're saying that you could start giving out loans and incentivizing building towards the environment, so that way if we start building up these things where we're weak because of environmental change and start going on prevention and everything else, you could effectively be prepared if the event ever did happen versus being unprepared. So that's what they want the Fed, government policy, and people to invest in. But they want the Fed to pretty much give out free money and say, hey, Fed, will you promise to invest in clean energy and not invest in oil, and then give out a bunch of money for people to start preparing for a potential problem that may or may not happen, essentially. But then that way, even if it didn't happen, or if it did, we would still be prepared. And then we need $60 trillion. Affirm? Oh, affirm. What? I said what? They didn't like that national debt plan? Oh, come on, affirm. I thought you were going to support us with our environmental shift. That's crazy. You could prepare. Well, yeah, prepare by literally, they're saying, like, to what it would shift to. So, like, what would happen if New York flooded? Or what would happen if certain things, if there was another major windstorm or whatever, will you have energy systems in place? Will you have transportation systems in place to keep the economy going, or to prevent a fallout of the economy and even lives based on then what would be created? So they're saying put all this money in now and we could prepare. That's why it's like, okay, if we could build up stuff now, if we could build up better shipping and vessels, that's why the supply chain, if they make it a certain way, that's where we're saying, hey, we'll have enough energy to survive it, or we'll sustain it if anything did happen. Oh yeah, where is natural gas? The winter storm is. That's why UNG. This is crazy. What's crazy? I'm giving you the consensus view, but it is very. I think the amount is wild. But again, I think America is set to spend 50 to 60 trillion, and then China as well. It's big money. This is honestly, I would even, like, don't hate me for it. If you want my view and get a little crazy, I would equate a lot of it. I think you should work somewhat on it. I mean, it's not as if you could definitely do a lot of things better. We have a lot of outdated stuff, but I just think this is like the new modern day mortgage scam, or like what fueled the mortgage industry back then. So like the 2008 crash, like I know it firsthand. Like it was just fueled by incentivizing and commissions. Everybody was like, dude, yo, we could get hella rich just giving these houses. It'd be like refinancing and they were just like, yo, bro, like we got all this money, like, yo, like look at this. So then it's like it's just a $60 trillion. It's like NFTs. That's it. You know, like everyone's like, yo, we could get really rich off of this, and there's a lot of money to work on this. A lot of people agree with it. It doesn't sound like, again, the sales pitch isn't that bad, and we actually need it. I mean, that's why any good scam, you actually need it, right? Think about it. Real estate, everybody needs to live in a place. So they were like, let's start fucking cash out, refi, 0%, give the loan to your dog right now. You need a house anyway. So they're like, all right, word. And then they're like, yo, the environment, bro. You hate the environment. We need the environment. Like I mean, you see the numbers and this and what happens if it flood, fire, rain, wind. Well, you know, Earth, Wind, and Fire album drop. We gonna get clapped, and you already saw what happened from the last unexpected thing. So, and then they're like, we should throw $60 trillion at it to more. So it's that's all I think it is, but I think it's necessary. So like I don't think real estate is bad. I don't think real estate was unnecessary. Same thing with environment. Like I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's unnecessary to make progress in this space. But I just think it's way more incentivized right now that the incentives may bubbleize it in a weird way, if that makes any sense. So yeah, there it is. I hope that helps answer your question. And I hope it kind of, you see it though. It's like, because you might be like, this seems absurd, but like, nothing is absurd when it's backed by that much money and incentive money, essentially, right? Because it's like, you really like, why are people so set on this? Like, why do you have politicians talking out their ass about it? It's because there's probably a lot of money in it. But yeah, look it up. You could always look and do your research and see it. And that's what I'm saying, though. It's not, I think, for both sides, I think you can see how I'm in the middle. It's like, I like it and I don't think you should put that much money, but I do think you should do it. They have green bonds. Yeah, bro, bonds beat out oil. And I think energy bonds was the #1 selling financial product in 2021. Or anything energy, it's ESG. That's why, if you ever heard of ESG, that's what it is. It's like what? Environmental, societal, and governmental. It's like all of these, it's like this new wave of stuff, and it just do so much money. Bro, all of the big banks, that's like, if you ever confuse why corporations back certain things and ideas, like, dude, they like JP Morgan, Goldman, all of them, they made more money in environment fees than real estate fees in 2021. Do you see what I'm saying? So imagine all the money in real estate that we've seen this last year, and just imagine the banks making more money dealing with the environment than real estate. So it's like it's a very big issue. It's a very big group right now, but it's like it's the incentives. Supreme Court halts OSHA rule that covered 80 million workers. They blocks Biden's vaccine or test rule. Yo, wait. Do you need a COVID test? This is a genuine question. Do you need a COVID test to fly a domestic flight? So like if I wanted to go fly somewhere right now, do I need a COVID test? Okay, good. Whew. So I was like, damn. I was like, this testing thing makes sense because I wanted to see. Because we have Monday off. I didn't know that. We got Miami. No, I'm not going to Miami. But that's good to know. That's good to know. To Hawaii? No, I ain't going to Hawaii. I want to, but nah. Miami.
From farm to store and pick and pack every veggie in your free pickup order with care because we treat your food the way you want ours to be treated. We're fresh every day, so shop anyway.
FHFA is related to Biogen. I think it's a lot of speculation.
Now's the time to stock up and
SPY is hitting a low.
Big pack sale. You'll get big deals on big packs of hundreds of items throughout the store. Ralph's, fresh for everyone.
The We're Going family style deal.
Because I want a bite of your Big Mac.
And I need some of your quarter pound.
I'll try your filet of fish.
There's a deal for every friend. Order any two classics for just $6. Prices and participation may vary. Single item at regular price cannot be combined with any other offer.
Thanks for listening.
Oh shit, I still got the ads. My bad. Yeah, no, I was looking at an option chain. I blocked it out. I was just getting brainwashed. That's it. I'm used to this. Oh, you want to know what else I thought about the other day? I feel like social media is just our generation's TV. Like, you don't remember back in the day, you remember like when the TV first came out, it was like addicting as hell too. Oh, y'all don't feel me. And then there would be people who would just listen to the TV all day, and they would watch it, and then that's why your mom and like your conservative parents would be like, don't watch this movie, because like everybody would just watch movies, and then that's how that was like the culture and everything else. I was like, dude, I was thinking about it the other day. I was like, that's it. And like the younger people who like they're addicted though. I'm like, nah, it's just new. It's just like it's the TV. That's it. It's like it's not like social media, even Facebook, even TikTok. It's just like the same sort of communication technological shift. The dates, I think February on the JPMs. Is that shit coming down, though? Okta on the low. Okta's actually getting clapped. Check news on Okta. It's only down like 1%. JPM dropped. I think the premium's still holding. Those are expensive. Those will kill me. I have calls on the banks. I think I'm going to hold the city. But I do have calls on the banks. Let's see. Oh man! Oh, they clapped me. I'm sorry for clapping your ear. I made a play. Yeah, no, my buying power. It's probably because of the Roblo. The Roblo and the other options. Yeah, I got my card declined. They said you're poor. It's like, dude, how you gonna do me like that? Like, everyone's watching, bro. I gotta fucking. I'm trying to. I'll be like, it's my check-in and my savings. What I pay? $6.17. So I'm gonna play the weather shit on that. I think I'm gonna do it. I went with the what's it called? I went with the UNG. So don't trade this. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I did UNG. Oh, they already shot up. The UNG's even bouncing right there. Yeah, why did it just wake up right there? Word. Where is it? UNG. It's up 15%, but what's it called? Playing the weather, and UNG is gas. Don't trade it. Not a recommendation. CNBC. They just got into it. But it's the weather. I grabbed January. I got next week, so it's a weekly. But the actual what's it called? It's bouncing. So UNG actually bounced itself, not the option went up too. But I'll take it. You say take the 75 on UNG. You say 70. I don't think it. That's why I like these, because I'm like, all right, I don't know how high it could go. Again, don't they? UNG has a lot of splits, right? Yeah, it's natural gas. Remember, yesterday was crazy. Yesterday was at 22. That's why. And then that's why the options, I was willing to take them. They pretty much came back to the same price as yesterday. Or I think, or like towards the end. Imagine not selling Roblo at 140. So I need you to be real with yourself, okay? All right? Like, I feel you on that, right? And, like, I still got my Roblos. But how many times have you said that, like, in the chat on, like, an individual day, right? And now if you don't meet that criteria, now imagine that. You see what I'm saying? But we love you, bro. It's good, but I'm just saying, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, both are equally, like, kind of twisted. You know? Like, it's really weird. Like, I feel you. It's like, damn, like, I had, like, what? That wasn't 140 grand, was it? It was a decent amount. I was like, yeah, okay. But I sold covered calls and other stuff. But then you got to think about the other side. Like, you know, don't be greedy. I'm not greedy. I was long term. I got to stick to the plan, you know? But we did sell covered calls and everything else. But now think about that, though. So it's good, man. Buzz him out. No, he's consistent. That's what I'm saying. He's been buzzed out before. We let him in. I love you, but I got to give a bold reproof. You know what I'm saying? We got to let him, just let you know. It's cool. I get it now, but you got to get it too. It's just like both are problems. Not really. I mean, I'm holding the long term. How's the whole hearing on price gouging? Strike price for UNG. I got decently close to the money. Oh, this one again. TDG clapped off that. I like net a lot, but it's too expensive right now still. It's just the range is still too wide. I'm going to wait. Yeah, Roblo earnings is February, but they are going to get their deal, I think, in like 2 days. They're not. They might do it on Monday or Friday. Oh, they're either going to do it Friday or Monday. Shit. Because it should be on the 15th, but that's the weekend. And then Monday's closed. Ooh. Not the deal, excuse me. They're mid-month updates. So they give that stupid update, but I think it's going to be good. In this case, I think it's going to help them out. USO Big Reds. Logic is this the weather. I mean, you saw pretty much it might go down for another day. I still think it's risky just because, but this is usually what, I mean, you'll get like a pop. Like you see this move right here. Like this happens sometimes when oil goes crazy, but then it could keep dropping. But it's not uncommon to see it go crazy one day, like super go nutty and then pull back really hard. And then if the same situation still persists, I mean, it might go nuts. Oil being surplus end of 2023. Is that why USO's dropping? Squares on the low. Damn, that one even ended up flipping. Oh my God, really? Yikes. Because I wanted to hold that play. I know he took it, but shit. Roblo's on the low. Low ticker is starting to gas here now. You're hitting a new low. Dow is giving back up. Watch some of the banks. The cities went up. The Ubers. That put might come back to life. JPM's only up 7 now, so those are still willing to move. Watch the banks here. Airbnb, Big Chicle, yeah, it broke through. 1.1. I think just watch that 164 level. I guess that's where we got it that first time. That is big. But they were up earlier. Oracle red. Wolf on the low. VRTX on the high. Market crashing. I think mainly tech stocks. Where are those ammo?
At Ralph's, fresh groceries are our thing. So
We'll see. TLT is going to be interesting.
every step from farm
TLT will be good, but it'll be bad in the next couple days. So if like the market keeps responding like this and TLT keeps coming up, and then market goes down, again, pretty much an inverse correlation how it should be. If that happens, like, because again, look at the SPY. SPY's down 0.6, bonds are up 0.6. So if it stays like that for the next, oh shit, brought to you by Rouse. Why do I not pay attention? See, this is why I can watch TV and do stuff when I work. This is why, like, I've seen so many. I just play shit in the back. I can just tune it. I don't even realize it. I'll have a full-on conversation with the advertisement. You know what I'm saying? Why do you not pay for the spot? I don't really, because I listen to Apple Music, usually. But then I have Spotify on, like, other platforms where I just keep it up there. I thought we were in correlation with the bonds. Inverse. There's inverse, and then there's a positive and negative correlation. So I don't know. Did you ask the question earlier? So maybe the correlation wording may have been wrong or correct, but in the sense of bonds go up, stocks go down. That is a inverse correlation, and that's normally how it should be. But even in 2021, what you saw for at one point was a literal positive correlation for more of the year. Yes. There's no correlation. Tech followed no matter what. Well, I mean, what if I have something that supports your theory? Would you like to hear it, though? But it does apply to the correlation, so I don't know. But anyways, it would, because if that's what I'm saying, in the next couple days, if bonds keep coming up like this and you watch the market sell off negative, it would correlate with short-term volatility. But and then obviously the weakest link right now is tech to a degree. The cities went negative. Wells Fargo ain't gonna move. JP Morgan still up 7. Altria Leaps moving. KBH still holding. Why would tech dump? In the short term, I'm talking like 3 days. See, that's what I'm saying. I mean, again, I'm not anything with the bonds and dollar. I cannot make like a longer term assessment. Everything is just going to be based on the Fed. So I'm really just talking about responding here, just like with TLT snitching, watching the dollar. Again, now that the dollar's starting to move, this is just giving us a little bit of a just couple steps ahead is what I'm trying to get. I'm not really looking too far ahead in that. A lot of, because again, you're in the middle of a very aggressive repricing. What happened? MO is the premium still up?
2020. God bless y'all.
Biden, I don't think so. I didn't sell the JP. I will by the end of the day. But I'm watching the premium. They're holding. We could take a loss on it still if the market goes down, but I'm just going to push it for a little bit. If a dollar drops, do other currencies go higher? Yes. It depends though who. But usually, since that's why the dollar is a reserve currency, it has a it has a bigger scope. But other currencies will move. Oh shit, I got an easy play. I think. Where's Alibaba in them? I wonder what those are priced at. DraftKings, APN, market's coming down a little bit. Saki should come on soon. You're gonna have to pay a premium. Spy's coming down again. He's out. Well, I don't know if it is easy. It's related. If the currencies, it will be related to the dollar. But like I was saying earlier, I don't know if I want to go too early. What time is it? I just want protection. I'm up in the dam, but it sounds like protection. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Woo! Why you gonna get me hype like that, Troy? Troy, I can do it. You know, I was just responding to an email, and I look on the chat. It's not that stock news, but I'm like, ooh. Peloton negative. Google explores possibility of a fitness component. Google Fitness. Smells like, what's up, dog? What's up, man? Bro, I needed this cereal bar. I did legs yesterday, and I'm not even that clap. It's crazy. Oh, and damn. Wait till tomorrow. No, I'm gonna be clapped. It's good. You didn't do it right. I'm just not as tired. Like usually, if you haven't noticed, I don't know. The guys on the real estate chat, I don't know if they're lying to me or not. The guys on the real estate chat, they always say they can't tell if I'm angry or not. Oh, I'm not getting caught by the ad this time. But I what's it called? I think beyond hitting another high. But I feel like I'm angry. Like the days after leg day in the morning, I feel like I'm more angry. It's so wild. But then the real estate, the Zoom call, that's why the real estate guys, they were like, nah, they're like, you can't tell if Josh is mad on some days. He shows up, he's the same, he's ready to go. And I'm like, I don't know, but I feel like some days I'm like angry the day after leg day. Today I was chill. Like, I don't think I should have, bro, I'm letting Daniel he's spitting his Da Vinci Code of hate. I don't even know what he's saying, but I'm like, all right, man. On a normal leg day, I feel like I'd be angry in the morning too, man. I don't know what it is. Yeah, because I'm tired. But I feel like after I did a big leg day yesterday too, and I'm just like, yeah, usually if I'm clap happy or if I have little patience, more or less. I mean, the guys, like I said, the real estate guys, I guess they show me love. They say they can't tell, but if you ever get those are the days where I'll clap is if I saw on leg day. On day after leg day, I'm dead, but not as much. But this cereal bar, that's all I needed. All I needed. Mexico president posts video on Twitter. Why is that a headline? What's the headline? He said hospitalizations not rising with new variant. Oh, that's good. That's good. Oh, he has COVID, the Mexican president? Where's City, bro? I like the Mexico deal. JP Morgan, make your JP up. Come on. Yeah, TSM showed out. TSM might be another good one to hit. And then KBH, I still really like those. You might be able to get 50%, 100% easy on that. I keep talking, God, I can tell they don't like that. Good. Power Hour is live and in effect, ladies and gentlemen. It is live and in effect. But today, I mean, it could get a little bit wild. The Dow is still holding on. Remember, you have earnings plays. So we're going to have to finalize some of those. Honestly, I don't know. I might do it before. Let me see. 50, 51, 52. They're scammers, bro. You know what I'm saying? They're scammers. So JP Morgan's dropping. But yeah, today could be a little bit crazy here for the end. I mean, just so much has happened, and it's so not really crazy. So here it is, dissecting. And again, a lot of people are talking about the dollar here. But they said dissecting the dollar's disappointing drop. The dollar's recent scuffles have garnered a fair amount of attention, but are they mere pause in the underlying bull market or a sign of something more serious? Given the relatively short-term horizons that I alluded to earlier, punters could keep their options open. Today's column looks at the dollar more in detail and finds that positioning and precedent both suggest that it could continue to scuffle through the end of the summer. Then another one, the Hungarian thing, that's it. Oh, I thought there's two. That was the Hungarian dollar, giving insight into the dollar. Dollar collapse. Well, the dollar's not collapsing. It's just going down in value in the weirdest way. The biggest problem is if the dollar goes down, it's what it's going to do to other currencies. So in a weird way, people aren't worried about the dollar, all of the zero hedge ads coming true. It's more or less now, if our dollar starts to weaken and then it messes with the other currencies, depending on how they're positioned in that volatility, it could really, really mess with them, specifically China. Yeah, Microsoft is just killing me in my whole life. I don't know why he decided to do that. You were such a strong performer, but we still got faith for earnings. We just got a little turbulence here on the flight leading into it. GP... BBIG still wilding. SPY new low. See what is holding up. Again, there's some things at the highs, but I think banks are clapped. Some energy. I say Apple, Amazon, they're back to the new lows there of the day, or they're about to. So some more than others. What is it? So Dow, industrials, it's just tech and communication. Industrials, materials leading. Again, SPY's hitting a new low right now. Industrials, utilities, tech, consumer discretionary, and services. Even healthcare. SPY 460. Is that 460 flat? Yeah, bro, that's that Thursday close, so we hit it. Yeah, this is that level from here. I mean, it could flush a little bit below. It's like 465. I don't know if I don't think it'll go any lower than like 464, but it could flush a little bit. This is a key level. Microsoft again, all the big techs are hitting lows. BBIG, that thing's going crazy. So what time is it? 12:03. Let's see the other banks. Wells Fargo, Uber. So some stuff, again, if it's holding, it's holding. I didn't sell the SPY call. Let's actually go see now. And I still have the SPY put. That one's going to be an interesting ride. The USOs, those came down. So now the SPY call is still up 12% and the SPY put's down 26%. So do you see how hard it is for anybody who have played that? So imagine that unless you really shorted the absolute tippy top, your put would still be down from the day or so before, and then the call is still up. So it's a very it's a weird situation. It sucks. I would be up today, I think. Without Roblox is just the sole one that's clapping me. But we still got to take some profits, holding some other things. And then the earnings plays are clapped. I wouldn't say like they're dead clapped, but they're there. I sold the Amazon put for like $1,400 or $1,300 profit or something. It was like 40% profit. So I got out of the Amazon. It's around the same price now. So I could have got like $300 more. I didn't sell the SPY call. I didn't. I'm holding it. That's why I'm saying. That's why they asked if I'm still holding it, and that's why I said, because this is my plan. I wanted to hold both because both of these have like a decent amount of time to capture everything, right? So remember I said I just wanted to buy the SPY put when it was at least cheaper, but then it got really clapped, and then surprisingly the call is still up. So we're in on both of them. So Citibank could be something good. It can. See, AMLO no. So bounce there. This is a key level. I mean, we're either going to flush from here or not. Nasdaq sell off with NVIDIA. NVIDIA is actually a leader on the downside. NVIDIA is down 4%. It held up a little bit better on the daily, but even after TSM, I think TSM's earnings, it's good for them, but it also highlights a couple of weird things for the industry. I think it brings up some points along the lines of capital investments and margins, and it seems like, honestly, I think chip competition is going to turn into a problem, essentially. That's like the negative I got out of it, but good guidance and them doing the best, I mean, it says a lot. ITCI. Intracellular up 5.7, actually ripping. More lows. CRM is on the low now. NVAX is on the low. CRM is dropping. It's about 3.5% down. Tech Rect. Shorting Ford, AMC, Myrna. Calls on BBIG. Well, there you go. There you go. Tim Mobley, strong, A-side, the ruler. Wasn't he up today? Not anymore, son. Why are you doing this to me? I feel like Facebook's only down 1%. That's not as bad. Could be a little bit worse. ITCI still up. Low ticker is still very, very active. I mean, you had a little bit of a bounce, but it looks like we're going to test lower. Dow's down a quarter. NASDAQ is not down 2% yet, but it's getting there. SPY is just broken 1% down. So still chill on the overall indexes. This is just tech rec. Microsoft on the low again. High ticker is starting to freeze. Workday, even Starbucks on the low. Low is on the lows. Now Tesla's on the low. Yeah, more new lows across the board. Facebook surprisingly hasn't hit a low. And then Wells Fargo bounced a little bit. JP Morgan didn't. Look at FXC with the play with the dollar. It could move. What are the premiums? Because I already looked at the dollar too, but some of the premiums have already moved big. Uber just chilling. It's just chilling. Microsoft, another low. Tesla's down 5. Jeez. And the Ford plays dropped. Keep adding Airbnb every month if it's at this price. I will, but I will also, I'm going to keep my eyes open for other plays, but I'm not like, I do like Airbnb. Even Roblox, I mean, if Roblox goes below $70, I'm going to buy more of that for at least the long term. But we'll see. I mean, Roblox in the next day or so. I mean, Roblox just did the same. Everything did the same exact pattern. I mean, Roblox looks like Microsoft. Anything else? Again, the correlation is high here in the market. But Roblox, and then it's either Friday, tomorrow, or Monday. They're gonna have that daily report. We jumping on Roblo to jump to pump the numbers. I think it's from December, so you can't. Whatever you do today would not affect the report. Nancy Roblo trade is down. I think 40% now. 36, so it's not too bad. And then all the other plays got clapped. Even these ones, I was just up on those. That one turned around. And then the shares, and then the covered calls are going to expire. Remember, we took the puts. I don't think the puts, though. So even the first put sold that I sold was good. I was going to buy more. I talked about it, but I didn't. That was my opportunity. I thought they were still a little bit expensive. Remember, I sold these ones out like at $1.50. So we made profit on some of the puts, but it is good. We will see what happens. Saki went live 25 minutes ago. What did they hide? Sorry. Roblo on the low. Coin. Let's see what we got. I want to flip the coin, but I also want to just do the play. But I have a crazy idea, but I have to wait. I did not double dip to Amazon, no. I think the plays are going up a little bit more than when I sold it. No play on EEM. There's 2 plays that I like coming into the end of the day. One is a put, one is a call. I got made that money bought, but wait. Ding. I did not sell it to JP Morgan's yet, no. And I think they're just holding the same. I mean, this volatility, hopefully it helps it, but we'll see. Again, you got to finalize all earnings plays. If it's on the banks and you want to play them, you got to do it now. Yeah, the Roblox sleeps, those are the ones we just checked. Those are down 50%? What did we just say? 36%. So it's like, I don't know. It's not too bad, but it is pretty bad. The other plays in all Januaries are clapped. The July ones are clapped down 60. Let's see. Another leg down right now. I buy 10, 15, 20, 100, 300 bucks if it goes back to normal. Is this the Congress can't hold stock news, maybe? And then what's her name sold out? Nancy? That's what happens when the world's on fire and went straight up. This isn't that bad. I mean, I don't know. Like, why is everyone tripping? Like, you're at the same place you've been at for a week. Like, it feels a certain way, and, like, things came back, but I feel like, you know, I don't know. I feel like the statements, like, this movie script don't match what I'm reading. Like, I'm reading the script, and then I look at the setting, and I'm like, yo, Okay, I'm looking at 2. We're down over 2% on NASDAQ off no news. Now, you did have news. You got to think about it. What news did you have? Anybody? It's like we didn't get anything really too crazy, but you got news. You did get something. No, you got news. It's just not, it didn't click for me till recently. No, it's not oil. You got news. SPY coming down again. Bro, you literally had the CPI yesterday. Yeah, a couple of the rate hike stuff, but overall, I just think it's that. Okay. I made the macro play. So I'll take it because it's a put, and then I'm going to make a call right after this. the PPI, I mean, if anything, PPI kind of showed that the situation was cooling down, the whole inflation peaking. But do not trade this, not a recommendation. You will lose money. I grabbed a Alibaba put for February. So I am worried about this little move, and the puts are up. They're cheaper on the relative multi-day, but today they are up, and that's what I'm worried about. But here's the play. I mean, this is the Chinese currency, but do you guys notice something about it? Let me... So this is your daily chart of the currency. You see what I'm saying? So this looks just like the China stuff, and that's why if the dollar gets weaker, it would strengthen the yuan. So that would actually hurt them. And again, if the yuan gets a little stronger from here, it won't be bad. But essentially, I'm saying, I mean, that the dip might continue there on BABA. But I have that old play too. But that one's down, and those are down like 50%. That's why I'm like, all right, I think these are at least a little cheaper. Okay. I did the other one. I'm early on it. I could get extra clap, but I'm down with it. Saki's showering? What? It's weird. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm in a call. So, don't trade this. This is not a recommendation. We love all of you. I did it. I went with Roblox, but I did the risky ones. I went with the Roblox next week, out of the money, super cheap, fat quantity, and the idea is I'm playing the potential report. So it's either going to happen tomorrow or Monday. If it ends up being good, we get rewarded. If not, this thing will clap. So I got a call, but I think it's already been clapped more than not. But we'll see what happens. You never know. You never know.
As you see from their public
This
comments,
ain't Jen.
they've said many different things, some of them contradictory.
This guy says a lot, though.
Different
He'll mess up. He'll just spill all the beans.
Signs and deeply pessimistic signs.
Like, we have no idea what's going on.
Them where they stand in respect to their positioning. From our perspective, we can just be clear about where we stand, and where we stand is ready to go down a principled path of diplomacy and ready to respond in the face of aggression.
Often talked about this, and you've talked about this in President Biden, about having this stable, predictable relationship with Russia. Given the back and forth over these talks and the threats, is that even still possible?
We believe that diplomacy and diplomatic understandings that can be reached between the United States, our European allies and partners, and Russia can contribute to stability in Europe. That it is possible to make progress on things like missiles and exercises, as we just discussed. That ultimately we can get updates to some of the underlying issues related to transparency and deconfliction, that we can get to risk reduction and conflict management so that the overall security situation in Europe is more stable. That is certainly viable if Russia is prepared to engage in a good faith way. If they're not, and they choose to further invade Ukraine, then they are going to deal with the costs and consequences that the United States and our allies and partners will impose. Yeah.
You're still saying if. Does that mean you're still uncertain whether Russia is negotiating in good faith?
Well, the intelligence community has not made an assessment that the Russians have definitively decided to take a military course of action in Ukraine. So as things stand right now, Russia has the opportunity to come to the table as we go forward to deal with the very real concerns that we've put on the table, that Secretary Blinken has laid out publicly, and to negotiate in some of these areas that we've just been talking about. If Russia chooses to go a different path, we'll respond accordingly. But basically, we are still at a moment where we believe a path of diplomacy can operate in a way that vindicates and reflects our interests and principles, and we're prepared to work with our allies and partners on that. I think we're united with the European Union, with NATO, with Ukraine, with the rest of the countries of the Euro-Atlantic community on the notion that there is a diplomatic path forward here. We are also united with our allies and partners that if Russia chooses to go a different way for whatever reason or no reason at all, well, we'll be ready for that.
Ambassador Michael Carpenter is offering a different assessment. I'm sure you heard him say that the drumbeat of war is sounding loud and the rhetoric has gotten rather shrill. So do you agree with that or disagree?
Well, the Russians have put tens of thousands of troops in and around Ukraine and occupied territory relative to Ukraine. So it is certainly the case that the threat of military invasion is high. That's why I've stood at this podium repeatedly over the course of the past few months, warned about that, and laid out what would come as a result of that in respect to a response by the United States and our allies and partners. So there's no illusions on the part of the United States government. There's no illusions on the part of any of us who have been dealing with this issue about what the prospects are for potential conflict and potential military escalation by Russia. The point that I would make today is that the United States and our European allies and partners are prepared for multiple different eventualities, an eventuality that has us at the negotiating table working on these issues in a serious and substantive way, and the eventuality that has us responding to what Russia does in a clear, effective, forceful way that imposes significant costs on Russia for any action that it might take. Yeah.
On those actions, looking at Europe right now, it doesn't seem necessarily that they're prepared to join the aggressive multinational sanctions package that the U.S. has talked about. So if Vladimir Putin were to invade Russia tomorrow, are you confident that the sanctions that you've threatened Moscow with and that you would want to see out of Europe are lined up, ready to go? And secondly, the Kremlin sort of picked one element of sanctions legislation that's up on the Hill, the prospect of sanctioning Vladimir Putin personally today, and objected to that. I'm wondering, is that among the sort of package that you've signaled to them is on the table for Ukraine to be invaded by Russia?
The main focus of the sanctions package that we've been working with Europe on have been significant financial sanctions with a start high, stay high mentality, not a graduated application of these sanctions, export controls that go at certain fundamental strategic industries in Russia, and other steps that we would take to ensure that Russia actually had to deal with the economic consequences of this invasion. In terms of your question about my level of confidence in our European allies and partners, I feel very good about the level of engagement and the level of convergence between the United States and Russia. A, on the fundamental proposition that there would have to be severe economic consequences, and B, on both the categories, types, and targets of sanctions that would have to flow. Does that mean that the U.S. and Europe are going to have precisely the same list down to every last detail? No. Does it mean that I will be able to stand before you and say the United States and Europe have moved in unison on the application of severe economic measures? I'm confident that I will be able to do that.
Can I ask a question about the cybersecurity meeting that you held today? I'm wondering, in terms of the Log4j vulnerability, how many federal, or if federal systems have been affected by that vulnerability, if it was because the government hadn't done the necessary patchwork to prevent it from happening, and if the firms that you spoke with today made any commitments in terms of financial assistance or other assistance to maintain kind of critical open source software, since this seems to be an issue that continues to bubble up.
So first, the president signed an executive order last year that goes to procurement of software by the United States government and fundamentally raises the game. And we're in the process of implementing that. And actually where things stand with respect to departments and agencies of the U.S. government today as compared to nearly 1 year ago today when the president took office, we are in a much more robust posture. And that's due to the work not just of the interagency, but of specific departments and agencies that have implemented that executive order. In terms of the session today, I'm not going to speak on behalf of the companies in terms of the commitments they made, but it was an incredibly constructive discussion about ways that the public sector and the private sector can work effectively together to ensure that public sector systems are more robust and resilient and private sector systems are more robust and resilient. I'll leave it at that. And we will try to develop, along with the participants in that meeting, an agreed readout so that we're not betraying any confidences.
Yeah. On Russia and Ukraine, Secretary Blinken said at the start of the week that he didn't expect any major breakthroughs this week, but that one positive outcome could obviously be a de-escalation of tensions. Given the current state of play, given everything that you've said, what specifically does that look like from your view, Russia de-escalating right now?
It would involve them reducing the number of forces that they have deployed in aggressive postures towards Ukraine. That would ultimately be a key part of de-escalation. There are other steps that Russia could take in respect to de-escalation that go far beyond Ukraine as well. But in terms of the proximate challenge in and around the border of Ukraine, that would be an important step. I would also say one other thing that I think is very important that, Tony, you mentioned Secretary Blinken's comments at the beginning of the week. He said something at the end of last week that I want to underscore, which is that our intelligence community has developed information, which has now been downgraded, that Russia is laying the groundwork to have the option of fabricating a pretext for an invasion, including through sabotage activities and information operations, by accusing Ukraine of preparing an imminent attack against Russian forces in eastern Ukraine. We saw this playbook in 2014. They are preparing this playbook again, and we will have, the administration will have further details on what we see as this potential laying of a pretext to share with the press over the course of the next 24 hours. Yeah.
On the flip side of that, I mean, you've made clear that the U.S. will respond in the face of Russian aggression, but I'm trying to get a sense of what the U.S. would need to see in order to actually respond. Would it have to be tanks and troops crossing the border, or would things like moving helicopters and tactical weapons be enough for the U.S. to take steps to impose sanctions?
When you say moving helicopters and tactical weapons, you mean onto the territory of Ukraine? Our position is quite straightforward. If the Russian military moves across the Ukrainian frontier to seize territory, we believe that that is the further invasion of Ukraine, and it will trigger a response from the United States and the international community. Yeah.
Thank you, Jake. I want to ask about your current policy in this crisis, but first, if you'll indulge me, I'd like to ask something of a historical nature first. I assume, you'll correct me if I'm wrong, that in preparation for President Biden's first summit with President Putin, held in Geneva last June, the National Security Team undertook a comprehensive review of the official documentary record of all the interactions that President Trump had with President Putin. You may recall during the Trump presidency we saw reporting to the effect that Mr. Trump and or his aides took some steps to prevent the maintenance of a full record of those interactions. Without asking you to disclose any classified information, can you assure us on 2 points? Number one, did your review uncover any evidence of any effort at any point along the way in the creation and storage of those records to tamper with that process? And number two, did your review uncover any evidence of any impropriety of any kind or severity on the part of President Trump in his interactions with President Putin?
On that question, I've got nothing for you.
Okay. To current policy then. This administration has tried without success to use sanctions to compel the military in Myanmar to abandon its coup d'etat. This administration has used sanctions without success to compel China to release the concentration camp inmates in Xinjiang. The Obama administration, of course, used sanctions without success to try to deter Russian annexation of Crimea. Here you stand again, brandishing the threat of sanctions to try to deter a Russian invasion of Ukraine. Why shouldn't this be perceived as clinging to a failed tactic? And why shouldn't President Putin assess on that basis that his adversary is operating from a position of relative weakness?
President Putin has indicated that what he does not want to see is further NATO force posture coming closer to his border.
But he said he don't want. He said he doesn't want to see it. That's we believe him.
American and allied support to Ukraine. President Putin has indicated that what he does want to see is the further strengthening of Russian strategic.
Our enemy told us he doesn't like it, so we
have laid out
believed
all
him.
of those metrics that Russia will suffer costs and consequences in the event of a further invasion of Ukraine, and he can make his own determination about what he wants to do. But the United States is going to act. We're going to act with our allies and partners on those issues.
Don't do it. I'm scared.
We have the capacity to do that, and we will do that.
They're like, yeah, I think he's scared. I think it's we're going to keep this strategy.
Sanctions work?
Well, so first I would say that if you go back to a personal experience I had, which was the negotiation of the interim agreement and then contributing to the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, we do believe that economic pressure on Iran had a meaningful impact on bringing it to the table and ultimately putting a lid on its nuclear program. There are other instances where sanctions have worked, and of course there are instances across administrations, Democrat and Republican alike, where sanctions have not achieved the full result. And so I'm not going to stand before you and say sanctions are a panacea, they're a tool that solves every problem. But remember, sanctions are only one part of the way that we and our allies are talking about how we will deal with a potential Russian invasion of Ukraine. We have other tools to bring to bear as well. Those tools also bear on the interests and the security capacities of the Russian Federation. And our goal at the end of the day here is not to get into an escalatory spiral. It is to find a way forward consistent with our principles, consistent with our interests, and consistent with open, transparent consultation with our allies to pursue diplomacy. If that works, great. If that doesn't work, we're ready. Yeah.
With all of that said, is the window of time closing when it comes to diplomacy on this issue? And when you talk about options that are on the table, you said sanctions is one of the tools. What are the other options? Presidents have a whole host of options, and they've always said when they are met with these types of situations, all options are on the table. Are all options on the table for this moment?
Well, we've been clear both directly to the Russians, and we've actually been clear publicly about some of the other options. And they include changes in the forces and capabilities that the United States and NATO would deploy to Eastern Flank allies to reinforce and strengthen the robustness of Allied defense on Allied territory. We've made clear that in the event of an invasion, in addition to the support we are currently providing to the Ukrainians, we would dramatically ramp up that support to support their territorial integrity and sovereignty. We've also been clear that we are going to work in tandem with allies and partners, not just in Europe, but in other parts of the world, on export controls that would have an impact on strategic industries in Russia. So those are some of the additional tools that we can bring to bear in this context. All of them go to the basic proposition that the United States is going to look to strengthen and reinforce our position and our allies' position, and to support the Ukrainians in the event of an invasion, further invasion of Ukraine.
But what about the window of opportunity for diplomacy? Is that closing, as I asked earlier?
Look, it's hard for me to characterize where things stand on the diplomacy because we've come through these 4 days. We need to sit and consult with allies and partners. Wendy Sherman is just getting off a plane. She may have gotten off a plane in the last few hours. We'll take stock of where we are. We'll consult, and then we'll determine next steps. The Russians will have to do the same. And all I can tell you is, as far as we're concerned, we are ready to move forward on diplomacy, and we are ready to go down the other path. And both of those, in my view, that question of which path is one that is facing us now. It's not facing us a year from now or 5 years from now. It's facing us in the foreseeable future. Yeah.
Thank you so much. What happens if nothing happens? I mean, if Russia doesn't invade Ukraine but keeps like this massive amount of troops at the border, is this something you can live with? In this case, would there be sanctions, less sanctions, no sanctions at all?
So we're trying to, first of all, deter and prevent a potentially massive Russian invasion. That's step number one. If we end up in a circumstance of the kind you described, we'll deal with that as it comes, but I'm not going to get into hypotheticals today in terms of our reaction. I'll just take one more question.
To follow up, but at this moment, are we in a position where what the next step is reducing the troops at on the borders of Ukraine? Is this the next thing that can happen that could satisfy the U.S. and the allies?
What do you mean by the next thing?
What would, after the week we've had, what are we expecting? That they take, of course we're hoping that the Russian troops back off, but is this the only next step possible? Of course, there's the invasion, but after the entire week of diplomacy.
Well, what we've said all along is that we're happy to talk. We're happy to talk about our interests and our concerns. We're happy to listen to the Russians talk about their interests and their concerns. But we've also been very clear from the beginning that to make concrete progress, real tangible progress, it has to happen in an environment of de-escalation. So we will have to see now on the diplomatic path what comes next. We'll have to determine that first with our friends and then in engagement with the Russians. And as I stand here today, I can't tell you what the next steps will be. I can only tell you that the United States, the Biden administration, our allies and partners, we're prepared to deal with whatever comes.
The ambiance in the negotiation today, I mean, you made a reference to the pessimist or the different statements we heard, but the Russian officials had a more pessimistic and negative tone. Did they have the same tone when they were face to face with the?
They were professional and businesslike. We clearly disagreed on things, and there were areas where both sides saw there was a possibility for progress. Beyond that, it's hard for me really to characterize their point of view. They can characterize it for themselves. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Jake. You're always invited. Okay. I know there's a lot going on, so we'll try to get around to everybody. I just have two items for all of you at the top. Sorry, lots of stuff in here. In December, as a part of the administration's approach to strengthening America's supply chains, address bottlenecks, and lower prices for Americans, the Department of Transportation and the Department of Labor announced the Biden-Harris Trucking Action Plan. Today, to uphold the 30-day commitments made in the Trucking Action Plan, the Department of Transportation and the Department of Labor are announcing next steps on several new initiatives, some of which were mandated by the infrastructure law to support drivers, improve driver retention, while expanding access to quality driving jobs now and in the years ahead. These include expanding registered apprenticeship programs, more than 100 employees and industry partners. All right. Everything's okay. I think just a statement may have gone out on the Supreme Court ruling that probably is in your inboxes. So that's one note for all of you. These steps announced today include expanding registered apprenticeship programs. More than 100 employers and industry partners have stepped forward to work to expand registered apprenticeships in the last 30 days. This is the gold standard of training and retaining a skilled workforce. Creating the Women of Trucking Advisory Board, mandated to gather input on how to build a more inclusive and equitable workplace for women in the trucking industry. And creating a new task force to investigate predatory trucking leasing agreements with the Department of Labor, the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau, and the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau, beginning 2 studies to explore the issues of truck driver pay and unpaid detention time, and launching the Safe Driver Apprenticeship Pilot, an under-pilot program for truck drivers. All of this is an effort to expand the number of truck drivers we have so we can move more goods, get more goods onto the shelves, lower prices for American people. One more item for all of you. This Saturday, January 15th, is the last day to sign up for the quality affordable healthcare coverage on healthcare.gov. A record 14.2 million people have enrolled since the start of open enrollment on November 1st on healthcare.gov alone. 4 out of 5 consumers are finding quality coverage for less than $10 per month. And a new HHS report out today found that thanks to the American Rescue Plan, a majority of healthcare.gov enrollees are also receiving subsidies to cut their copays, deductibles, and other out-of-pocket spending. To be sure to go to healthcare.gov, anyone listening, before midnight on January 15th and get covered. With that, Zeke, why don't you kick us off?
My inbox is usually pretty fast, but I was hoping you could give us that reaction to the Supreme Court opinions. And on the substance of the matter there, how how much of a blow is this to the administration's pandemic response plan that had the employer mandate part of the testing or vaccination mandate struck or halted, and how will that affect the course of the pandemic?
Sure. Well, I know there'll be the statement from the president that should be coming into your inboxes any moment now. But let me give you a quick reaction. First, let me start with some good news. News that maybe isn't getting enough attention yet. That's our jobs here, or my job here, I should say. CMS's requirement for healthcare workers to be vaccinated will save the lives of patients, as well as the lives of doctors, nurses, and others who work in healthcare settings. It will cover 17 million healthcare workers at 76,000 medical facilities. The Supreme Court upheld it, and we will enforce that. The Supreme Court's decision on the OSHA mandate essentially means that in this pandemic, it is up to individual employers to determine whether their workplaces will be safe for employees and whether their businesses will be safe for consumers. So President Biden, you'll see this in his statement, will be calling on and will continue to call on businesses to immediately join those who have already stepped up, including 1/3 of Fortune 100 companies, to institute vaccination requirements to protect their workers, customers, and communities. We have to keep working together in order to get this done to save more lives. I would note that there are a couple of good signs in terms of without this, even in spite of the ruling, that we would point to. One is that 57%, according to a Navigator poll, of Americans support vaccine requirements. According to a Wills Tower Watson's report, a survey of 534 U.S. employers, a majority, 57% of respondents, have or will require their employees to get vaccinated against COVID-19. Why? Because employees want to feel safe in the workplace, because they want to incentivize workers to come back to the workplace, and because they've seen large companies across the country implement this and see how effective it is.
Another adjacent COVID topic. The president announced today that he's going to announce next week that he's going to be, the government's going to be making free, high-quality N95s available to Americans. There's the new testing website, which is launching next website. Why is it, middle of January?
He wanted to say next week.
Americans are testing positive for COVID.
He said, nah.
Why is the president taking these steps now? Why didn't he take these 3 months ago?
Well, let me first say that what we've been working to implement is building on the steps we've taken over the last 6 months and more. Remember, when the president took office, there were 0 or 1 approved at-home testing option on the market. Now there are 9. We needed to expand the market capacity. The president used the Defense Production Act, $3 billion invested to expand that market. The reason he was able to announce the purchase of, or the plan to purchase, an additional $500 million beyond the $500 million we already
be careful
announced,
here. This is that key level again. If we get any lower than like 464, could be the bottom for the day, but if it breaks below, it'll get ugly.
Right now, we're doing almost 12 million tests a day in this country. We were doing under 2 million tests a day a year ago. There's about 300 million tests that are happening in this country every single day, in part because there's 20,000 sites, because there are federal sites now across the country, new ones we announce every day, because we've sent 50 million tests to community health centers. So all of this is an effort to build on that and make sure that that capacity and we're meeting the unprecedented demand for tests.
These are steps that the president's taking now because there's an unmet need. Presumably, he could have done the exact same thing 3 months ago when maybe it would be in effect now when the need is obviously greater than the system has capacity to deliver.
Well, I would say, Zeke, that again, because of the steps we've taken, we're able to, there's 300 million tests that are happening in this country every single month. And that is enormous progress. We're not starting from 0. That is my point. So this is building on that. But in terms of the number of tests available on the market and the expansion of the market, remember, a number of them were just approved at the end of October or beginning of November. Using the Defense Production Act means we needed to ensure there's manufacturing capacity and build on that. This has all been a building process, and we're continuing to expand and build from here. I would also note that in recent polls, despite some of the conversations we have in here, it's less than 10% of the American public that can't find a test. We have expanded capacity, and you're seeing the impact of that across the country.
Lastly, on the voting push, we've heard a lot from the president talking about Republican-controlled states taking actions to limit ease of access to the polls. I'm wondering, election laws, we know, differ from state jurisdiction to jurisdiction. Has the president ever reached out to Democratic states, states like New York that don't have early in-person voting, or New Jersey or Delaware that have some different laws that exist, maybe down south, and encourage them to loosen their voting laws to bring them in line with some of the restrictions he's objecting to being rolled back right now?
Well, I think the president's view on expanding access to voting, whether it's the expansion of early voting or the number of mail-in voting boxes, steps we know works to increase the participation of people in the process, is something it's very well known that he strongly supports. The DNC typically does a lot of the outreach on election implementation, but I don't think it's a secret where the president stands. And certainly you heard him say that earlier this week and convey.
That's crazy. 10-minute rigged is coming in here.
You talked about, give us a few details of what the back and forth was like with the president and the senators at the lunch. He sounded pretty frustrated when he came out.
I think he sounded passionate. That's what I saw and heard. Look, I think the president conveyed directly to the caucus what many people heard him say across the country a couple of days ago, that now we face a systematic effort to dismantle democracy, not just voter suppression, but subversion. You heard him say that when he came out and spoke after he left the meeting. He conveyed that this is a historic chance to save our democracy, need to protect the fundamental form of American government. And his view is this should absolutely be bipartisan. I know we've talked a bit about the history of Senator McConnell's support multiple times over, writing about it in his book for voting rights in the past. There are 16 Republicans serving now who supported voting rights in the past.
So 10-minute rig coming in. Get ready. You're at a low.
Did back in the 80s. Obviously, he's not serving today, but just as an example. So that's part of the point he made. Also, I think it's important for everybody to understand that his view is that he would put his record of standing up for the history of the Senate, the institution of the Senate, the rules of the Senate up against anyone's. Democrat, Republican, anyone serving today and before then. But his view is that there are times in history, now is one of them, where you can't allow the protection of process to get in the way of protecting people's fundamental rights. That is also an argument that he made today to the caucus.
What happens now with the legislation?
All right, 10-minute rigged. I got to cut it off here. I want to see. This is a very, very key level. You are broken below 464. So I would assume we would close here if it's going to be a good day. But if we are right here at red, if we close below, if we are at this price at close, it is not going to be a good one. Not at all. Like, this is a very, very, this is the open and close from the last couple weeks, and it just throws you right back in here into the bottom zone. And then now, I mean, you could magnet a whole nother 1 or 2 points, just like we did that last Friday or whatever, if you guys remember. So this is not pretty at all. Again, it's only 2.5%, or it's 2%, 2.5% now, but it was only 2%, 1.7 around here. So this speed is picking. It's literally like that other day, if you remember. The catalyst, I think this is CPI. I mean, a lot of people were looking for news today, but it's like you can't have that short-term of memory because, I mean, LAEL BRAINARD didn't really cause too much. That was the only thing that really happened today. You had some of the voting rights stuff and all that. That's what they were talking about, and then the Russia oil stuff. But for the most part, I mean, this is just a follow-up from CPI. Yesterday was too average of a day, and it wasn't that good. Yeah, volume is picking up heavy right here. You're now getting higher volume and to the sell side. ARC is full on collapse. A lot of things got clapped. A lot of different things, but just pay attention to the premiums here too. I guess this is I don't know if this is a new low for ARC or not, but a lot of things all got hit. Everything in tech. I mean, even the Dow was the leader today, but not anymore. I mean, it's still leading on the upside, but they even got hit. And then that's why too you are gonna have what's it called? Young earnings tomorrow, young bank earnings. So that will be a big part of this as well. We're going to see. And then now look at this SPY puts. I'm now down on the calls and then back up on the puts. So isn't it funny how that one worked out here now? So calls are still holding up. Honestly, I don't know. I might even just break even if I want. I can't. Maybe we'll see. We'll hold them. Give us best of both worlds. Premium will probably clap both of them. But that one's wild. The JP Morgans are still up, so still holding that one. I'm going to sell it in the next couple minutes probably. We just got to see. Let me get to my earnings on, The Roblox play, it's up right now. It's actually still, even though Roblox, it didn't really go much lower. So I'm playing the potential catalyst. I don't have it confirmed, but based on the last history, they usually release on the second week of the month. They release a mid-month update on user performance. So I think it'll be good. And Roblox, I mean, it's down 10%. So it's at least, at the very least, it's low. It's a risky play because I did short term on it. So a little bit of a bounce there. Again, we better close above it because if not, it's just hideous. Very, very bad close if it's there. Walmart kind of does good on some of these days. I'm holding the City, even though City has earnings. Again, I'm playing it for some different reason. The plays are up and it's a little smaller, so I am going to hold it. I already got a Roblox play. I got a Roblox for next week. Again, to play the K because it's either going to come out tomorrow or Monday. Market feels like it should be. I mean, it's just like you're close to 3%. Like literally, right as we started breaking back to, again, we called this level out in the morning. We were saying just watch out if we get to that close, and then sure enough, like we were right above it, and then the pace that led to the break. I mean, that took you down almost, I want to say 0.75% or something. It was vicious, man. It was vicious. All right, JPM's coming up a tiny bit. They're holding up. They've held very, very well. But that's why it's like if it keeps going green into here, it could really go crazy. But we only got a couple minutes left. Slow 10-minute rig at the bottom. I mean, it's 4 minutes in, but now this is looking like the 10-minute rig. It's looking like you're getting something. Apple said no. SPY big red. Apple selling off. Nancy went with it. All right, I sold out the JP Morgan, small gain. I'm just going to let them do that. They have volatility there. At least we got like 5% or something, not even. The JP Morgans were bigger, and I played the City for a different reason. I didn't realize they had earnings. Hold on, JPM at. But the Cities I bought for a different reason. I kept it smaller, but the Cities I was playing the spin-off news. Yeah, the Mexico news on City. What time? You got 4 minutes left. Yeah, JP Morgan, if they do good, they could go crazy. I want to see where we close here. This could turn into a really weak close. Again, the SPY even picked up 0.5% off of that. Off of just the last 10. This is just like that other Friday. What did we do that day? It was like this move right here. Remember how it just like picked up out of nowhere? Very, very reminiscent to that move. So kind of bouncing off. We need to get above 464. You're slightly above there now. If it can, that's going to be a solid close. If not, like that'll just look very just technical support resistance, but if we flush below, that's not good. I mean, SPY down 1.5 is not too bad. The NASDAQ went from, like, be worried all the way to, like, okay, this is almost a 3% day, which is bad. Roblox plays is based on potential catalysts. You could confirm it yourself. I'm not too sure. But pretty much every 2 weeks or every mid-month, they release a player performance like update. How many, like, it's like kind of like guidance numbers. So, and then the stock is down 10%. So, yalla. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach here. As we make our final approach, if you guys are holding on to any bags, please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisle with the trash bags if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here to the second link terminal. Second link terminal in the description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 5 p.m. Pacific time. And then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m., 6:10 out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it is about 67 degrees and cloudy. So vacation's not looking too hot. If you've been looking at your Robinhood app, you may not be feeling good at the landing, but you can still enjoy your vacation. Unfortunately, we are still under COVID guidelines, so please make sure all masks are worn and exit one row at a time. As always, we appreciate your guys' business. If you're interested in your Call Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get that to you as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Bring it home, baby. Bring it. How you feel? How you feel? Tell me how you feel. This is a lot of ups and downs. Some of y'all, this is a lot of volatility. I'm telling you, this will mess with you emotionally. I know, you know what I'm saying? But it's okay. If you've been trading for some time, you know, you've experienced this before. If you're new, don't you worry, man. Trust me, don't worry. There's still another day and another day. Oh, I feel there's a lot going on, but wrap it up. 1 minute! It's not emotional damage. It's the emotional gym. It's the emotional gym. It just, you know, it's making you push and pull a little bit. It's stretching out your mindset of what is possible, impossible, not possible, impossible, beyond me. What? But bring it home, baby. You got 30 seconds left. 30 seconds left. Come on, wrap it up. If you're going to play the banks, you got to finalize your plays. I'm holding the city, even though it has earnings. That's not what I'm going after, but we're going to see what happens, okay? I got out of the JP Morgans. We made a couple plays, couple of YOLOs. We got one put play. We took a lot of profits today as well, too. But bring it home, Chad. Bring it home. Get less than 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Ding, 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 ding. Hard. Oh, let's go, baby. Yes, we did it. We made it. We did it. We made it. Look at it. It closed 454.50. Oh, it closed good. It closed good. Oh, GG, are you ready? Oh, Chad, are you ready? We learned something. Oh, we learned something. GG. I need my GGs in the chat. Okay, I need the GGs in the chat. Ladies and gentlemen, listen to me. Please, everybody needs to GG right now because it was a rough day. There was a lot of up and a down, but it sounded like progress. Okay, I need you to GG in the chat right now. Please, I need you to GG. You need to clear your sins. Some of y'all were saying a lot of things. Like Daniel Phillip, you need a GG, okay? If I don't see a GG out of your weird ass, man, I don't know what I'm going to do, but just GG. So come on, forgive your brothers and sisters. Everybody says some crazy. I need a GG right now. I need a GG, bro. Please, let me get a GG. If you were lurking, you could GG. If you were watching, you could GG. If you were positive, you could GG. Anything, man. Come on. We ain't even asking for a like. We're just saying GG. It's for everybody, baby. Come on. You know how it's supposed to sound? You know how it's supposed to... Bro, come on. Sound... You know how it's supposed to sound. Look at read the chat. Read the chat way. This is how it's supposed to sound. Look at read the chat. Read the chat way. This is how it's supposed to sound. That's how it sounds. That's how it sounds. That's how it sounds. That's how it sounds. Oh. Thank you, baby. Hard. Oh, it fell. It fell. I dropped it. Oh, man. There you go, baby. GG. That felt good, huh? Oh, that felt good. Oh, that felt good. That's how it should all sound, baby. That's how it should all sound. There it is, baby. Oh, I see some of you. I see some. Michael Fell. God bless you, baby. Oh, we see them all. Look at the GGs. I see. There you go. Everybody. Oh, that's beautiful. GG, baby. That's good. You see what I'm saying, man? It's love to all of you. So God bless you, bro. I hope you enjoyed today. I hope that no matter what happened, you can keep a positive attitude and be ready for tomorrow, man, because you get another opportunity. Every single one of you, trust me, this is only 13 days into the market. It's only going to get crazier. But before you guys head out, man, I love you. God bless you. Thank you for being here, each and every single one of you, man. I don't care if you like me or not. I'll really, and it's big mad love if you got love as well, too. You know what I'm saying? We don't pay attention. It's fine because, honestly, whether you like it or not, man, you gave me an opportunity, and that's all I really care about. So God bless you, and thank you for giving me that. Thank you for listening and giving me your ear, and hopefully you were giving something back. Hopefully you were able to learn. Hopefully you got a laugh. Hopefully you smiled. Hopefully you got the long term as well, too. But God bless each and every single one of you. Big shout out to my people with positive attitudes, okay? Because honestly, I shout out everybody. I got to shout out the people here, the people on the members, the stream alerts, all of that. But man, I got to start with it. It don't even, I'm telling you, it does not matter what you got. We don't expect anything. Honestly, we never expected anything when we started, man. And it was just, while we started streaming and kept going, it was just a couple of good people with a couple of good attitudes, man. And everybody was vibing with it. And that's why we're here today, man. So big shout out to all the people who come in here every day, treat it like home, and just come in with a positive attitude, contribute something positive to the chat, or making moves, making plays, sharing it out there, and overall just being a good vibe, man, and bringing in only positive into the chat, and just having a good place where we could connect and bring something to life. You know what I'm saying? So God bless you all. Big shout out to all of it. It's all the attitudes, man. So listen, man, if you come with something, if you come with the attitude ready to learn, we are going to match you, man. So just big shout out to the cult, baby. God bless you. That's why I hope you excited. I hope you in the game. Come on, man. If you see the market go down 2.5, can I keep it real? Can I keep it real before I shout out my members? Because I think some of my members understand it. Can I be real with you for a second? Can I just tell you something for a second? Let me be real. And big shout out to member. Listen, are you ready, man? This is why you need to stay in the game and locked and loaded. You know why? Because when you see the market down 2.5%, you shouldn't trip, man. Because you should be getting excited. Because, bro, some of us have seen 3.5%, 5%, 6%. We've seen circuit breakers. You know what I'm talking about? So all I'm just trying to tell you is that, yeah, you got to lose a battle to win the war is all I'm trying to tell you. You know what I'm saying? You may not like it today, but I'm just trying to tell you the opportunity might be, if it's around the corner, it's around the corner. You know what I'm saying? Oh, let's go, baby. So I'm just trying to tell you, man. That's why. So be locked and loaded. Just get ready. Be locked and loaded. Don't worry. You've seen some things. So shout out to the people who have and who've been with us that long to be able to get through it and ride through it and live through it. Shout out to the members, baby. Okay, God bless. I think the members feel me. If your badge goes long enough, and even if it doesn't, because I know some of y'all been in the game. Y'all been in the game, okay? So just all I'm saying, man, is just get ready for it. Stay locked and loaded. But big shout out. Listen, this ain't even like, honestly, I'm just like, big shout out to you if you got that mental fortitude. That's it. It's like, I'm not even shouting you out for being on the stream. I'm not shouting you out for, like, you know what I'm saying? I'm like literally just like straight up telling you, like, yo, just shout out to you if you got the grind. You know what I'm saying? If you in the game. Oh, $49.99. Oh yeah, you an OG, baby. He's an OG. Hard. There you go, baby. God bless you. God bless you. But I'm just saying, shout out to people with the mentality, ready to go. Shout out to people who are hungry. You get the helmet on. You get hit in the head a little bit. You still in the game. It's okay. Let it out. It's okay. Let out a growl if you need to. Some of y'all, you know what I'm saying? Beat the chest. Hit the helmet. I'm saying y'all could listen, you wear the armor so that you could get hit. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. You don't put on armor. You don't wear a vest if you ain't trying to. Oh, come on. Come on. That's it. The only thing, listen what I'm going to try to tell you, Chad, especially if we get some volatility, especially if the market get crazy. I'm just saying, unless it's a headshot, that's the only way you're getting taken out. That's all I'm telling you. So don't let it get to your head, okay? Oh, y'all don't feel me. I know you play Call of Duty. I know, come on, you can visualize. I'm just saying, that's the only way you getting taken out. That's fine. You can get hit a little bit. You can get hit a lot. I'm just saying, the only way, if it's a headshot, it's the only way you getting taken out. And guess what? I'm just saying, don't let it get to your head. So don't let it get to your head. That's it. Don't let it get to your head. Game time, baby. So, God bless you all. Big shout out to all the members out there. God bless you guys, especially, man, if you make that membership look good. You know what I'm saying? If you positive, if you helping out with the live glossary and helping Chads understand some of our lingo. They got the new Chads, the old Chads. Even some of the old Chads don't even know the lingo. So, big shout out to the members out there using their membership to be positive. And just honestly, like I said yesterday, man, just to have spent this much time with some of y'all, I could really I've got to share these moments. So, I'm really, really really excited. So just God bless you and thank you guys for being here and supporting, especially when you don't have to and nobody really asked you to, man. So just, I appreciate you. I hope you know the Chad loves you, man. I love you at the very least, even if, honestly, even if you got a different political spectrum, I still love you. You know what I'm saying? Don't let, it's all love too, but that's why it's beautiful, because I've noticed some of you guys, even as a member, even you could get pissed off, you could be weird, but you use the opportunity to spread love and just to show love. I'm telling you, man, for real, it's mad love, and I don't think you realize how admirable it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I'm not trying to hype you up, but I'm just saying it's like, it's really admirable. Not only like some of y'all held it down for so long, but with like just how you've conducted yourself with it and all of it, man. So God bless you and thank you for that, man. And like the man said, man, shout out to Stream Alerts. Shout out to $50 Stream Alerts. Everybody who's been there from day one to day now, it don't matter, man. Even if you guys aren't here, I hope you know Stream Alerts. Maybe you popped in randomly. We love you guys no matter what, man. And we give you your shout out every day. We appreciate your support. And hopefully you've been staying in the game. Just like today, we made a lot of trades. There was a lot of activity, even in volatility. I hope you guys realize at the very least, I mean, I'm not shy during these moments. So let's go, man. Hopefully you've been staying in the game and we made sure you're on there. Pay attention to the key levels. And even if you don't got Stream Alerts, man, don't worry about it. You don't need it. All you need is the watch list, baby. Shout out the Watchlist gang. Hard. Oh, man. Oh, man, baby. Let's go. So be on the watch list, man. You're going to get everything, every single play. You can watch how they play out. You can learn. Some of y'all know more of what's in my portfolio than I do sometimes, and that's because you want it. You know what I'm saying? That's because you want it. You in the game. Yeah, Alphabet, Meta, and Twitter, Reddit subpoenaed by January 6th riot panel. How are they going to deal? I don't know if it'll make the stocks move, though. Let's see. But I love you, though. God bless you. Thank you all for being here. Shout out this stream. Oh, man, do you see the likes? You saw the likes, man. That's too... I love it, baby. God bless you all, man. I'm really excited. So I hope you are too. Hope you're ready to close out the week. We got our second Friday. Nobody cares about the second Friday, right? All we cared about was the first one. You know what I'm saying? But check out the links. First link for the Stream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Second link for the Nightly Watchlist and main channel. Third link for the membership badge. Fourth link for the merch. Check out the new channels. Colt Cars, Colt Real Estate, Colt Cars, Colt PHILO, Colt Cars. Why do I keep saying Colt Cars? Maybe we got to get another one. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. At the trade, y'all follow me. I have fun judging here. Before I get to that, I wasn't like judging. I was like half roasting, half complimenting your guys' Instagrams, but that was fun. But follow me on Instagram, man. We post the long-term plays on there, and you can stay in touch with me. Be careful if you follow me. An imposter will hit you up and be like, hey, man, how's it trading going? Don't fall for it, okay? Don't fall for it. But check that out, how option pricing works. 1,000% gainers, man. If you watch this video and don't learn anything, I said I will punch you. I will punch you in the stomach if you do not learn anything from this video, but I'm very confident you will, so you will be safe, okay? So check that out. That's in the description, how option pricing works, how to set up the long term. And finally, baby, we ain't got anything. We don't got an affiliate link in here, but we got a prayer request wall. I'm just saying, my team's so different. Off me, y'all weak. I think they, you know what I'm saying? So just hit it up, bro. It's not that deep. We got love for everybody. Even if chances are you think your belief separates you from me more than I do. Can I say that again? Chances are, I'm telling you, I'm a little different with it. I know a lot of people in here are different too. I'm just saying, chances are how you think I perceive something is probably worse than how I will perceive it. I got love for everybody, man, and I'm telling you, there's thousands of people I know that are on the same exact vibe that I am, and they're in here, and they feel the same exact way, man. So we love you, man. God bless you. Fill it out. It's not that deep. You ain't going to turn into salt, but if you want to. And then on top of it, man, even if you sending in prayers, you pray for everybody else in here too. We pray for all of it. And just as a reminder, we praying for you even if you don't fill it out, bro. I'm just telling you. You're getting prayed for no matter what. That's all I'm saying, man. So I love you, man. We just want to put your jersey on our back. Show some love. Pray for me and my family. Pray for all the brothers and sisters in the chat, man. It's that simple. You know what I'm saying? That's it. It's that simple. That's it. That's all you need. That's all you need. You get that down. It's game time, baby. It's game time. How you sample the GG. Bro, I love it. It's actually real, bro. That's how it sounds. That's how it sounds, okay? That's how it sounds. I love it. I love it. GG. But that's it, man. That's the day. I love you. Go read Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World, okay? If you could do that, you'll be good to go. I love you. God bless you. And yeah, are you gonna follow me on Instagram now? Let me see. Can I stalk some of you guys? What do we call this? Are you gonna follow me on Insta? Like, do we call it? Is it roasting? Because I'm not. I don't think I really roast y'all. I just have like, I think it's like first impression and then like reality. I don't know how to like. What do you call it? Is it Insta? Is it an audit? Is it like? I think it's like a social media audit. Yeah, a grand review. Man, this thing I think messing up all day today, but we good. We good. Do I unfollow and follow? I think if I don't see it, let's see. All right, we're gonna start with Korean Bra. Okay, so now, I mean, living in 2022, your name gives me weird vibes. Just because I feel like I'll get canceled for saying it out loud or something, and again, I'll get in trouble. Oh my God, bro, honestly, the first thing, and I don't know, like, again, no como, I don't know if this is weird or not, but the first thing that I noticed about you in your Instagram is your massive quads, okay? So, like, honestly, I clicked the profile and I scrolled, but then there's a lot of shoes you got. You got some fly kicks, too. How much you spend on shoes, first of all? But I guess you could justify it with them big-ass quads, you know what I'm saying? You need some good tires for the quads, but I was like, damn, bro, that's good. You really, yo, is it? You said Koreans got huge. I don't know, bro. This is the swollest fucking dude I've probably, bro, his quads are on one. Like, honestly, if you got steroids, send me a DM, okay? Yeah, you said too much, no plug. You don't even sell them? Wait, do you even sell them, or do you just buy shoes like that? You just fell in love? No, don't tell me that, bro. That's at least, bro, this is at least like 10 racks of shoes. At least 10 racks. Nah, just keep. Oh my, well, you are the swaggiest with the biggest, bro! How many, bro, make a fucking YouTube channel of this, or a TikTok. Oh, bro, you have the Kanye's? Wait, I think he has the like I think he has the like $10,000 pair of Kanye's. I really think he has them. Bro, what? See, like, he don't, if you know, you know. I guess if you know, you know. Oh my gosh, bro. This guy's insane. This guy's insane. I guess he looks like he keeps them. Wow, that's a good first profile. That was the first one I saw. That was the first one I saw. Man. That's crazy. Let's go. We got Edgar the cool bro. Oh, Edgar. Oh, bro. Honestly, I was like, I don't know. The profile picture, I don't know what to expect. Honestly, I was like, what is, you kind of look like you were going to jump me in the profile picture, but then I get to the profile and it's like, yo, this guy has mad swag. Why do y'all have such aesthetic pictures? Bro, what is with this? Andy swole? Are you just swole or are you just skinny? Is that Edgar the cool? Is that Edgar Alver? Oh my God. Is that Edgar? Oh my, you're fucking kidding me. Bro, this is Edgar. That's you? Ah! You got swag, bro. You got swag. I won't lie. Yo, he has swag. Bro, okay. That's you? Bro, I thought in the profile pic, I thought you were going to jump me. Honestly, Edgar, you were looking like you were about to jump me. And then now I see the surf. Bro, you got good aesthetic. Bro, you look like a normal dude. Why you trip out in the chat all the time? See, I told you I have faith in you. You motherfucker. Bro, this guy got swag. He know how to dress too. What the fuck? Chad, I'm telling you, like 90% chance I dress so much bummier than every single one of y'all. Like, y'all making me see, why do y'all dress so nice? Like, I mean, like, for real, y'all look, every single one of you looks famous. You know what I'm saying? Like, when I look through your, like, Instagrams, every single one of you look damn famous. It's like, oh, I'm like, yo, where'd he do? Like, I was swipe right. I'm not gonna lie. I was swipe. You just look interesting. I'm just saying. It's no como. But y'all got pictures like that. What the fuck? And y'all all got shoes. Y'all got shoes and drip. What is happening? Oh my gosh. Let's see. Who's the next one? American Nightmare. Okay, the name just sounds scary, bro. Okay, first of all, the name, I thought you were gonna kill me. But one, I can't tell, bro. You are jacked. Bro, his profile picture, he got one of them like skinny shirts on, and you could just tell he's ripped. I could just tell he's ripped, man. Let's go. Oh, look at, man. See, bro, how is it American Nightmare? And it's like, bro, this is like the nicest, bro. It's like nice family photos. Bro, this he seemed like a normal, bro. Are you, that's it. The name just threw me off. That's it. Let's see what else. What do we got? Bro, wait, hold up. Bro, are you throwing a shot put? Bro, he throwing a shot put. Yo. Dog, how do you get into this? I've never seen this in the real, bro. He's throwing a shot put, like he's actually doing a shot put. Yo, this is crazy, bro. This is crazy. Bro, I need to get into the shot put industry. Bro, that looks crazy. Bro, should we try it? If that's not an activity? Yeah, we can't see. I don't know. I'm not putting everybody on blast. Should I put them on blast or what? Should we bring up the, is it acceptable if I pull it up on the screen? Is that do you guys submit to that though? Because I don't know if everyone's gonna consent to me just at least that way, it's up jocks the new nerds. Nah, everybody look like everybody look like they so swaggy, bro. Oh man, it's crazy. It's posted publicly. I don't think it is. I don't think you can see it if I bring it up. Like I don't think you can. Like, can we? Let me see. I want to see how it looks on the computer too. Post to IG. It's not even posting it. It's like I'm going off of who follows me. So if you like just re-follow me now. Is that one guy in here? Is that one guy from earlier in here? Is David in here? Is David in here? You guys are, I think I found him and I judged him just because I was like, man, who is this guy? I was like, why is he speaking in just different languages, bro? Well, I gotta do it. Let's Troy. Let's go see Troy's Instagram. You refollow me, you're gonna get, so watch out though. If you refollow me, you will get followed by the imposter, okay? Like, do you guys understand that? Hold on, it's not loading on the computer. It's not showing me who's following. Oh, there it is. Oh, there it is. Troy, can we show your Instagram, Troy? Troy, are we allowed to show it? Are we allowed to? Are we all 10 of them? Yeah, but watch out. If they follow you, you got to report them. You can mess with them, but they're trippy, bro. Honestly, be careful, bro. Somebody DM'd me the other day and they were like, they sent me a bunch of stuff. Yeah, Daniel. See, I judged Daniel. All right, so I'm going to start with Daniel then, because he's in here the whole time. I saw Daniel all day. I was trying to get to the bottom of Dan. I was like, Daniel, I don't know, like, because Daniel was speaking in the Da Vinci Code. Okay, he was speaking in Da Vinci Code on some weird. Daniel, like, what's going on, bro? And I was like, bro, you've been on YouTube since 2013, and you uploaded this as your background. So I'm confused, man. What are you up to? Okay, that's the first one. That's the first one I was in. I'm just trying to figure this one out. Okay, and then now Troy. I don't know how we're gonna get into Troy's. I don't know. Like, what do you expect off of the profile pic? He looks like a nice dude. Troy, you look like a nice kid. You look happy. You look happy. Is this your Tinder picture? Is that why they say smile? Because I feel happy looking at it. I don't know where you're from though. I don't even know what you are. Honestly, when I look at it, I'm like, okay, like you kind of even look like you kind of look mixed in a way. I'm like, I don't know. Like, is this like Troy Lendman is a very like, it sounds like a very a white American name, but then I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, Troy, then what's up? And then you look nice and I'm smiling, and then let's see. And then why y'all y'all just got bro, Troy, I don't know. Troy, do you have a girlfriend? Do you want to like meet my sister or something? Cause I don't know. Cause like y'all just look like family men. Like, why is this so wholesome? That's why the news is so fucking fast. Hard. Troy. Oh, Troy, single. Honestly, Troy, y'all should make these beep compete. Because honestly, bro, why does this look... Oh, yo, you went to this? Oh, you look and see, bro. I'm telling you. Bro, I'm telling you. This is why I like looking at this, because then I see y'all there's a deep part of me that gets unlocked in every one of these profiles, honestly. Like, for real, bro. Like, Korean, bro, I wanted to buy the $10,000 Yeezys, but I can't do that, man. I'm not fucking, I can't, I'll judge myself to eternity. I couldn't, and I can't, and I can't, but I couldn't, but I could. You know what I'm saying? But then I was like, man, but then I always wanted to do this. Bro, look at this. Bro. Oh, my gosh. Was it cold? You got pinkies up, man. That's good. I like that one. But Troy, look at nature. Y'all all naturey though, bro. Yo, I feel inadequate. How come I don't take pictures in nature? You drinking in the pool. This is 21 and up. Hey man. Bro, why do you got like such an active life? Like, bro, sorry, Troy. Like, this looks fun, bro. I'm like, Troy's whole life looks like a damn like. Bro, you got like a lot more memories than I do, I feel like. Or I don't know. I think you got them. That's crazy. What the heck is this, bro? What the heck is this? Bro, this looks fun. Like, it looks fun. Like, good highlights. Troy looks like he's lived a life. Like, Troy. Like, do you ever look back? Like, I hope you could be like, you got to do a lot. You've got to do a lot. And then it's like, I don't know, bro. Everything looks wholesome. It's like, yo, we got kids, we got family, we got people getting married, more kids, and then the kids on the way, Disneyland with the kid, bro. Like you trying to, like, what are you going to attract? Like, you're trying to get married at this point. Because I'm like, bro, I'll marry you, Troy. Fuck it. I don't care. It's not that way. I don't care. Watch out. All the real philo lovers like, if my mom's listening to this, she's like, nah, but I'm just saying, bro. Like, he got good news. I like this. I vibe with it. That's all I'll say. I'm like, yo, this is a good man right here. What the fuck? That's just a good man. Let me just, no como. I'm just trying to say. That's it. Woo. I gotta take my sweater off. It's getting hot in here. That's it. Marry me, Troy. Honestly, Edgar, you guys might, I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. But y'all need Jesus, okay? So let's see what we got next. Let's just go with the first one, Yanez, bro. Okay, where'd you take the profile pic? It looked why is it blurry, man? You could put any picture. Look at this picture, go hard. And you put the blurry one. That's why I'm like, where's Yanez from? It can't flow to you if you can't flow through you, baby. Hard. Let's go, baby. Honestly, I lost the other one. I don't know where the other one is. It's okay. Oh, what do you got, bro? E46 and, this is my best friend. Bro, where the fuck is the E46 first? Wait, why you lying, bro? You said E46. Bro, I need an E46 pick ASAP. ASAP, bro. Yanez. ASAP. Bro, I need the ASAP. E46 ASAP. See, you don't know, bro. You got the damn $20,000 million kicks and you don't know the E46, bro. It's the most classic BMW ever created. That's it. It's the old school. It's like the box body style Beamer. Not like the super bot, but it's probably the best looking BMW in the last 40 years. Easily. That's it. It's Yanez. It's Yanez. What did I say? I said Yanez, right? Or Yanez. It's the same. Oh, it's beautiful. Amazon paying U.S. workers $40, like $40 an hour. That's E92. It's E92 is nice, but the E46, bro, the E46, that thing is still there. I do still have it. I still have I have my first E46. I gave it to my he's like my cousin, and he like races cars, so he's like a professional drifter, and then he took the engine out and put a Corvette engine in it. I was like, bro, you're insane. I said, what? I said, yeah. So, and now he drifts it around, but we still got it. It's still the same original car. And then that's it. And then, but now it has like a L7 Corvette engine in it. Yeah, it's wild, actually. It's wild. He just uses it to drift. But, yeah. Yanis. I need to see it. Yanez, I need to see the E46. I like this one, though, too. I've always liked the 350Z, bro. Did you drive it around like this, or is this just for, like, I'm not that smart. Do people drive around like this? Like, is it like a swag? Is this, like, flexing, or was that just, like, a progress pick? Yo, what the fuck is this one? Bro, how many bro, you could build cars, huh? I like it. I like what we're doing here. I like it. Bro, where did this blurry profile pic come from? It's not even on the profile. You look like, I like this one. You look intense. You look intense. You know what I'm saying? You look intense. I could vibe with it. I could vibe with it. Oh. LS1. What's up? Your Cloak and Pedal. I'm not down there right now, actually. I'm in North County right now. We chilling. We chilling out there. Downtown went crazy on me. All right, let's get one more. The final way. Yo, Baba dropped after hours. How many? That's good. What we got? Uh-oh. Chris Villa Martez. Or which one? Should we go based off the profile pics? See, like, that's what I'm saying. Do you see how you can see these and you can, like, judge them a little bit? Like, Troy, see, I don't know what Troy was. I was like, who's Troy? I was like, what? Look at him. I was like, the black and white threw me off. See, I don't know. What do we got? We'll get one more. It's already 1:30. Oh, look at the cute little Chad! Hard! Honestly, though, bro, Christian, I didn't see this one coming. Because look at you. Look, this is a good real estate pay. I would trust you with my... Is this you? Who's this? Who's this, bro? Is this you? Bro, this look OG. Oh, bro, that's a good pick, bro. I thought this was like, bro, yeah, bro, you look like an actor. Because that was my first one. That was my first one. My first impression, I was like, bro, I did not see the real estate coming. I thought you were like an actor. Like, I thought you were going to have like an acting reel or something. And like, I honestly, like this profile picture, I thought you were going to have like the Yeezys. And then I thought you were going to be like walking in the city, looking away with somebody like 18 feet taking a picture of you. You know what I'm saying? Oh, and then it's just like, look at that. Beautiful little Chad. Beautiful. It's a cute kid. Honestly, not all kids are cute. I'll be honest with you. For real, I'm pretty savage with it. Like, that looked like a Gerber baby. Not all of them look like Gerber babies. So, I don't know. Maybe some passive income. I don't know if you would exploit your child to make him a Gerber baby this early on. But that's a good-looking kid right there. Andy's a realtor. That's it, Christian. That's it, bro. Let's see. How's the workout? You look swole. That's what I'm saying. This look like are you filtering these pictures? You look like a damn actor. Wait, when'd you graduate, bro? Whoa, you look so young. When is this from? Dude, 2015? Yo, bro, look at how you grew up. Bro, look at this glow up. Yo, look at that glow up, bro. Bro, how you do that? Oh, look at, so listen, all my Chads graduating. Look at that. There's hope. Look at that. Bro, yo, that's a glow up right there. Bro, you even look taller. Bro, you even look taller. Look at that. You got taller. You did, huh? Oh, man, why come I didn't get fucking taller? This is bullshit. Man, oh, that's hope. Look at that, bro. That is a 180 glow up. He kind of looked like McLovin there, and then he looked like, yo, I'm not McLovin anymore, bro. It's like, whoa. He went from McLovin to just loving. Like, I'm like, all right, man, that's it. I could do it. I'm down with that. Bro. That's a beautiful glow up. That's what I'm talking about. Oh man. So that's it. That's a good one to end on. Andy got the Kobe. He got the Kobe, man. He got the Kobe. I love it. So that's it, ladies and gentlemen. That's our end of the day Instagram audits. So thank you for following me. It's good. I'm a hype man. I get most of it. I mean, some of them I do have my judgments. Like I said, I get on all of it. But for the most part, I'm like easily hyped. And I don't look at social media like that. So when I get to look at it, bro, this is like, I see why people are always on this. It's just fun. It's good to see everybody. And any times I have like seen everybody, I'm like, oh, you want to call it stalking? That's fine. It is stalking. What's wrong with stalking a little bit? Y'all gonna act like y'all ain't stalked nobody. I told you the best way to defend stalking is to stalk yourself. What do you think? Why do you think I already got Daniel up here? I already know Daniel's from fucking damn 2013. He thought, he was like, yo, I will upload this stock footage of someone listening to a CD player, and he thought it was hip. And he'd been in here for the last 18 hours stalking. You know, it's all love. It's good. So watch the video, how to get 100,000% gainers. But that's beautiful, baby. I like it. We'll do some more of this tomorrow. So hopefully you can follow me. I might stalk a little bit of you guys a little bit later. We'll see what happens. But I love you guys. See, I'm blessed, man. I'm blessed to have all these beautiful people in the chat. Y'all got some cool lives, honestly. So, I mean, honestly, if I could end it with a positive note, I really hope you guys realize the blessings that you have. Honestly, like anybody I've looked at, man, for real, every single person, bro. it's just like everybody looks like they're living a very blessed life. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody looks like they have a very nice life. Like I'm for real. And I hope you guys realize how blessed you are. Like, because honestly, everything, like you guys are doing what you love. You guys are out there. You see family, what you love, what you're into, everything. So I'm like, wow, y'all got like, it's beautiful lives. You know what I'm saying? It's beautiful. So I hope you all enjoy it. But that's the day, my friends. Okay, I hope you got the philo. Go read Proverbs. That's it. One more time. Can I hit it one more time before I go? Can you go download the Bible app and read Proverbs? Trust me. What's it gonna cost you? Like seriously, why are you so against it? Like why are you so against it? What is it gonna do? That's like me refusing to like. I'm not gonna like. You look how easy we could look at Instagrams. You know what I'm saying? Look at it. It's like you downloaded Instagram. At one point, you thought Instagram was weird. I'm just saying. But I'm just saying, what's it going to cost you? It's not going to hurt you with anything, man. Okay? That's it. That's it. You say this is U.S. What do you call it? So, Daniel, you need Jesus, bro. You were... I don't know. Some of y'all, man, I don't know how I attract some people. You know what I'm saying? Okay, get your little racist ass out of here. Okay, I love you, though. It's okay. I'm praying for you, Daniel. Okay, you had since 2013 to get your shit together. I don't know what the hell you still doing, but I'm still praying, okay? God is merciful, and that's why I'm like, amen. But just please go read the Bible, please. So listen, man, I just need y'all to read the Bible, okay? I just need you to read the Bible. That's all. That's all, okay? That's all. Can y'all just download Proverbs for me? Okay, it's hard. It's hard. You know what I'm saying? Because that's why some people, I just vibe with it. I vibe with it. It's a hard book because it's going to call you out. And then it's going to make you feel a certain way. And you could think really deep on it, but I'm honestly just read it very simple, man. It's a book on how to live successful. All of us are going to take steps in the right direction. All of us are going to take some steps in the wrong direction. We got a lot of ups and downs, so vibe with it. All right, man? That's what it comes down to. So I love all of you. God bless you. Wake up and drive. Do what you need to do. It sucks. We wasted our time on this. I got to get going. I need to hype y'all up a little bit, baby. Just remember what I said. 2.5% today. Okay? It's either going to get better from here or we're about to run into a lot more opportunity. Oh, they don't feel me. So I'm leaving you with that, baby. Make sure we see you on the watch list. I'll see you tonight, and I'll see you in the morning. Peace out. Oh, hey, wait, Josh. I want a pony powwow. What? No, I want a powwow pony. Okay, love you. Bye.